Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Can you guys hear me? Is this working? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Chairman is muted. Tested? Hold on. Am I alive? Is this working? You testing? Okay, there we go. Finally. Alright, I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my mic. Settings. Turns out I had the wrong audio source put in. I don't know why it switched off of the one that I was using before, but apparently it did. Hold on, let me just take a look at the audio settings real quick. I have no idea if I put any filters on this one. Okay, yeah, I think I did. Everything according to Keikaku. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Okay, there we go. Can't watch or listen on both streams. On part-time job? No problem. I'll be timestamping the VOD for this one, so if you can't watch it live, that's no problem at all. Happens for some reason. I hear the tones and tones of the creature. OBS does that for no reason? Yeah, I've realized. Hello, hello, hello. I'm seeing a lot of names in chat that I recognize from watching some of the face streams. So, yeah, well, I don't usually yoink TVA posts, but right at the beginning of stream. But I feel like this one is uniquely perfect in summing up my thoughts about the situation. It does a pretty good job of essentially showcasing what I don't like about the way that FaZe has been handling this as a company so far. For those who can't actually read this out, this is a user on TVA replying to someone saying, Dizzy's done more to lighten the mood of the fan base, or at least those that were watching, FaZe Weekly. Context. Than those responsible for fucking it up without even addressing anything directly. Bless her. To which this person says, the first sign of professionalism following this entire ordeal has been from the chick whose main job is to shake her boobs and cry. And if that isn't the truth about Debacle. So, yeah, this is not going to be a comforting stream? Well, you say that. The first portion, probably not that much. However, I promise that we will have something of a happy ending by the time I'm done with this topic. Because, for sure, the last week has been a very, very sobering experience for most FaZe fans. For good reason. This is hands down the biggest PR fuck-up that they have ever committed as a company. However, I don't think it is time to blackpill. I don't think it is time to doom about the future of the company. Mostly because they seem to have gotten past this, and, well, how do I say? In this industry, it is never preferable that you learn lessons face first. But sometimes you have to. Now, it turns out with FaZe, they had to. And now they have. So, if something similar does end up happening a second time, hopefully the next time they'll actually be able to handle it correctly. Mercurius, thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. You say debacle, I say fiasco. Why not go a step further and just say fiesta? Random boy, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. I just want 1 month without something going down. To be fair, that happens a lot of the time. It's just, you don't notice when it happens. I bet. Only time will tell, yeah. I think a lot of the people who were dooming about FaZe as a company are probably a little premature in their response. However, that's not to say that there aren't some very valid criticisms that can be leveled against the way that management chose to handle this entire thing. So, it takes more than a yab to sink a VTuber company. That is true. Though I will say, I'm rather curious about how FaZeCon is going to turn out, because that is going to that's going to, I assume, that's going to affect quite a few decisions that FaZe makes going forwards about how it wants to expand as a company. Like I said on Morlington's, when I talked about this last week, I think that a lot of people have been really, really quick with throwing the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to this current situation with FaZe. What they did was bad, yes. But I think that we can draw a line between criticizing why what they have done now is bad, and also not retroactively dismissing all of the things that the company has managed to get correct. I don't think Sakana is a bad leader. I just think that he is fundamentally unsuited to PR or communication. So when people say, I've seen some people jokingly, I hope jokingly, say something about how Sakana can no longer be trusted to lead the company or whatever. And I mean, maybe don't let him near a PR statement in the near future, depending on whether he was, well, I mean, he was the one who approved it. There's no other option. But, you know, maybe don't let him near another PR statement in the near future. But I think saying that he is no longer capable of running the company is going a little far. There's a lot more aspects of running a company than just, are you good at actually standing by your talents on social media? It is a big gaffe. It is a big gaffe. And we're going to go into detail about why later on. But one of the things that I want to sort of, I suppose, if you are watching this with the intention of trying to, you know, subconsciously even, wanting to doom about the situation further, this probably isn't going to be the stream for you. It might be a stream that is a little more healthy than something that tries to get you to all-out doom and gloom about FaZe, but it's not going to satisfy that if that is indeed your intention. I also want to clarify something real quick. Purpose why I do these streams is not so that I do not aim to get you guys all riled up and despairing about the industry or your favorite content creators, or even necessarily the corporations that you end up watching. Fundamentally, what I aim for in these streams is to build a foundation of understanding, to give you tools, concepts, and words that you can use to better articulate why do you feel the way you do about the content creators you enjoy and the companies that manage them. And so, if I feel like your consumption of my content only serves to make you doom further and further about the state of the industry, I say this with as much sense of compassion as I can muster. This may not be the right kind of content for you to consume. If you do find yourself in a state where you are spiraling emotionally and mentally because of something that is happening online to do with your favorite VTubers or VTubing company, watching content that pertains to the drama, regardless of how that content is framed, news, drama, analysis, gossip, or anything, it's not going to be good for you. And so, with as much compassion as my dead Chinese heart can muster, it is probably best to go and touch grass, log off for a little bit. Come back later, and when you do come back, like I've said many times before, don't come back to content that talks about controversy. Leave that for later. Come back and, come back to content that you actually started watching. What do you mean, Cher? I love to seethe and moan and cry about evil people and corpos. Don't get me wrong, my content does serve that function. But hopefully you're not watching this with a sense that everything is doomed and nothing will last and everything's going to fall apart. Akiris, thank you for the 2. I can guarantee I won't be going to FaceCon. See, that's the thing, right? A lot of people are saying they're not going to go to FaceCon anymore. But what I'm more curious about is how many people actually do show up. Because a lot of the people who were going to go to FaceCon, were always going to go to FaceCon, they probably aren't going to be they probably aren't going to be bringing that fact up on social media, right? So what we're getting is a lot of confirmation bias regarding FaceCon's lack of popularity. Now, I have certainly seen a lot of people say they don't want to go to FaceCon, and even when Face first announced it, a lot of people said that they didn't like the location, they didn't like the timing, etc, etc, etc. But I am curious to see how many people actually do show up, because that's going to be a far more accurate data point than just looking at what people are saying on social media. Magdalenas, thank you for the 2. FaceCon's in San Fran. Aleacon. Wait, are you Aleacon? I need to know. This is critical information for interpreting what you just said. Taking a break from something you're intensely involved in can definitely be healthy. Yeah. I get that a lot of us care about FaZe, right? But if you are having a legitimate meltdown because of this, you might need to log off. And I say you might as in the most that's the most mild way of putting it. Yeah? Oh, okay. I see. That okay. That recontextualizes quite a bit. My FaZe Oshi. I see. God. I am very curious about how FaceCon's gonna. The first, well, I think, have we had VTuber agencies in the West try to make their own cons before, or have they all just gravitated towards Off-Kai or Yumicon or something of that nature? I might need someone who is more experienced in the con scene to tell me, you know. California has that reputation for... Oh no, I'm well aware. I am very well aware. If FaceCon flops, I predict FaZe will start streaming. I don't see that. No? Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Not that I know of. Okay. They've mostly... yeah, I assumed that they were mostly attending. I assumed that most VTuber agencies would partner with existing cons rather than trying to start their own. So this is one of the first. Okay. See, that's all the more reason why I'm curious to see how it all turns. Why I'm going to... I'm not going to make too many assumptions until I actually see people on the day of and how many... Try to count how many show up. I think they normally gravitate towards existing ones. If that makes sense, then. Hoggles, the Goblin VTuber, she talked about making a Canadian VTuber con, but she's not a con. Okay, that makes sense. First-time events are almost always scuffed and rife with problems. See, people say that about Off-Kai too. People say that Off-Kai is scuffed, it's full of problems, it's pos to hell. But people still turn up. So I can only assume that since it keeps running, it makes enough money to sustain its own operations and then some. So I'm not entirely dismissing the idea that the same thing could happen with FaZe, even though, like you said, inevitably, when you're doing something for the first time, not everything is going to go to plan. But we will see. I've not heard of Hololive doing a con. That makes FaceCon sound more risky. Oh no, for sure. FaceCon is... There is no sugarcoating the fact that FaZe choosing to host its own convention is a massive risk. But it is something that the company has chosen to do. And so it is something that, again, I'm sort of sitting back to see how it pans out. Holo doesn't do cons, but they do have Holo Fest. Okay, that's not quite a convention, though. It's quite a convention. No way on earth FaZe. That is them. It depends. It depends. Being able to host your own event like that, yeah, it may be a financial drain, but potentially, if you manage to get it right, it could become a net positive in terms of the exposure, stuff like that. Just giving your fans a good time, establishing a foothold in world, that kind of. Hololive Expos are con? Oh, okay, I see. Holo has a con, it's their entire event plus concert. Yep, something that one paints a big target on them. Yeah. Holo Expo, just don't call it a con. Yeah. HoloFest takes up 3 venue buildings. Fair enough. The first FaceCon training event, in my eyes, just getting things going for future events. Yeah, I could see that. But again, a lot of what I'm curious about is how people actually end up responding to the recent events, not going off of what people say on social media, because people say anything on social media. What I'm curious about is how much are people actually going to refuse to show up or cancel, like, hotel bookings. Education chat. When are we doing ChairCon? I think that would be an awful idea. Not least because, for logistics, I'd probably have to do it in Australia. And, yeah, the Australian con scene, actually, I'm not too familiar with what the Australian con scene is like, but I can't imagine that it stacks up all that well against, for example, on in the US or even ChairCon, a person who likes jizz? Sure. Any other VTuber orgs outside of Asia that have been successful? See, it depends on what you mean by outside of Asia. Technically, you can make the argument that all of the companies, well, actually, outside of Asia, the small companies that cropped up over the course of 2024 and 2025, the ones that haven't died yet, they're all still fine. Now, successful, the only one that I'd call successful is probably Vialure, but that's about it. Vialure and Faye seem to be the big two when it comes to Western-based VTuber agents. Oh, Cara Malone, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. We're just yapping a little bit before we get started on content. Half the attendees get devoured by feral Australian wildlife, which includes people from Melbourne. It's not the Melburnians that you have to be worried about. It's the Tasmanians. Who knows what shit goes on in that place? You can make an argument that Canada is Asia. That's, well, only certain pockets. Only certain pockets. Not the entirety. Good point. Tickets sold and bodies walking through the door are a much better indicator of the current state of affairs than social media. Exactly. Because posting shit on social media does not take anything in the ways of resource. Actually showing up to a con does. And also cancelling your plans to go to a con might as well. That's what I'm interested in, actually. Vancouver is Asia for sure. Yeah, that's true, that's true. From what I've heard, Canada seems to have a whole variety of little cultural enclaves. Vancouver seems to be the place where Asians have completely taken over the region. But I don't know what the other little pockets of multiculturalism are in Canada. We have the same thing going on in parts of Australia. You get, for example, little towns that are mostly racially homogenous, culturally homogenous. Sometimes you get Koreans sharing space with the Chinese, or Singaporeans, or Japanese. Aside from that, not too much overlap. Not big, but faithful and famous. Canada's Asia, America's just New Asia. I wouldn't go that far. Lots of Koreans at Toronto. That makes sense. Quebec is French and nice to visit, but hell to live in. It's a money sink. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Same thing happens with places. Sounds like a bad idea. The Asians all hate each other. See, that's the thing, right? Over here, yeah, you might have gotten that problem about 2 or 3 generations ago. But about now, all of the kids have been watered down culturally and assimilated sufficiently into Australian culture that for the most part, those kinds of tensions aren't really a problem. And even when it comes to Chinese and Korean people and Japanese people, we don't really, well, okay, so long as we're not in our countries of ethnic origin, we tend to not really hate one another that much. We might find one another annoying on occasion, but nothing severe enough to escalate to the point of actual conflict. Now, C, that's a little different. But, yeah. Vialure is not large, it's the Western Beach being buying big examples. One of the things that we're going to be going through in a second is when it comes to looking at the quote-unquote biggest VTuber agencies in the West, or based in the West, a lot of being big is not an objective thing. It doesn't mean that you are capable of doing more things or expanding to a wider audience, or you have enough in the ways of personnel or protocol or whatever. Big over here just means, more often than not, hasn't died yet, which is a little depressing, but that is the grim reality of the industry as it exists right now. Relative size is much more a driver of prominence for an agency than objective success or objective achievement. Like dog behavior when behind a fence versus out on the street. Yeah. You go onto the internet and you see a Chinese person interacting with a Korean person interacting with a Japanese. And, maybe they get a little spicy. But generally speaking, if you're just walking down the street and you happen to walk past the part of town where all of the Japanese restaurants are, all of the Chinese restaurants, no one's getting beaten up. No one's getting called slurs. Nobody even really cares. The only place I ever saw any real animosity was Bali. Huh, interesting. The locals really didn't like Japanese tourists at all. See, I don't know what Japanese tourists are like, because I've never really heard of Japanese tourists behaving badly overseas. Now, Chinese tourists are a little infamous. You put a Waffle House in... Toao, I think for the 10. I do still intend to go, though my current level of buy-in is hotel reservation. So it's not like it's a lot of sunk costs, and where else will I get a chance to give Sakuna a piece of my mind directly? Remember to be polite. If you do want to be able to speak to him in person, and you do get the chance, remember to be polite. Ava, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Ava Ragers. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Hope you had a nice stream. We're still in the pre-show yapping point. You cut out sometimes? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. By the way, if I do start cutting out in terms of the way that my mic sounds, please let me know in chat, because I can't really tell, since from the feedback that I get through my headphones, everything seems fine. Might be an OBS thing. It's a little hard to tell. Chinese tourists are a special entity. Yes, I've seen much of the same. But yeah. Actually, if you do end up seeing Sakuna at FaceCon, try challenging him to a game of Mahjong. Want to... Maybe that'll ease him into things. I've said it twice now? Oh, I didn't see. Apology. Is it still cutting out, or are we good now? Not super often, like twice a minute. That seems pretty frequent. Is it still cutting out? Actually, try refreshing whatever you're using to actually watch the stream, because that might be a part of it. Still cutting out, still low. Still randomly cut. Okay, hold on. Testing, 1, 2. FaceCon needs a Sakuna dunk test. I saw that idea being floated by quite a few different people at the same time, so... Pretty good. I still want my Irie merch from Sakuna. Face is quite slow in sending out. It's cut out for me again. I'm good. Surprised people are accommodating personal experience during agency employment. Interesting. Cuts out for 0.5 seconds only. Alright. Get right up on the microphone like you're about to French it. I am surprised that all of you guys showed up to this stream, even though it's Valentine's Day. Or actually, if you're in the US, it might be close to Valentine's Day. But I do appreciate that we're all here talking about VTuber drama when we should, in fact, be making out with our girlfriends or boyfriends. So I appreciate your sacrifice, all of you guys. Now it's cutting out. Okay, hold on. Let me try unplugging and replugging my mic in. Testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Are we back? Is everything working now? Not quite Valentine. Love is temporary. Gaming is forever. True. Oh, Valentine's is tomorrow for you guys? Okay, time zones, time zones. I see, I see. I'm keeping my distance, not like I got anyone for Valentine's myself. One should not admit that so readily. You are testing? Okay. I think it's working. Alright. I should do that more often. Just regularly plug out and plug back in my mic. Billy, thank you for being a Footstool for 19 months. We are here for... okay, alright. Sounds good so far? Alright, I'm going to move over to the actual slides then before it starts messing up even. Actually, you know what? This entire event has sort of... There's been a sort of macabre underlying humor to this whole situation in that I distinctly remember throughout late last year, or perhaps even before that, if I'm remembering wrong, there were multiple FaZe talents who were jokingly complaining about how much the fan base tends to glaze Sakana, basically making him out to be some sort of infallible, unstoppable genius who's piloting, you know, the most secure surviving company in the world. But I think it is quite safe to say that after the past week, I don't think many people at all are going to be glazing Sakana after this. So, in a perverse kind of way, some of the girls did get their wish. I don't think anyone wanted it to turn out this way. But, yeah, the universe has a funny sense of humor sometimes. Jane, thank you for being a Footstool for 17 months. Valentine's Day with Chair is the best Valentine's Day. Ah, you flatter me. You flatter me. He seemed like a chill boss. I think that's not completely gone, right? I think it's still safe to say that I think saying that Sakana is a bad boss in general, like as a whole, because of this, is a bit far. But I think for sure this is hopefully now dismantled the kind of hero worship that he would get before. Because make no mistake, he is, you know, he's effective. He's effective, but he does have his flaws. Oh, Pascal, welcome to the stream. Yeah, they 9/11 that. Yeah, they kind of did. The other thing, I think it has also killed the whole FaZe is better than the other companies thing that some of the vocal Twitter FaZe fans would do. Because I think FaZe bragging is over now, and hopefully FaZe begging is too. Those were always some of the more annoying things to to see on Twitter. At the CEO level, you're responsible even if you didn't do it. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. However, I know why you're enthusiastic about this, and I love. Yeah, but in any case, as always, with any topic that I end up talking about, we are going to be a little critical of some of the people, entities, decisions that have been made publicly over the past week or so. However, that said, few disclaimers, rules to abide by if you wish to be able to continue to remain in the community. Sort of standards that you must live up to if you. First, do not attempt to harass and or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. There is a reason why I keep my thoughts and my complaining to my streams and onto my personal Twitter, going around and, you know, going under people's posts, replies, and spamming those out. Yeah, sure, you have a right to do that because those are public posts. But for the sake of actually maintaining civil conversation, more importantly, abiding by the fundamental law of not touching the poo, I would ask you not to. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and remains publicly available/traceable, hence why we are talking about it. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried my best to adjust the dates recorded in the slides for when they actually happened according to the time zone that they happened in. But I may be off by about a day or so if I've missed dates here and there. And finally, if there is something on screen that you are not able to make out or you can't quite read, don't worry, I'll probably be narrating it out loud anyways, and even if I don't, feel free to download the slides of my personal Patreon, link in the description, where I will be uploading them after this stream. In order to access the slides on my Patreon, you don't actually have to pay any money. Just join as a free member, you get access to the slides for this stream, every stream that I've done in the past, every stream that I will do in the future, because I will be uploading the slides for all of them. You can download them and read them at your leisure. So, Rue Shady, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. Unbanned submission stream when? I don't even know if YouTube has unbanned submissions. I know that Twitch does, but I don't know if YouTube has that function as of yet. So, perhaps, at some point I might end up doing that in the future. But for now, I don't even know how to do it on YouTube. In any case, so, as you might all be aware, FaZe has recently gone through a little spot of controversy, something that has been boiling and bubbling for the last 8 days or so? Holy, it's been just over a week already. Time passes quickly when shit's going wrong. But in any case, all of this stemmed from a phenomenon that we in VTubing are very, very intimately acquainted with, some of us more willingly than others, which is, of course, politisperging. Talking about politics, inserting politics into places where people would rather it not be, etc., etc. And specifically, a lot of the recent little situation that FaZe has found itself in stems from people politisperging over Western politics, Western-based issues, things of cultural relevance in the West. However, when people think about politisperging in the West, naturally they default to Western politisperging, Western politics. However, that's not the only form of politics that exists. In every region of the world, you have their own unique little idiosyncrasies, their own little cultural hang-ups, their own little political doctrines, rhetorics, etc. Their own little touchy points when it comes to nations and their identities. And when it comes to dealing with politisper, if you work in entertainment, it is almost inevitable that at some point over the course of your operations, you are going to come face to face with it and you are going to be forced to have some sort of solution to it. No one is exempt from this rule. It happens to the biggest and the best of us. And when it comes to the biggest and the best in VTubing, very few get close to being bigger or better than, arguably, Hololive. And for the purposes of this stream, I want to start off by going through a little bit of a history lesson. Back to when Hololive had one of its biggest counters with foreign politisperging. And for this, we're going to have to go back in time, way back to around 2018. Now, VTubing in 2018, very different in terms of the way that the industry looked compared to the way that exists, 8 years later in 2026. Back during 2018, the scene was mostly contained to just Japan. And back during this time, you had two major players. On one hand, you had, big indies like the four Heavenly Kings. And of course, you have Activate being a company that possessed a great amount of legacy and prestige by virtue of being the company that managed Kizuna Ai. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, when it came to cultural domination, or domination over this industry in particular, you had Niji Sanji. And Niji Sanji, despite not having quite the cachet of Activate at this time, they were renowned for doing something different. They were renowned for innovating. They were responsible for pushing VTubing in the direction of being focused around streaming as opposed to simply making edited content and skits. And of course, during this time, you also had new companies coming in, trying to establish products and premises of their own, productions of their own, such as, for example, the Game Club project that was pioneered by what would later become Brave Group. And as you can probably imagine, this was kind of a stage where VTubing was kind of finding its footing. Corporate VTubing in particular was finding its footing, beginning to grow, etc. Nestled in amongst all of those players was Hololive. Now, Hololive at this point in time did have a pretty decent following in terms of, yeah, it had a pretty sizable roster. It had a pretty decent following in Japan, but it didn't quite have the legacy cachet of Active 8, and it didn't quite have the reputation for innovation Sanji had. It was a solid company, but it was not a breakout company. Master and old 10. So, thank you for the 10. When it comes to the way that Hololive would end up evolving over the course of 2018, however, close to around the end of 2018, somewhere leaking into the beginning of 2019, Hololive would, however, manage to break away from this sort of in-between place between those two other companies, when it would manage to almost accidentally achieve something that very few other VTubing companies have been able to do since. They managed to achieve a foothold in China, of all places, specifically on Bilibili. And not only did they gain a foothold, but their talents started exploding in popularity. It turns out that the Chinese people actually had quite the appetite for VTuber content. Great surprise, I know. And when it came to Hololive's early forays into Bilibili, most of this was done not by Hololive themselves, but by Chinese fans on Bilibili. Now, they would take VODs, mirror them, make clips, and translate them in terms of making, giving them subtitles and stuff, and then they would upload all of this content onto Bilibili. They'd make channels named after each of the talents and upload all of their content to those specific channels. And over the course of the next this little period of time between late 2018, early 2019, this content would start to pick up rapidly in terms of viewership and momentum. Before you knew it, Hololive had become a sensation in China without Hololive even actually doing anything. And so, Hololive was presented with a little bit of an opportunity. Without really meaning for this to happen, they had managed to penetrate into a foreign market, into a pretty big foreign market too, as a lot of you guys who are familiar with movie making and how Hollywood tries to sell movies overseas might be familiar with. However, at this particular point in time, there was one constraint that was limiting Hololive's ability to exploit this new opportunity as a company, which was the fact that way back in around, early 2019, late 2018, Hololive was still a relatively small company in terms of the amount of personnel that they had. Even at the end of 2019, they had less than 50 members of staff. If we're talking at the end of 2018, they had less than 10 members of staff, less than 10 employees. Now, as you can probably imagine, this left them in a bit of a bind when it comes to trying to establish a formal presence in a new region overseas. Because how were they going to go about actually, operating over there or establishing some sort of formal oversight over how their company would be received or how their company would do business in a new region world? At this particular point in time, Hololive was faced with two options when it came to how would they go over and actually start doing business in China. Option one was actually either hiring new people or delegating this responsibility to existing staff members to operate in China on Bilibili from Japan, to remain headquartered in Japan, and to, from Japan, take control over how the towns were putting out content, what was being posted, etc., how towns were streaming on Bilibili. Now, the benefit of this would have been that they would have had more direct oversight over what was streamed, what was posted, or how the company would be presented to the Chinese. However, oh yeah, Nene Love, that's a valid point, yeah. And of course, however, the cost of doing this, I suppose the downside of doing this,
was one, you had to start off from scratch, and two, you had to go through a lot of red tape, right? Because very infamously, the Chinese government does not like foreign entities going on their soil, operating in their space, without giving them formal blessing and going through all of that bureaucracy. Option two, however, was to accelerate the process of expansion by simply. Oh, wait, hold on. Is there no BGM? Oh no, I just realized that there hasn't been BGM this entire. Alright, Hero, thanks for saying that. I should have explained that? Nah, that's no worries. That's no. Option two was instead that they could, instead of trying to operate out of Japan and take control over whatever was going on in China directly, instead they could reach out to the fan groups that were already in control of the various channels on which the talent's content was being posted onto Bilibili, and instead simply give them the blessing of Hololive themselves to operate in an official capacity. No BGM minus 100,000 social creds. It's working now, right? It's working now. Hold on. Let me just check. Is your voice getting noise gated? You know what? That could be a possible. I'm going to try turning off the noise gate and seeing if that stops the cutting out. It's working now? Okay, excellent. Alright, so yeah, the second choice was that they could accelerate things by basically giving their blessing to the people who were already running the Hololive fan channels over on Bilibili, and now those fan channels and the volunteer groups that operated them would be considered officially part of Hololive. Now, on the plus side, this would basically bypass all of the problems that they had to do with it crossing over, passing through red tape, having to make sure that you have dedicating resources from Japan in order to run them. However, the cost of doing this was that they had less direct oversight over how those channels were run. Now, as you can probably predict, at this point in time, Hololive was greeted with an opportunity. They kind of wanted to get the ball rolling, and so quite predictably, they went for option two, giving their blessing to the fan groups that already existed and were already operating the Hololive talent channels on Bilibili to just continue doing their thing. And so, what was established was a sort of collaborative relationship between the Chinese fans of Hololive and the company itself. And over the course of this time, when Hololive was gaining cultural significance in China, Chinese fans would start engaging in spreading the good word of the company and its talents as well. Because among the first people to start making translated clips of the Hololive talents, or at least clips that were translated into English, were, in fact, some of the Chinese. One of the biggest English-subbed clip channels that cropped up at the time was a channel called Hololive Moments, which was run by a team of Chinese fans. And, they would post some clips that some of the older Holo fans among you might recognize. When Matsuri meets Loli Fubuki, here's Suisei, Natsuhiro Matsuri, Wolf of Wall Street, Uruha Rusha discovers a button that increases a bust size, etc., etc. And these clips would attract sometimes millions, sometimes hundreds of thousands of views. And when it came to spreading Hololive and the word of Hololive over to the West, well, the fact that these clips coincided with, 2019, early 2020, this was the ideal time for the West to begin gaining an interest in Hololive, because 2020 was the year that everyone was locked indoors. God, that's a blast from the past. Yeah. I wasn't around for this personally, but I went digging through some archives to see if I could find some of these clips, because for reasons we'll get into in a second, this channel no longer really exists and all the content on it is gone. Michael Laura, think about the 5. Ah yes, China, the country that would love our Dragon Girl the most. I'm sure they will. Talent does innocuous but arguably ill-advised thing on social media. Yeah. Funny how history has a tendency of repeating itself, Magdalenas. In any case, now, naturally, of course, the Chinese weren't the only people making translated clips, right? There were also other clip channels from around this time period that ended up emerging. Virtuals translated, Liger VTuber translations, Hololive, etc. cuts. Some of these channels are actually still active today, by the way. But again, among the most widespread were Chinese-made clips. They were a pretty significant fan force or volunteer force when it came to making content for Hololive and trying to make that more accessible to audiences that didn't speak Japanese. Fast forward to around later half of 2019, all the way into early 2020, and Hololive decided that they had established enough of a presence on Chinese soil among Chinese internet audiences to actually open up an entirely new branch. Starting from September 2019, Hololive would create Hololive China, and between September of 2019 and April of 2020, they would debut a total of 6 talents. The first 3 being Yogiri, Sivia, and Spade Echo, who would be later on part of Gen 1, and then followed by Gen 2, consisting of Doris, Rosalind, and Artia. Now, in addition to actually establishing a formal branch on Chinese soil, Hololive's talents would also receive a steady influx of new opportunities, acknowledgement, and essentially reward for continuing to grow on Bilibili specifically. For example, you have things like Fubuki's new outfit, which she received as a reward as a celebration, I should say, for hitting 1 million followers on Bilibili. If I remember correctly, I believe that Fubuki hit 1 million on Bilibili before she hit that on YouTube. Though I might need someone else to confirm that in chat, who's an older Hololive fan. In addition to that, Hololive themselves as a company would also manage to receive a collaboration from none other than Azure Lane themselves. Some Chinese gacha company, a lot of you will probably know about them. And finally, Hololive's talents would regularly be invited to events that were hosted on Bilibili, like for example the VUP stage. Yes? Okay, good. So I did remember that one correctly. Okay, so safe to say that at this particular point in time, the relationship between Hololive, Bilibili, and China was a deeply symbiotic one. Hololive was not just a presence, but a force when it came to how the Chinese people conceived of and or enjoyed VTubing, both as a medium and as an industry. And when it came to foreign expansion, the establishment of Hololive China came before any of their other foreign branches that emerged since, even before Hololive Indonesia and Hololive EN. So, for Hololive, essentially, Hololive China was not just a new branch, but it was in fact, arguably, a proof of concept, an example that if they were to try to expand into an overseas audience, they could actually pull it off by establishing a whole new branch, establishing whole new audiences that enjoy their existing talents, as well as trying to expand their talent and or staff pool in a new region of the world. Hololive China proved that not only was it desirable, but it was actually feasible to expand outside of Japan, that there was a market for VTubing that was not constrained to just the domestic Japanese market. However, at this particular point in time, when we look at Hololive, the way that it existed as a company, specifically in reference to Hololive China and how it managed to cross over into the Chinese audience on the internet. If we do a very basic analysis of Hololive as a company, basic SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity, threat analysis of Hololive, in the way that it stood in reference to China at this point, few things stand out about, well, the way that the possible things that Hololive could do, and also the things that Hololive should potentially have prepared for as a company, seeing as they were dealing with a country like China. In terms of strengths, what Hololive had access to, what they benefited from, was a very dedicated fan community. Like I said before, a lot of Hololive's initial impetus, well actually all of Hololive's initial impetus in China was not actually due to the company's conscious effort, but rather because of the efforts of fans that happened to live there already. Second, widely loved talents. Their talents were immensely popular even well outside of Japan and their initial target audience of Japanese VTuber fans. Third, momentum and initiative, and also luck. Hololive was on a hot streak. Not only were they the first VTubing company to establish a major foothold in China, but they were also, as a result of that, being swarmed with a deluge of opportunities and people asking for partnerships, companies asking for partnerships, like Azure Lane. In terms of their opportunities, this new market also basically, like I said just then, proved to them that they could expand into foreign markets, and especially English-speaking ones, because now it was very evident, based off of the way that English-translated clips were performing on YouTube, that there was an interest. Who knows, maybe they could expand over there, and maybe people who watched clips might even watch streams. Second, China also presented an extra revenue source and a hiring pool. Again, if you want to operate in a new region, that new region has people in it that might be good to work with and could potentially bring something new to the table that your current hiring pool might lack. And finally, they have access to more branded sponsors and collaborations because, of course, and also because of the fact that when it comes to establishing rapport with Chinese companies in particular, it can be very difficult if you don't already have a strong presence in China or a strong rapport with Chinese audiences. Chinese companies can tend to be a little insular in terms of the ways in which they interact with other companies overseas, or from overseas, I should say. However, in terms of weaknesses, Hololive at this point still had a bit of a lack of personnel. Didn't have a lot of people that they could allocate to managing a whole bunch of different areas of operating their business, especially between two countries. I would imagine that the strain that puts on a company's operation is a little bit higher than just operating within one country. Second, obviously, because Hololive is Japanese, they have a rather obvious disconnect from Chinese culture and idiosyncrasies. Now, I don't think I need to explain too much why Japanese people might have a little bit of a disconnect with Chinese people, or why China in general might have a little bit of disconnect with Japan. However, safe to say that because of the history that those two countries share, there is always going to be the risk that perhaps one of them gets the idea, or one of their governments decides to get the idea, to do a little bit of posturing towards the other. And finally, at this point in time, because of Hololive's relatively small size, especially compared to the way that exists now, the company also exhibited a lack of complexity or robustness in terms of protocols and procedure. In other words, when it came to anticipating and or making plans for how to respond to hypothetical scenarios, possible challenges that may arise, possible threats that may arise over the course of operating in this new foreign market, Hololive did not really have the capacity to really anticipate those things, and it had even less capacity to adapt in a, shall we say, graceful manner. A lot of what they were doing was kind of making shit up on the fly. And finally, in terms of threats, when you are operating in a foreign market, especially when you're operating in China specifically, one of the things that you're going to have to be quite careful of is Chinese cultural sensitivities. Now, there's a big one that starts with the letter T, ends with N, and we're going to be talking about it in a second. But safe to say, whenever you're operating in some sort of market that is different to the one that you are based in, you need to be very careful about things like cultural taboos or sore points when it comes to, history, society, politics, etc. And speaking of politics, the second threat that was obviously presented by operating in China, this is something that every company trying to do business in China has to essentially deal with, is governmental posturing and shifting policy. Basically, is the Chinese government going to be in a foul mood one week or another, or do they have to score points with the populace when it comes to asserting their own competence as a ruling body? Sometimes, for seemingly no reason at all, they will suddenly take an antagonistic position towards one of their neighbors, and as a result, any businesses that happen to be based in one of those neighboring countries tends to get a little screwed over on short notice. And then finally, as I mentioned before, in exchange for being able to establish their presence, get more momentum, get the ball rolling sooner when it comes to expanding into China, Hololive had given up the ability to take direct control and maintain direct oversight on how their channels were doing on Bilibili. Those channels were operated by fan groups fan groups that were, at this time, very dedicated to making sure that Hololive succeeded both in China and outside of China. But fan groups nonetheless. These were not people who were paid by Cover, and as a result, Cover was going to have a hard time if they were to try to tell them to do something that they didn't want to do. Ivan Ivers, thank you for the 2. As a business owner of 6 years, I have never done SWAT. See, this is the kind of thing, right? If your business is fine, usually people don't think about doing this. But if you're proving a point or you're trying to show something about how a business operates, then that's when SWOT analyses can actually kind of be useful, right? Just a weave, thank you for being a Footstool for 6 months. Half a year of the chair, not a minute I regret. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you for staying with me for that long. I hope you enjoy your stay for quite a deal longer. So this is the conventional way that you would usually try to go about analyzing a business and where it stands in reference to, its market or its demographics or whatever, right? This is how you usually, you go in a business, you go in as a consultant or whatever. The business asks you, oh, okay, can you tell us something about ourselves that we don't know already? And one of the first boxes that you probably tick off if you're going by the books is something that looks like this, right? You look at their strengths, their weaknesses, their opportunities, their threats. However, when it comes to understanding how entertainment businesses work, I find that SWOT is a little unimaginative. I find that it's a little limited. I find it doesn't really get across the point, or more precisely, I find that it doesn't do a great job of actually showing how these companies don't usually just operate off of straightforward metrics like number of personnel or audience size / demographic size, or things that could be measured like revenue or financial capital. Instead, one of the things that I am more curious about trying to convey and trying to analyze is a company's access to more intangible forms of capital, or in other words, social capital, right? A resource that isn't really that easily measured in terms of bodies or dollars or numbers in general. And for that purpose, I want to build off of something that we talked about, I think, 2-3 weeks ago, when I mentioned that when it comes to running a company, companies usually, in entertainment at least, in entertainment industries, companies usually operate off of more than just money, more than just personnel. They also operate off of social capital, or, to put it crudely, clout. How well regarded are they? How much are they liked? How much are they thought of? How much are they talked about? All of these things feed into a company's ability to continue operating when the industry in which they operate happens to be entertainment. And so, when it comes to analyzing, how much clout a company has, there are two ways of, I would argue that there are two ways of measuring how much social capital a company has at its fingertips. Or more specifically, the social capital or the clout that a company has access to can be broken up into two broad categories. One of them being prominence, in other words, just their general profile, measured in terms of attention and popularity. How many eyeballs do they have on them? What's their general mind share, meaning how often do people think of them as opposed to their competitors? And finally, how much presence do they have in discussions about the industry or discussions about the product that they sell? How often are they talked about? Now, the second category of social capital, second broad category of social capital, is prestige. Now, as opposed to how prominence is just a measure of how often people think or talk or see you, right, or know about you, prestige is a measure of how well you are regarded, right? Have you demonstrated competence? Have you contributed to the community? And how complex are your operations? How robust are your protocols? How well trained are your staff? And how prepared are you for shit to go sideways? Now, when you break up the concept of how much clout a company has, you look at it through the lens of prominence versus prestige. The reason why I break it up in this manner is because they have rather different effects on how people outside of the company tend to interact with it. Now, when it comes to prominence, when it comes to a company that is known by a lot of people, right? Just the state of being known, but not necessarily well liked. The effect of prominence is usually that it almost creates like a kind of bounty on your head, right? where the more prominent you are, the more incentive there is for people to scrutinize what it is you are doing. And as a result of more people scrutinizing what you're doing, there's also a greater incentive for people to attack your company or criticize your company. Because since more people know about you, if you are the one to expose some sort of wrongdoing or injustice or inadequacy, then you stand to gain more in terms of attention and eyeballs on yourself as the person doing the exposing. It's, pretty self-explanatory. We see this dynamic all the time on social media. However, by contrast, prestige tends to have the opposite effect, where it establishes a little bit of a deterrent effect on criticism or scrutiny or attack. Because the more prestige a company possesses, the more prestige an entity possesses, especially on social media, the more it tends to resist scrutiny and or attack, because people who are invested in them already tend to trust them more. If you possess more prestige, not only is that more people who are less likely to take seriously mere allegations that you're doing something wrong, but those same people are also more likely to try and speak up on your behalf, try to defend you in some way from criticism or attack. So, as a result, kind of quantity versus quality, not quite the same thing, not quite that dichotomy. But both of these factors play into one another in the sense that usually, as a company becomes more prestigious, it also becomes more prominent. And usually whenever a company increases in prominence, they try to increase in prestige as well. Usually when it comes to doing business and entertainment, you don't just want people to know your name, you also want people to be willing to become invested in you. You also want people to be willing to, essentially like you more often than not. Hence why prestige is an important resource for companies to build up, in spite of it not quite being the same as money. So, when you look at the way that Hololive stood in reference to China at the moment, when you look at Hololive's actual presence in China, you can make the argument that at this point in time they were both very prominent and they were also very prestigious. They were very well liked in Hololive. They were the VTubing company with the biggest presence in Hololive. And as a result, you had a lot of eyeballs on them, but you also had a lot of respect being directed towards Hololive. However, the thing is, it's not as straightforward as just a lot of people like Hololive in China, therefore they must automatically possess a lot of prestige. Because remember that in the event of criticism or attack or scrutiny, you are going to be reliant on the people who are currently invested in you to speak up in your defense. And sometimes when it comes to, the different groups that you expect to speak up in your defense, not all of them are going to be on the same page, right? And when you look at the presence that Hololive had in China, a good deal of that presence wasn't actually Hololive themselves or people who were directly beholden to Hololive. A good deal of those were Chinese fan groups. What that meant is when you look at it like this, you could very easily tell that quite a bit of Hololive's prestige in China was a little bit inflated, beyond the point of what they would be able to accomplish if it was just the company acting on its own. A good deal of that prestige came directly from the work and respect, public respect, I should say, of the fans that were trying to facilitate that expansion in the first place, before Hololive gave them their blessing to operate in an official capacity. And as a result, when it came to deterring and or defending from scrutiny and or attack, a lot of Hololive relied upon, when it came to defending from those things on the Chinese front, Hololive quite significantly depended on its fan groups to go along with it, right? Yeah, Robin, exactly what we talked about 2 weeks ago. It was essentially borrowed prestige, because so long as Hololive remained beholden to those fan groups, the allegiance of those fan groups would be an essential component in actually being able to utilize that prestige. If, for example, those fan groups stopped being aligned with Hololive, they would rapidly and almost instantly lose a good deal of their ability to defend against scrutiny or attack. And as it turns out, that assumption would end up being stress tested about 2-3 years into their forays into China, when on September 24th to 25, 2020, two talents from Hololive's Japanese branch, Hachama and Coco, would end up committing a little bit of a taboo in the eyes of Chinese citizens, or I should say netizens. On the 24th of September, Hachima pulled up a bunch of YouTube analytics, basically, going through them in front of her audience. And in those analytics, one of the things that was shown was the fact that this was entirely without her intervention, by the way. According to the analytics as presented by YouTube, China and Taiwan were listed as separate countries, and the percentages of her audience that came from either one were counted separately from one another. The very next day, over the course of, well, actually, if I remember correctly, I think less than 12 hours afterwards, Coco would go live, go through her YouTube analytics, and do much of the same, end up showing YouTube analytics that displayed Taiwan as a separate country from China. And when these two talents did that, people in China collectively lost their shit. This ended up becoming something approaching an international incident, with actual news channels, Chinese news channels, reporting on the fact that you had two talents from a major entertainment company operating out of Japan in China that had shown that, oh no, Taiwan is not actually counted as being part of China. Taiwan is being shown as a separate country from China. Now, for those of you who might not quite be familiar with why this is such a sore spot, for Chinese nationalists specifically, current day Chinese national identity is, well, arguably, it is founded on, amongst other things, being really, really bad at international conflict, or just major conflicts in general. If you think about modern history, China lost a trade war with the British, they were traumatized by the Japanese, and they even lost their own civil war because the communists ended up winning that one. So, China has gone through a lot of L's, to put it as the kids would say. And as a way of kind of compensating for that, contemporary Chinese national identity is very much based upon the idea of no longer bowing before another power, or no longer bowing before specifically foreign powers. And a lot of that, a lot of being able to assert that hinges upon being able to deny concessions, right? And the thing about Taiwan is that Taiwan is a concession. And as a result, it is something that threatens the integrity of that national identity that China holds, and it's a very touchy subject for that exact reason. So wherever possible, the Chinese government will try to essentially force any foreign company operating in China or trying to target a Chinese audience to comply with that underlying assumption, that underlying need to hold up the idea that Taiwan is a part of China, that concession hasn't been made. And so long as companies abide by that, usually the Chinese government will, once a bunch of other regulations have been satisfied, usually the Chinese government will just give them their blessing and they get to operate without any additional trouble. However, the moment that a company commits a gaffe like this, it may seem like a very trivial thing to you or I, because, we come from cultures that are quite removed from Chinese mainlanders, or at least we maybe have been raised in cultures that are quite removed from Chinese mainlanders. For them, it is a very big deal and a point of national pride, and you could make the argument that if you go back far enough in history, national shame as well. So, again, this might seem minor to us, but for the Chinese, this was a big deal. And their reaction proved it, because they chimped the fuck out. Now, in response to this chimping the fuck out, Hololive looked at this. They looked at the amount of outrage that was pouring out from Chinese social media, from Bilibili. You had, the mod teams, the volunteer translator teams that were running the Bilibili channels for the talents, getting in open revolt, basically saying, fuck you, how could you betray China like this? How could you disrespect the Chinese people like this? Don't you know how much work that we as a demographic have put into making your company succeed over in China? How hard we've been trying to make things work, etc., etc. Hololive is a company that just doesn't respect the Chinese, etc., etc. So, in response to seeing a lot of the Chinese netizens and nationalists and antis chimp the fuck out, Hololive decided to very quickly put together a bunch of public statements to put out on social media, trying to put down the put out the fire, suppress the flames, etc., etc. Now, the first two sets of statements that everyone ended up seeing, or most people ended up seeing, were the Japanese and the English statements, because they made one of each. Now, when you look at the Japanese statement, well, I put those two statements together because the English one is almost certainly just a deep L translation of the Japanese one. When you hold the two up side by side, it's pretty much word for word the same thing. So when you take the Japanese statement, you translate it over into English. It reads as follows, quote, regarding issues concerning certain remarks made during broadcasts by our agency's talents, we sincerely thank you for your continued support of Hololive Production, the VTuber agency we operate. We hereby report on the inappropriate remarks currently being discussed that were made during broadcasts by Hololive talents Akai Hato and Kiryu Koko. First, we sincerely apologize to our fans and all related parties for the concern and inconvenience caused. We also deeply regret the delay in issuing this report while we confirm the facts regarding the current situation. We have verified the facts with the relevant parties and Akai Hato and Kiryu Koko. As a result, we have confirmed that both individuals disclosed confidential information, specifically their own YouTube channel statistics, and engaged in secondary use of this data during live streams on their personal YouTube channels. By the way, could I just check with any Hololive fans that are in the chat? Was this the first time that a Hololive talent had been given some sort of penalty or Hololive said that they had showed confidential information just for showing YouTube analytics on stream? Because that's something I am a little curious about. National pride is an excuse to harass someone? Oh, I agree. However, it is something, again, things like this are the result of cultural sensitivities that are unique and idiosyncratic to the specific culture you're looking at. For China, the sore point in question is Taiwan. This is the first I remember? Okay. Go just get another to confirm. No idea, probably not. Probably a first, yeah? Okay. Getting mixed responses, so I'll end up looking at the VOD and going through accordingly. Statement almost ended my interest in VTubing only after watching it for like 2 months. Huh, interesting. As far as I remember, yeah. Okay. I think more people are saying that this seems to be the first time that Hololive has actually penalized the talent for showing YouTube analytics on stream, or referring to YouTube analytics as confidential information. However, to continue, specifically their own YouTube channel statistics, and engaged in secondary use of this data during live stream on their personal YouTube channels. Secondary use basically means using it for the purposes of stream content. The only person that got punished for confidentiality to my memory before was Hitomi Chris. Huh, okay, interesting. I don't believe that was because she pulled up YouTube analytics on stream or anything like that. One of the things Chris was canned for was breaking confidentiality. Yeah. Other talents had spoken about analytics before? Okay. I see. But to continue, furthermore, we have confirmed that their comments during the live streams lack consideration for individuals residing in certain regions. Currently, our company is implementing and strengthening compliance training for our talents based on internal guidelines. While this incident was not intentional and did not reflect the individual's true intention, it is a fact that their actions, including the disclosure of non-public information and statements lacking consideration for nationalism, violated our guidelines and contractual obligations. So, one thing I want you guys to note about this particular statement is the order in which the grievances are presented. So, when you're talking about penalizing a talent, naturally you're going to have to justify why you're doing that. Or the assumption is that you're going to provide some sort of reason as to why you think that your talent has done something wrong. What Hololive did in this particular case was they presented two reasons. One, breach of confidentiality, which they presented first, and the second being saying things that might be insensitive to people living in certain regions of the world. Most likely, certainly, referring to Chinese nationalists. No, it wasn't, but it was a lack of confidentiality. Okay, that makes sense. So, when it comes to writing up a notice like this, usually the order in which you would present the reasons for disciplining your talent reflect the degree of severity for those respective reasons, right? So when Hololive released the statement, the first thing they brought up was breaking confidentiality. Ergo, by implication, breaking confidentiality could be safely assumed to be the more severe violation of the two, the primary concern that got Hololive's attention, with the whole saying something that offends nationalism being secondary to that one. Again, purely by virtue of the structure of the contents of this particular statement. But to continue, we take their actions, which demonstrated a lack of awareness, responsibility regarding the position of influence, very seriously. Considering the circumstances, we've decided that Akai Hato and Kiryu Koko will voluntarily suspend their talent activities for 3 weeks due to violations of our guidelines and contract terms. We will subsequently implement thorough guideline education. As their agency, we sincerely acknowledge this issue during the process of strengthening... Let me just enlarge in this. My eyes are not quite what they used to be. We sincerely acknowledge that this issue occurred during the process of strengthening guideline education. We will henceforth exercise greater care in guiding our talents and implementing measures to prevent recurrence, striving diligently to earn the trust of our fans and stakeholders. We sincerely appreciate your continued support and patronage of our company and talents. Signed September 27, 2020 by Cover Inc. and specifically Yagu himself. So, voluntarily. So you see, the interesting thing is a lot of you guys in chat picked up on the voluntarily thing. And I agree that, it is more than possible that maybe they were told to take a break. However, if you had asked me about, 2 years ago, what I would have thought of suspending the talents in the wake of something like this, I would have immediately said, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. However, after 2 years of actually looking at similar events like this, and especially after having actually looked through what some of the VODs and chats of various talents at various companies look like after they've gone through some sort of a controversy, or if they're going through some sort of concerted brigading attempt, even by a group, let alone an entire country, basically. I can understand that it may be... I've now come around to the view that maybe it's not as simple as just suspension equals bad. Because, from what I can see of this, I could easily see the argument that it was just as much to try and get heat off of the talent in question, as much as it was some kind of penalty. And so I'm no longer nearly as black and white on it as I was if you had asked me around 2 years ago. Because, spoiler alert, taking a 3-week break didn't really do much to dissuade people from coming back and shitting up Coco's chats. Hachima less so, but Coco, very, very obviously, that was a concern that both the talent and the company would likely have. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Hololive did end up releasing an English version of that same Japanese statement. However, this was pretty much word for word the exact same thing as this was pretty much the exact same thing as a DeepL translation of the Japanese statement in and of itself. So, for the purposes of this stream, I don't really see the need in going through it because, again, feel free to look through the slides on your own after the stream is done to just confirm this, but for the most part, they are basically the same. And as a result of that, you can argue that these statements were made with the intention of being aimed at an audience that had a similar sense of priority. The first grievance that was brought up by Hololive, the first thing that they were ostensibly being penalized for, was, quote unquote, divulging confidential YouTube channel analytics information on their respective live streams, followed by talking about how certain statements that they made were insensitive to certain nationalities. So that little bit of structuring when it comes to presenting information in that statement remains consistent and the same between the English statement and the Japanese statement. And for that reason, I'm classing them as being basically one-to-one with one another. However, from this, the takeaway is that JP and Ian audiences were told very clearly that this was happening, that they were, the talents in question, two talents, Hato and Coco, were being penalized because they breached confidentiality and were insensitive to residents of certain regions / nationalities. It was phrased as a privacy concern and a cultural sensitivity concern. And I want to make that very clear, cultural sensitivity concern. Right now, based off of these two statements, you would have no idea that there was some sort of diplomatic and or political incident that was driving all of the negative response among Chinese netizens towards Coco and Hachima. The same cannot be said, however, for the statement that they released to the Chinese audience, because, among other things, when they posted the Chinese statement onto Bilibili and onto Twitter as well, they led with the following caption, quote, "Billy Limited Editions cover always respects China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, respects the China-Japan Joint Declaration and the China-Japan Peace and Friendship Treaty, and firmly supports One Chinese principle," or more accurate translation being the One China principle. Now, yeah, you can see what happened. Well, it's pretty obvious, right? What Hololive had now done is they had released one statement that was designed to be tailored to the Japanese and English-speaking audience, and one that was designed to be tailored to the Chinese audience. And, like I said before, the order in which you present the penalties and the grievances reflects the order in which you want to present, the severity that you want to end up presenting alongside it, right? In the case of the JP and EN statements, the first problem that was presented in the statement was the issue of confidentiality being breached, followed by cultural sensitivity. Here, it's quite unambiguous as to what the primary concern in the eyes of the Japanese, in terms of Hololive's communication with the Chinese audience was. It was expressing deference towards China's sovereignty, expressing that they are very on board with the China-Japan Joint Declaration and the China-Japan Peace and Friendship Treaty, basically whole bunch of diplomatic treaties that existed between China and Japan at the time, and finally that they were willing to concede and defer to and uphold the One China policy. This was the company basically bending the knee to national politics, going, look, I get it, you have this policy, you have this rhetoric, you have this doctrine, we're going to go along with it, we believe in it too, just, don't kick us out, don't kill us, whatever, right? And, as you can probably imagine, this didn't really end up going down very well. Because if you actually look at some of the comments, some of the replies that fans and viewers were leaving under these announcements, leaving under these posts, Hololive was essentially getting spit roasted on both ends. Take, for example, this comment left on Twitter by an angry fan. "Respect the feelings of China people. How about respect the feelings of Taiwan people? Disappointed, Yago." Then on Reddit, "The absolute state of the world right now. This is idiotic. Talk about a fucking persecution complex. I really hope Hololive doesn't pick China over Coco. It would be such a betrayal for everything she's done for them." And then followed by another user saying, "Imagine literally just reading the word Taiwan off of a Google Analytics page and then having this happen. What the fuck?" And then, of course, you have another user on Twitter stating, "I've been trying my best not to cause trouble with the person I like, but the more I think about it, the more angry I am now. Now I have changed all my personal information, and my attention has been doubled with her, and I cannot let myself go. Kiryu Coco, I hate you all my life. Even if you graduated from being a VTuber, as long as you live on the internet for a day, I will diss you to the end of the world. Endless death. Let you taste my anger and pain." So both the Chinese and Western fans and the Chinese antis were angry at Hololive, albeit for different reasons. Now, when we actually break down this statement, or these statements, I should say, that Hololive had tried to release in order to placate both demographics of their audience, both broad demographics of their audience, when it comes to actually evaluating the effectiveness of the statement and how well it was written, we can once again revisit one of the roots of this channel, one of the basics of PR. The 3 criteria that you use to judge the effectiveness, general effectiveness of every PR statement that you could ever think to put out. And those 3 criteria are timeliness / proactivity. How quickly are you able to respond to a situation and how prepared are you for it? Clarity. Does your communication reflect your intent, both in context and in contents? In other words, does it make sense when you put it up in its environment, relative to its environment, and does it make sense if you look at it in a vacuum? And then finally, professionalism, the ability to adhere to a moral or ethical framework while conducting business. Or, if you are a cynic, like myself, how good are you at faking morality in spite being a company? Now, when we evaluate Hololive's statement through the lenses of these 3 criterion, what you manage to discover is it doesn't really seem to look like, at this point at least, that Hololive really knew what they were doing. Take, for example, timeliness. Now, in between when the statement was made and when the incident happened on between September 24th and 25th, and when the statements were formally posted on September 27th, you had about 2 days lapsing, depending on whether you count from when Hato accidentally streamed the Taiwan thing or when Coco accidentally streamed the Taiwan thing. 2 days in terms of making a company statement isn't really a bad response time. Ideally, it would be within 24 hours if it is a negative reaction or response of this magnitude, but hey, 2 days isn't all that bad. However, remember that quickness is not the only measure of how timely a response is, or how worthy a PR strategy is for that matter. Because the other thing that you have to look at is proactivity. How prepared are you in order to answer or respond to a situation that is cropping up in real time? And the thing is, when we try to examine the proactivity that Hololive had exhibited in terms of preparing for an eventuality like this, what you end up seeing is that although Hololive had now been operating in China for about over half a year or something, they'd certainly been a presence in China for more than a year, albeit an unofficial one. But they had been operating in China for a few months now, and China, to put it mildly, is pretty notorious on a worldwide scale for being this rabidly nationalistic about Taiwan specifically, Taiwan and the One China principle specifically. So when you look at this, Hololive had a lot of reason, had a lot of incentive to try and prepare for this particular eventuality. However, when you look at their response, that's not exactly something that screams preparedness, because the next criteria that we're going to be evaluating this, about a year, about 2 years unofficially, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, 1 year is arguably plenty of time to formally prepare for something like this, for a chimp out for the sake of preserving national pride and specifically revolving around Taiwan being regarded as a separate country. And so, when you actually try to examine the clarity of Hololive's statements, something you can do is when you actually try to look at the statements in a vacuum, right, independently of one another, they're not actually all that bad. If all you were looking at was each statement in isolation, right? you can very easily see that the statements are designed to be tailored to different demographics that might have different concerns and different priorities. Their ENJP statement was focused around things like breaching confidentiality, which is something that a lot of Japanese VTubing audiences will sympathize with and or understand the importance of cracking down on, and they also mention cultural sensitivity, which is something that in the West people tend to be very hold as a very high priority to deal with, etc., etc. as well. So again, you can look at this statement and go, okay, it's actually quite clear and it's actually quite tailored for the specific audience that it's being aimed at. Same thing goes for the statement that was aimed primarily at the Chinese netizens, which went on and on about how much HoloLive as a company respects things like China and Japan's treaties with one another, as well as, you know, articulating, expressing a deference to the one China policy upon which China bases most of its national identity in modern times. And so, if we were to look at these two statements in isolation, if it were the case that these audiences would also be consuming these statements and their content in isolation, then you could arguably say that HoloLive didn't actually do anything that bad with the statements. There was, however, one problem, and that problem was to do with the medium they were using to communicate, which was social media. On social media, you don't deal with discrete audiences. You don't deal with audiences that consume your content in isolation from one another. Quite the opposite. On social media, when you communicate with an audience, what you are dealing with is not a regular audience, but a networked audience. And the difference between a networked audience and a regular audience is that a networked audience can talk amongst themselves. They're not just listening to what you have to say or watching what you're trying to do on television or on the radio. You are actively consuming content while you have very, very easy access to other people who are simultaneously consuming that content. Sort of in a similar way as how each of you guys in chat are able to type and, end up sending something that I might read and something that the other chatters might read at the same time. You can interact with other people in chat just as much as you can interact with me. And so, as a result of this, when HoloLive ended up putting out two different statements that were worded differently in order to be accommodating to two different demographics, the problem was, because they posted both of these statements out to a networked audience, that audience started speaking amongst themselves and started comparing notes. And once they realized that HoloLive had essentially sent out different statements depending on which demographic they were, rather than one of those two groups deciding that they had been given the one true interpretation of the statement, both of those groups decided that HoloLive was trying to pull a fast one on them. The fans got mad because it looked like the company was trying to punish talents without them knowing, and that they were doing so for what appeared to them to be a rather non-significant and stupid reason of, just showing Taiwan on screen because it was listed that way in the YouTube analytics. Whereas the Chinese antis and the Chinese nationalists were angry at HoloLive because they thought that HoloLive was trying to skimp out on penalizing the talents, that HoloLive had not been severe enough on their punishment, and that HoloLive had just tried to mollify them by saying that they expressed deference to the one China policy, without actually doing anything to penalize the talents that caused that upset to begin with, or specifically Coco and what she did. And when you take two different audiences together, you smush them together, you force them to react to the same thing at the same time, what you get is a phenomenon that we've talked about on stream before. Context collapse. The convergence of multiple audiences from different contexts upon a single message and at the same time. As a result of this context collapse, both fan bases, both sides of the fan base exploded. Both the Chinese nationalists, Chinese antis, and the Western and the JP fans were absolutely pissed at HoloLive because each one thought that they had been deceived in order to facilitate HoloLive's pandering to the other. And so, in trying to please both parties at the same time, what HoloLive had effectively done is, in stating, their priorities as being competence and cultural sensitivity in one statement, while stating their priorities to be deference to political policy in the other, all that they managed to succeed in doing is pissing off both of those parties. Because yes, they hold different priorities, but those different sets of priorities are incompatible with one another. What the HoloLive fans on the JP and EN side of the industry were trying to, what they were concerned with first and foremost was the talent's well-being. What they wanted was reassurance that the talents were going to be okay. They'd started to see that, there were people who were attacking both Hachima and Coco, and especially Coco, over this incident. And as a result, what they wanted to be able to do was gain some sense of affirmation or comfort that, yeah, HoloLive still cared about their talents and would make sure they were looked after. What they got instead was a statement going, yeah, they leaked confidential information and they were culturally insensitive, which again, some parts of the JP or EN audience might be sympathetic to. But then they were confronted with a statement that was basically HoloLive kowtowing to regional politics and regional cultural taboos. And as a result, they were grossly disappointed because it looked like HoloLive had basically sold out and, sold the well-being of their talent in order to try and play nice with the angry and belligerent Chinese fan base. On the other side of the aisle, you had the Chinese fan base, or the nationalistic portions of the Chinese fan base, who were incredibly angry at HoloLive because they realized that, hold on, where is the bit about the one China policy in your statement to the JP and EN audiences? Why didn't you say that over there? Why'd you only say this to us? And as a result, they concluded that HoloLive was only pandering to them, that they didn't actually mean it when they said that a Japanese entertainment company, a Japanese tech-turned-VTuber company, tech company turned VTuber agency, that they personally did not actually give a shit about the One China policy or the China-Japan treaties, and they weren't taking Coco's head for showing Taiwan as a separate thing from China. And so they started chimping out as well. And by the end of this entire affair, this disastrous attempt at placating both sides, HoloLive essentially ended up alienating both as well. And when I say that the Chinese portions of the HoloLive fanbase started chimping out, I didn't just mean the ones that were in China or the ones that were running the channels out of China. No, I also mean the Chinese fanbase that was focused on expanding or delivering HoloLive contents to overseas EN audiences as well. Case in point, and this is the most infamous example that is cited even today, being from none other than HoloLive Moments, one of the biggest EN subbed clip channels and the one that was run by a team of Chinese people, who stated in a huge long post on YouTube on September 28th, quote, "Dear viewers, we will stop updating and private all of our videos. We are not pleased with Cover's announcement regarding the punishment of Coco and Hato on Monday. The punishment is unfair, too heavy for Hato and too light for Coco. Cover didn't understand the influence Coco created and showed no professionalism in solving related problems. We are very upset and confused by Coco's reaction to her violation of the streaming agreement. Her violation created several bad effects." Now, the reason why Chinese fans were going so hard on Coco and were essentially, in almost as much as they were saying that you should be harsher on Coco, they were also saying you should be more accommodating to Hachima, is because to many of the Chinese netizens, Hachima showing Taiwan and China as separate countries was an accident. However, because of the close proximity between when Hachima did that and when Coco did that, less than 12 hours in between, a lot of Chinese netizens interpreted what Coco did as being deliberate. Now, funny thing is, people on both sides of the fan base believe that, right? People on the Chinese side of the fan base believe that Coco did it to spite the Chinese people and to disrespect the validity of the One China principle and policy. Whereas people on the West side of things and people on the JP side of the fan base tended to assume that it was deliberate, but Kiryu Coco was doing this in a sort of way, to sort of sacrifice herself, to draw attention and thus harassment and criticism and scrutiny away from Hachima by, just doing it herself. Now, obviously, across both of these groups, it has now become pretty much basically canon that what Kiryu Coco did was deliberate, although partially because of the fact that the Chinese portions of the fanbase that were pissed at Coco have now left the Hololive fanbase for the most part. It has now become the dominant theory in retrospect that yes, it was a deliberate attempt to draw attention away from Hachima, and that this was Coco performing an act of personal sacrifice. There's a pretty small group of antis organizing in a Chinese forum that kept their little army angry for so long. That makes sense. But yeah, the outrage does bear all of the hallmarks of being essentially gay ops, right? A very organized attempt at trying to create what seemed like a very strong sense of outrage. Sorry, give me a second. Trying to grab a little drink of water. Sorry. I feel like I'm a little less practiced at talking for extended periods than I was when I started streaming. All right, so to continue with the Hololive moment statement, they then list off a whole bunch of different grievances with the way that Coco dealt with things, supposedly. 1. Hololive's proxy streams are forced to stop. 2. Many Hololive talents' income got impacted significantly. 3. It jeopardized Hololive's business relationship with Bilibili, which caused huge financial loss for both Bilibili and Cover. This may influence all future business collabs, because it wasn't just the fanbase that was in revolt in China. Hololive had also been cut off by collaborative partnerships such as with companies like Azure Lane. And finally, thousands of content creators were disappointed and chose to leave the community. Still, we hope Cover could solve the problem properly. However, the announcement on Monday proved that Hololive has no interest in changing anything. Time to time, their announcements are all the same, and it demonstrates they have no idea what is really going on. Our Chinese members, including all our members from Chinese Hong Kong and Chinese Taipei, are disappointed with Coco and Cover, who ignore China's territorial integrity and feeling of Chinese viewers. We are disappointed because of Coco's negligence in her colleague's career. We are also disappointed with Cover, who repeated the same mistake over and over and showed little evidence about improvement. Thus, Hololive Moments will stop updating and private all of our videos before Cover could make an announcement that satisfied all of us. And now we need to give a shout out to our Bilibili friends who have suffered so much discrimination, and they need the respect they deserve. Paid Republic. Lamau can't be serious. Again, this seems like something completely alien and foreign to us, because we are looking at this from the perspective of a completely different cultural background for the most part. Western culture does not really get what it is like to get this upset over a territory being called a country or vice versa. And so we look at something like this and we look at it why found your national identity on this? This seems a little insecure, etc., etc., etc. And again, to us it looks weird, but to them it's a big deal for social, cultural, historical reasons, political reasons too. But to go on, Hololive Moments is created and helped by thousands of fans from Bilibili. Those creators are our most important partners, and we value them more than anything else, even over the VTubers themselves. Now, this is the point where the statement was never going to go over well. As you can probably predict, Hololive Moments managed to essentially bleed tens of thousands of subscribers over the course of just a few days after making the statement. And seeing as only tens of thousands tend to be active at most on a channel at any one time, that was basically all of their audience. Because when you make clips for Western VTubing fans by translating them into English, and you decide to stop making clips because of a concern to do with Chinese politics, I think expecting your viewers to be very sympathetic is a little bit of poor judgment on your part. But to continue. When all the content creators got upset about the fact that they weren't getting the recognition and respect they deserve, it's on us to ensure that their voice is heard. We demand their effort to be recognized, and their hard work to be respected. Yes, this is closely related to you, because many content you see here and on the official Hololive channels are created by fans from Bilibili. Many of them have decided to leave the community due to the disappointment, and it's a loss to the entire community. You may be familiar with those masterpieces. These are all created by fans from Bilibili. Then they list off two official projects by Hololive. First one being one of Suisei's songs, and the second one being a Hololive cover. Both of those presumably containing art or contribution from an artist that comes from Bilibili. And then they go on to list a whole bunch of other bits of art that Bilibili fans have provided to Hololive. Sorry, give me a second. Art on top, Hololive Moments started to sound like that one Reddit guy demanding that mods be treated like celebrities. Yeah, it certainly does give that kind of impression. Although, again, I want to stress, for Hololive Moments and the people behind it, and many of the others that ended up revolting on Bilibili, they had been led to believe that this pillar of their national identity had been purposefully slighted by one of Hololive's talents, that Kiryu Coco was deliberately thumbing her nose at all of China, their cultural national identity, and all of the Chinese fans by extension. Now, naturally, this was the result of several malicious games of telephone by genuine antis that simply wanted people to believe the worst of Coco's intentions, but at the same time, the effect was the same. At the end of the day, the Chinese fans believed that here was this foreign talent in a foreign company trying to muscle their way into a Chinese market while disrespecting their surroundings the entire time. And as a result, that ended up being a massive blow to their national sense of identity and pride, hence why the reaction was this severe. Quote, "We've run this channel for 10 months and are more than grateful to have so many fans and quality Hololive content on our channel. However, without the contributions from our friends from Bilibili, there is no way we could make it this far. Without their trust in us, there's no way we could share this great original artwork and meme videos with you. They deserve more recognition and respect, and this is why we are giving a shout out for our friends. More than 2 years ago, after the Hololive First Gen debuted, volunteer fan sub teams appeared on Bilibili. Hololive noticed the sub-teams and authorized them as official sub-teams. The official sub-teams never get paid, but work diligently to help spread Hololive to more audiences. Now, the Bilibili sub-teams have had a complete system for every Hololive VTuber. They have been translating clips and even full streams of the girls. Meantime, artists on Bilibili have made many high-quality fan art videos and PVs with millions of views. Bilibili company further invited Hololive to do more commercials in Azure Lane, Bang Dream, etc., from which we can see a strong connection. Bilibili and the fan community kept on helping Hololive to get popular, which helped tremendously in the early years. For example, in the biggest Japanese anime con Nico Nico Super Kaigi 2019, Bilibili gave Hololive the chance to be on their stage when Hololive was too tiny to get its own booth at that time. Here's a clip for that event, and they link a clip basically showing what that event turned out like, how that event turned out like. 1949. Yeah. Bro glazing himself as a clipper. Yeah, there is quite a bit of that. However, again, he is trying to make this out to be, he's trying to make this out to be a group thing, right? It's not just him that he's speaking on behalf of, it's an entire group of people that he's representing in his fury and his indignation. But to go on, the incident and the consequences. Billy's tolerance is limited. 3 strikes and it's an out. Asakoko on the 26th of September 2020 is the 4th time Hololive runs into the issue. You can find the previous violations in the appendix. Cover was given a long time to address the issue since their second violation, but it happened again. On the 26th of September 2020, Asakoko, Hololive VTuber Kiryu Koko, violated the rules agreed by Bilibili and Hololive. Her following unprofessional responses have further provoked the anger of the Bilibili users and have led to a number of detrimental consequences to the community. Sorry, give me a second. One, Hololive stopped all proxy streams as a protection move. 2. Aki, Aqua, Suisei, and Matsuri's Bilibili exclusive streams got cancelled. 3. While Coco's income from Bilibili is insignificant, 0.7% to her, Bilibili donations play a much larger part for many other Hololivers. It's unfair for other Hololive members to receive such losses because 4 hurts Bilibili fans, especially the official sub-team members' feelings. Many have quit translations and fan art productions. 5. It jeopardized Hololive's business relationship with Bilibili, which may force Bilibili to cancel the future collaborations with Hololive. It caused a huge financial loss for both Bilibili and Cover. We may no longer see Hololive collabs in Azure Lane or Arknights in the future. 6. Content creators are disappointed by Coco. Kiryu Coco, official sub-team, and fan sub-team Kiryu Kai have disbanded themselves. Kiryu Kai was the most iconic and unofficial sub-team in Bilibili. They uploaded 475 videos in the past 4 months, however, they don't exist anymore. How are feelings? Yeah, pretty much. Hololive and Cover had made a number of mistakes in management, and these events made us lose faith in their management team. We expect things to go better at the point, because they've promised to enhance the communication between the company and the sub-teams, but little has changed since. More than 2,000 translators, editors, and artists are working in the official sub-teams without pay, since Hololive officially started their business in Bilibili, but without the respect they deserve. When such issues came up, Cover made insincere apologies, and their sub-team was left to deal with rages. Hololive didn't even pay attention to protect their own streamers. Mel, one of the first Hololive streamers, had to stop streaming for half a year without explanation because of the company harassment. Her physical address was leaked and she kept on receiving harassment letters. After Hololive found the stalker, he received no punishment except being transferred to another department. Such measures have since shown that Hololive lacks the ability to help their streamers out of trouble and unable to treat their employers fairly. Sorry, give me a second. Going through a bit of an allergy moment. Arian, thank you. Oh, wait. Gabriel, thanks for watching so far. Hope you have a nice rest. Or, yeah, hope you have a nice rest. Sources? Yeah, not quite a lot over here. Such measures... Sorry. After Hololive found Stalker, he was not punished, etc., etc. Such measures have shown that Hololive lacks the ability to help streamers out of trouble and treat their employees unfairly. When they got into a legal issue with Nintendo, all Nintendo videos from Hololive had to be removed, almost immediately. Thousands of hours of hard work and millions of comments vanished, and there were almost no signs to recover. It angered thousands of contributors and made them to once again question Cover's legal department. It shouldn't end up like this when everyone could have avoided this in the first place. It's an awkward moment for many of us, and many of my friends are questioning themselves about whether or not they want to continue making subs and art. What they ask for is basic. They just want to hear thank you from their favorite streamers. They should deserve better. Just say something, why don't you? Say thank you to our contributors, say sorry to our country, etc., etc., etc. So, this was one of the most infamous and has now over time become the sort of defining example of what Chinese grievances with hollow actions and just in general the situation as a whole looked like. However, this wasn't all there was to the responses to this incident, because some other fans, especially some other Chinese fans, would approach the situation with a good deal more nuance, such as the very next day when a user by the name of Zephyred X would end up making a post on r/Hololive titled "Hololive Incident Analysis," cross-posted on Bilibili. Now, this user had written their message in English and Mandarin, the Mandarin part being presumably shipped off to the Chinese side, while the English side was posted beneath this section of the, was placed on the section beneath this post in order for ease of translation. And in the English version, this person states, quote, "Hi everyone, I'm an overseas fan who was born in China. I left before my primary school, so my Chinese may sound awkward. Please be patient with me." Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to need to grab more water, so hold on while I go and pull out a bottle from somewhere. Oh, sorry, wrong screen. There we go. I have returned with bottle of water. So, where were we? Okay, yeah, so. Are you on? Wait a minute. Chairman Mao. Look, I get that I'm Chinese, but that's a little insensitive. But in any case, so yeah, it wasn't just. Don't want to give the impression that all Chinese fans everywhere suddenly were activated like sleeper agents and instantly became antis overnight. There were different reactions even among the Chinese portions of the Hololive fanbase to the controversy. And as an example of how some of the Chinese fans were caught in the middle during this during this conflict. On the very next day from when Hololive Moments essentially posted that screed onto their YouTube channel, another user would take to r/Hololive in an attempt to try and sort of bridge the gap, try to explain where some of the Chinese fans who are just angry at Hololive for this, but maybe not full-on antis, where those people might be coming from. And the statement would have a section in Mandarin, which would also be posted onto Bilibili, but it would also have an English version at the bottom. Quote, "Hi everyone, I'm an overseas fan who was born in China. I left before primary school, so my Chinese may sound awkward. Please be patient with me. Lately, I've been following discussion on Bilibili, Reddit, and YouTube, and it feels like living in two entirely different worlds, chock full of contradictions, rage, and fear. I would like to share my analysis on how opinions became so split within and outside of China. Until recently, fans within and outside China have pretty much existed in harmony, expressing our love for VTubers together. The divide appeared on the 24th of September and the 25th of September. I think everyone here is already familiar with what happened on Akai Hato and Kiryu Coco's stream, so I won't bother repeating it here. Cover Corp made 2 announcements on Twitter on the 27th, with different texts for different countries, which pissed off both sides. And also, both sides are in agreement that Hachima did nothing wrong and got undeserved punishment. However, a large number of fans, majority, on Bilibili believe that Coco's punishment is too light, whereas on Reddit, YouTube, etc., fans are pretty much unanimous in thinking that Coco did nothing wrong. A common interpretation of the events on Bilibili is Coco intentionally crossed the red line basically being a informal term to describe questioning the one China policy or showing that China and Taiwan are separate countries or alluding to that or whatever. To either demean Chinese people or to sabotage and steal influence from early generation Hololivers, since the data shows that Coco's ratio of Bilibili earnings to YouTube earnings are comparatively lower to that of Fubuki or Aqua. So essentially, some of the antis that were angry at Coco were speculating that she did this in order to tank Hololive's presence in China as a whole and on purpose because she was jealous of other talents earning more on Bilibili, which is certainly a rat of all time. But that wasn't the only theory that people had, and the user would then go on to elaborate on others. There's a big flaw in this interpretation. Anyone who has followed Coco for a few times knows that Coco isn't that kind of person. Whether it's through her meme reviews or her stories about going through life with her Hollow House housemates or doing gameplay collabs, Coco has consistently supported her peers, particularly by helping them connect with their overseas bros who don't speak Japanese. So basically, you can tell that this person's been trying really hard to try and reach some sort of middle ground, right? They acknowledge that there are these rats flying around on the Bilibili side of things, but also try to point out to people on the EN side at least that not everyone thinks that way, and especially people who are actual fans of Coco will understand that that kind of behavior, as theorized in that rat, is uncharacteristic of her personality. Coco has consistently supported her peers by connecting them, etc., etc. Every VTuber has their own strengths, and Coco's strength lies in being the English ambassador. Can anyone really blame her for her earnings being skewed toward YouTube? If your tank outputs less damage than your DPS, isn't that natural? This interpretation spread quickly on the internet by appealing to fear, but ultimately lacks the precedent to back it up. A common interpretation of the events on Reddit is Coco intentionally crossed the red line to protect Hachima by drawing away the harassment of the haters upon herself. This, by the way, is what has now become the dominant theory among most people over here on the West when you ask them, how did the Taiwan incident go down? This interpretation is especially palatable to Western fans. On a surface level, the interpretation seems to fit Coco's personality, but it also has a big flaw. Taking a bullet for your friend or going to jail for them is the kind of exaggerated development you find in Japanese Yakuza storylines. I find it depressingly in character, or depressingly aligned with the stereotypes of Chinese people, that the person posting this seems to find it genuinely incomprehensible that someone would try to draw aggro or, tank something bad happening to themselves purposefully, get in the way of something bad happening to someone else purely out of pure self-sacrifice. It's just it's so on the nose for being a stereotype for Chinese people that it's just it's just funny to read, especially in hindsight. But to go on, is the kind of exaggerated development you find in Japanese Yakuza storylines. Reality works differently. A coincidence? Yeah. Reality works differently. Coco, as an employee, would definitely not make a known dangerous decision for a tiny feat of heroism. Well, I don't know about that one. This interpretation spread quickly on the internet by appealing to hero worship, but ultimately lacks the precedent to back it up as well. Communists live in a different reality on the West. That's true, that's true. The truth is actually much simpler. Coco never intended to cross the red line. Of course, from a mainlander's perspective, not crossing the red line is a bottom line for entering the Chinese market. Basically what they mean by that is a little bit of a mangling of the English phrase. It's the lowest bar you have to hop over, basically, which anyone should be able to follow. But for non-Chinese people, this is fuzzier and more complex than you'd think. Let's look at the events that unfolded over the past few days carefully. Hachima streamed at 7 p.m. Coco streamed at 6 a.m. the next morning, with a gap of less than 11 hours in between. Even a dragon like Coco has to sleep. When Coco was told the news about her simulcast on Bilibili, her first reaction was one of surprise. Set to private? Why would it be set to private? 2. Her second reaction was to assume a joke. This has to be some kind of prank. Her third reaction was to assume an accident. Could it be that someone clicked to make it private by accident? To be honest, Coco's acting skills aren't exactly top tier. Nowhere close to Amane Kanata's, as her strength lies in her language skills, not in her deception. As fans, we shouldn't be arguing over whether Coco acted out of good or ill will, and allow that disagreement to sunder us apart, because Coco acted with no will at all. This fight not only wastes time, but also tarnishes the image of all Chinese people worldwide. Whether we live in China or else, we are Chinese. Whether we are Chinese or of another nationality, we are fans brimming with love for a VTuber. Whether our love is for Coco or Fubuki, we should be doing everything we can to support our secondary family, their Hololive family. This fiasco has harmed the entire family. It's Kaba's fault for not properly reviewing the content, and Bilibili's fault for overreacting to said content and cancelling all the Hololive VTuber accounts in one fell swoop. Sure, Cover has grown a lot and has a ton of work, I get that, and Bilibili as a business needs to protect its assets. I get that too, although how exactly is cancelling Aqua supposed to help? Nevertheless, these two companies have had months to mitigate this danger, and using Hachima and Coco as scapegoats is wrong. I and countless fans in other countries hope to quickly return from the conflict to cooperation and full-heartedly protect those smiles we all love. I love my Holo family. See, a lot of people in chat, right? A lot of people over here, right? A lot of us. We tend to see people refer to something like Avicii Corpo as a family, and we cringe, right? However, again, I want to point out the fact that China is a very collectivist culture. I don't mean the kind of collectivism that you see over here in terms of politics, or the way that we do politics over here. That kind of collectivism is more often than not just a mask for some form of, for want of a better way of describing it, narcissism. However, overseas, and especially in the East, the way that they conceive of being part of a collective is second nature to them. And so they look for analogies to family in pretty much everything that they end up becoming a part of, which includes things like companies and includes things like fandoms. And for that reason, when something that seems like a very, like a very out of touch or a very cringe thing to us, is a very natural part of how they operate because of their cultural background being quite different, right? It's about honor, yeah, kind of. It's about honor, but also that sense of togetherness, right? That is being part of a collective, of a family, is a very big thing for a lot of Chinese people especially. It's why whenever a Chinese family immigrates to another country, usually you will have multiple generations immigrating together, and if you have, for example, just one generation immigrating, they will do everything in their power to try and bring their family over as well. Collectivism is important to a lot of East Asian cultures especially, and China doubly so. Colloid Shelving, thank you for the 5. Regarding a question from the beginning of the stream, Brampton, Ontario has been an enclave for Indians for the last 30 years. Huh, okay, interesting. I like learning more about these little cultural pockets in other countries, because it makes hearing about the stuff that comes out of those countries much more interesting. But in any case, to go on. The post then ends with 2 edits. Edit 1. Never mind I cross-posted on Bilibili, but they rejected my draft. Any other places where I can reach Chinese people? And then edit 2. Added hyperlinks to the stream of Coco's reaction as evidence. Also, I think some people are concerned that I'm arguing for returning to the status quo. I'm not. Even if the fandom returns to peace again, which I hope it will soon, it will be an uneasy peace unless Cover actively addresses the situation by divesting most of their talents from the Chinese market, which is something that, ironically, both sides have requested. This addendum is only in English for now. I'll probably add it to the Chinese section when I have some free time. So already there was worries of a schism, how even among the more reasonable members of both sides of the fan base, the people who were actively trying to play diplomat between the angry Chinese nationalist side of the Hololive fan base and the bewildered English and Japanese side of the fan base, the people who were trying to communicate and act as liaisons between the two, even they felt that at this point, it felt a little too paused. It felt like there was no real going back, that a fundamental schism had opened because Hololive had now found out that, surprise, this new market is a little too volatile to enter. They had stepped on a bear trap, they'd slung a stone at a beehive, and now there was no getting rid of the fact that they were fucked. And at the end of this entire thing, in spite of Hololive's best efforts to try and address this, the statement ended up failing both in terms of timeliness / proactivity, clarity, and finally, even professionalism. Because the Chinese did not believe that Hololive was really adhering to the value of respecting their nation's identity and customs, in the same way as the Western and Japanese side were not convinced that Hololive was capable of standing behind their talents in the wave of brigading, post-brigading that, to them at least, seemed utterly ridiculous. Why the fuck would you care so much about just a YouTube analytics page? Was the dominant school of thought on the English side and the Japanese side. And so, the end result of all of this was the only thing that Hololive really accomplished with its opening attempt at trying to contain this entire mess was just having tomatoes thrown at it from all sides of the equation. The EN audience was mad. The JP audience was mad. The CN audience was mad. Billy was pissed. And the Clippers were revolting too. Not to mention all of the people who were managing the Hololive Billy channels. So at the end of the day, they really had nowhere to turn. They were up shit creek with no paddle. And so, at times like this, when it comes to being dunked on by all sides of the equation, when you've pissed off everyone and you have no allies left to guard your back, the only thing that you can realistically do is express contrition. When your audience ends up trying to retaliate against you as a firm, when they try to essentially go out of their way to punish you for a perceived moral slight, and this is something we talked about, I believe, either 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, when I did that stream talking about how people have very interesting responses towards companies announcing they're going to suspend talent, right? One of the things that we discussed back then was the concept of punitive consumer behavior. When a consumer goes out of their way to try and punish and or retaliate against a firm for perceived wrongdoing. And as I discussed over the course of the stream, when I was, basically as a bit of a refresher to remind you guys of what this, how this works, and also for the new people who haven't watched one of my streams before. Punitive consumer behavior, basically, it's exactly as it's described, right? When your consumers feel like you've done something wrong as a company, that you've committed some sort of wrong, that you've betrayed them in some way, they feel like you've done something unfair. And as a result of that feeling, they try to seek some form of restitution. And when they try to seek some form of restitution, right, they wait and see what you do as a company. What do you say? What stance do you take? And do you issue some form of restitution or recompense towards whatever party your consumers deem you to have injured, right? If, however, you don't manage to express that amount of contrition, if you don't manage to successfully give some form of restitution, if your offerings of recompense are deemed unacceptable, that's when consumers go from waiting and seeing what you're going to do about something that you're seen to have done wrong to trying to punish you for it. And when it comes to looking at what consumers can do in order to punish the firms that they perceive to have done something wrong, it usually devolves into sort of 3 forms, right? The first is vindictive complaining, contacting the firm, blowing up their emails, calling them if they have a number, showing up to their office or whatever, and then complaining with the intention of just inconveniencing or abusing its employees, right? You don't have a point, you're not civil about it, you don't have a message or any sort of feedback upon which that they can aim to improve. It's just an exercise in venting for yourself and making their lives more difficult. Second form of retaliation is negative word of mouth, denigrating the firm's reputation in order to discourage further patronage. By the way, now normally when Chinese netizens type, they do have a flair for the dramatic, right? When you translate their words over into English, usually you get something that sounds very melodramatic in terms of the expressions they use, the tone of voice, etc., etc. However, in this particular case, when you had Chinese netizens describing what Hololive had done to the good people over in over on Bilibili, etc., etc., it was turned up to an even higher degree, because what they were trying to do is build a stigma and establish that, well, Hololive wasn't just careless. They were careless to the point of it being indistinguishable from malice. They didn't just accidentally let a talent cross over the red line. They were actively demeaning, neglecting, if not demeaning, the thing upon which Chinese identity and cultural national pride rests. And then the third form of retaliation being complaining for publicity, or contacting third parties with the intention of further publicizing the firm's failures, right? This is basically things like reporting a Hololive account to Bilibili higher-ups, hopefully so that it gets more scrutiny and it receives the ban hammer or whatever. Or contacting, for example, Chinese news networks in the hopes that they will pick it up as a story to run on the television. And basically just trying to draw the attention of as many people as possible so that all of them start to spread the word that the company in question fucked up royally. In VTubing, we refer to people who do this as drama tourists, the people who come in and they start tagging drama tubers in the replies to tweets, for example, and then they go, look at this thing that happened, wouldn't it make for a great video, crossing their fingers that this gets talked about more often and on multiple different other creators' platforms. Basically, again, like I said, it's about trying to drum up as much media coverage and exposure as possible in a punitive fashion. However, even more basic than what consumers tend to do to punish firms for perceived betrayal is, well, how this happens in the first place. So, just in case it's not immediately evident, perceived betrayal is basically when a customer believes that a firm has, and this is important, intentionally violated what is normative in the context of their relationship. Normative does not just mean normal, as in something that happens usually and often. Normative also means in a way that dictates what is acceptable, right? So the reason why customers usually have such a strong reaction to intentional violation of something that is normative is because that encroaches upon what they deem to be correct, or what they deem to be acceptable on a regular basis. It's not just about regularity, it's about acceptability. And the second part is that one of the things about perceived betrayal and what makes perceived betrayal so touchy to navigate for a lot of companies, why they want to avoid why they have to spend so much time worrying about perceived betrayal in their consumers, is because perceived violations in a manner that triggers that that retaliatory response from consumers, betrayed, once a customer gets into that mindset, once a consumer gets into the mindset that, oh, I have had a wrong done to me, this firm that I've placed my trust in has betrayed my trust, right? Once that happens, once a consumer gets to that mental point, they then view retaliation as a justified option for restoring a sense of fairness and essentially, although this may sound hyperbolic, restoring a form of social order. Basically, you have violated a norm, you have done something unacceptable, I'm going to punish you as a way of trying to get things back to normal, right? Getting things back to an acceptable state of being. That's why, when it comes to a lot of companies, one of the things that they focus on the most in their PR strategy is, how do we stop our audience from being angry at us as soon as possible, right? Because the longer an audience spends in that state of mind that, okay, we've been betrayed, this company is, they violated all of our previously agreed upon the norms of our relationship, whatever. Let's, we are now entitled to do whatever in order to restore that sense of balance. That's when consumers can do real damage to a company. Now, if we apply this to Hololive, the important thing is that at this point in time, The problem is, as I alluded to before, Hololive had managed to accidentally arouse a perceived betrayal response, a punitive consumer response on both sides of their fan base. When it came to the Chinese side of the fan base, they looked at, they looked at the talents showing the YouTube analytics, and they instantly accused Hololive of tacitly crossing over the red line. And in response to this, Hololive pressed the panic button, issued both of those talents with a 3-week suspension, and tried to put out a statement that was uniquely tailored to them, in addition to the other statement that was uniquely tailored to the JP and EN side. However, in doing that, Hololive essentially forgot a fundamental problem, which is that the market in which you operate, the cultural environment in which you operate, is not the only space, is not the only group of people whose norms you have to worry about. Because in a VTubing fan base, in the relationship that exists between the VTubing fan base and the company that creates the content, the company that manages the VTubers that make the content they enjoy, there is also a normative relationship that exists there. Arguably, a more important normative relationship that exists there, because not all normative relationships are made equal. And the thing is, when it comes to the relationship between a fanbase, a VTuber, and the company that manages them, there is a fundamental, underlying, often unspoken contract that exists. The VTuber and their company gives entertainment and a sense of community to the viewers, and in return, the viewers will give money and engagement to both the VTuber and their company. So long as both of these sides continue to provide all of those respective goods to the other, the relationship works fine. However, when a talent stops streaming for whatever reason, the relationship has the potential to break down almost instantly, because the viewers no longer get their entertainment and community, and as a result, they are going to be incentivized to stop giving you their money and engagement. But it goes a little bit deeper than that, because viewers also give something intangible to the company and the VTuber in question, something that cannot easily be quantified in the form of watch time or view count or dollars generated in revenue. Viewers invest their emotions into it as well. They form an emotional attachment to their favorite VTuber, to their Oshi, who operates under that company. Which means that if their Oshi is gone and no longer streaming, they start looking for a justification, an explanation. And if you, as a company, cannot give them a good one, if they feel that you are the reason behind their Oshi not being able to make more content or to be happy, they start to view you as a problem that needs to be fixed, or an aberration that needs to be punished. Hence why, in this particular case, when Hololive suspended Kiryu Koko, Akai Hato, for 3 weeks, put out that statement directed at the Chinese people, and the JP and EN audience got their hands on it, they looked at the justification that was given, they looked at what had been taken from them, and they concluded that the justification was very, by and large, insufficient. And so, all of the EN and JP side chimped out as well. Because when a consumer views that they have been betrayed, that harm has been done to them, they are naturally going to try and seek restitution for themselves. However, there is another layer to this whole punitive consumer behavior thing, because consumers are liable to take it upon themselves to punish a company for doing something wrong. Not just something wrong that affects them personally, but just a perceived wrong in general. One of the things, I suppose, one of the traits of punitive consumer behavior that companies find to be the most alarming most of the time is that if your consumers don't actually have to suffer a personal injury in order to take issue with something you're doing, right? Consumers can develop a punitive stance towards a company even if the harm that they perceive that the company has done is not being done unto themselves, right? So, in general, once a consumer slips into that mindset, not only are they more accepting of unethical behavior, so long as that behavior is directed at a company that they deem to be harmful, but the harm that is done by the company doesn't even have to be done to the consumer themselves. In other words, in this particular case, when the EN and JP audiences looked at what Hololive was doing, they saw their penalty of Hachima and Coco as harm that was being done to them on behalf of a bunch of Chinese antis and rabid posed nationalists, and decided that no, Hololive was failing in their duty to defend their talents, that Hololive had gone one step further and actually sided with the enemy. And as a result of that perceived betrayal and perceived wrongdoing and harm, not to the audience, but to the talents that the audience cared about, they started chimping out as well. And the thing is, once Hololive got into that spot, it was never going to be a very easy spot to get out of, because at that point, your audience, and this is the important part that most companies stumble over and most companies don't realize, right? As I stated before in the previous stream where I talked about punitive consumer behavior, most companies are, they're relatively quick to understand the basic premises of punitive consumer behavior. Right? The retaliatory consumer behaviors are designed to restore a sense of fairness. The whole reason why people chimp out is because they want to make it clear that you've done something wrong and they want you to do something about it. They want you to make up for it in some way. Now, the second step in logic from this is also something that most companies are able to get right, which is that corporations attract retaliatory behavior from consumers when they are viewed as having behaved unfairly. In this particular case, the EN and JP audiences said, why the fuck did you suspend 2 talents because they showed their YouTube analytics page? That seems completely unreasonable. Why would you do that? Hololive was viewed as having done something unfair, and as a result, people were baying for their blood or baying for them to do something in order to make up for it, right? But the final link, I should say, in this chain of logic is where most companies make a mistake. Most companies look at these 2 premises, right? That retaliatory consumer behaviors are designed to restore a sense of fairness, that corporations attract that kind of behavior when they are viewed as having behaved unfairly. And they make the mistake of assuming that they can talk their way out of it. They make the mistake of assuming that, oh, okay, all we need to do is explain why actually what we did was kind of reasonable, and then we will be fine. Then people will forgive us, then people will understand. That's never the right move. Because fundamentally, what this is not a logical complaint. It is an emotional complaint. When consumers feel that that you have done something unfair, they are not going to let up until they feel like you have been punished or that you have suffered as an entity for committing that act of wrongdoing. And this is why something like a statement is usually not deemed to be enough, right? Or usually this is why almost always, if a company notices that their consumers have slipped into this mindset and they try to say something to explain themselves, as most companies make the mistake of doing, it doesn't really work. It just slides right off the back of the outrage, because fundamentally, that doesn't provide the most important thing when you're trying to make someone feel better, which is a sense of catharsis, a sense of restitution, a sense of justice being served and balance being restored. And the thing is, when Hololive put out those 2 statements, basically trying their best to justify using whatever rational arguments they thought would appeal most to each respective audience, this is what they were trying to do. They were trying to logic their way out of an emotional response. Except that was never going to work. So when they were put into that position where both sides of their fan base were going at them, because both sides of the fan base were royally pissed off and both sides of the fan base were intent on punishing them, eventually Hololive hit upon the correct response, which is to express some sense of contrition and to essentially at least project that they were accepting some form of tangible penalty unto themselves. On September 30th, Hololive would finally put out a 3rd statement, this time unified between Japanese, English, and Mandarin. Mizu, welcome to the stream. Welcome in, Mizu Raiders. Hope you enjoyed your stream. We're just going through the Hololive Taiwan drama as a little bit of a case study preceding us talking about the Phase Connect situation. Sorry, give me a second. Welcome to the class. We're currently at a very Chinese point of our lives. Yom, you don't know it yet, but you don't know how relevant that sentiment is going to be by the time we get to the end of the stream. So I want you to hang on to that thought. So, Hololife's third statement, the one that they actually bothered to keep consistent between all the different demographics that were part of their audience, read as follows, quote, "This document is an excerpt translation of the original Japanese document and is only for reference purposes. In the event of any discrepancy between this translated document and the original Japanese document, the latter shall prevail." Explanation of the events leading to our public statement on September 27th and our company's plans going forward. We apologize for the confusion resulting from our recent official statement. On September 27, 2020, due to unauthorized disclosure of confidential YouTube channel analytics and actions violating our company guidelines regarding countries in which we provide our services by our company's talents, we realized a statement on apology on the matter and we released a statement of apology on the matter and have dealt the necessary sanctions on the talents involved. Before the entire chat starts speaking Mandarin, I am curious, actually, how many of the people currently watching can actually speak Mandarin or type in Mandarin? Also, I'm kind of curious to how many face fans are still watching this. I do admittedly have a rather roundabout way of making points, so I understand if me talking about HoloLive in a stream that you tuned in to hear about Face Connect may seem a little out of the blue, but there is a point to this, I promise. Those being chilling. Long ago, we were Chinese. Well, I mean, most of East Asian were Chinese a long time ago, to be honest, right? Nope, lol. I can manage very little. Okay, there's like a few of you guys. A few of you. I cannot. I barely speak English. Okay, Eva. Okay, Saljun. I see you guys. Okay, UK. Okay, I see you. Okay, we do have some Mandarin speakers in here. All right, I'm just checking. So if I make a Chinese joke or a Mandarin joke or I use a Mandarin idiom, hopefully at least some of you guys are going to get it without too much of an explanation. But in any case, to go on. However, there were discrepancies between the statement published for the Chinese audience and those that were published for the Japanese and global audiences. We would like to deeply apologize for the confusion caused by this carelessness. Below, we would like to explain the sequence of events leading up to the release of our prior official statement. Sequence of events. 1. At around the time that we were made aware of the aforementioned conduct, HoloLive production talents had become the subject of numerous abusive messages and threats to their life or bodily harm. In light of this, we responded by privating or deleting the controversial videos. 2. The rest of the Chinese messages are memes. I can't read Mandarin, so I just wanted to check. But in any case. 2. Despite the above measures taken, the situation did not improve. In accordance with company guidelines, the decision was made to release an official statement and to discipline the towns involved. 3. In preparing the official statement and after careful consultation with our partner company located in China, we were advised that to secure the safety of our talents and employees and ensure that they are able to continue their activities moving forward, it was necessary for us to release a clear statement to the Chinese audience regarding the disputed statements. 4. Taking the above circumstances into account, in order to prioritize the safety of our talents and related parties, our company decided it was necessary to speak out quickly, leading to the emergency release of the official statement on September 27th, 2020. Now, when you look at the first 2 dot points, what they essentially validate is the assumption that, yeah, although they were quick, they were not prepared, because they did not anticipate that the Chinese antiism and the rabid Chinese nationalists complaining about the talents crossing the red line were going to be just that feral about the entire matter. Chinese antis are no joke when they get going, and HoloLive had failed to anticipate just to what degree that statement was true. Now, that may sound like a minor detail, that may sound like a minor thing, like, oh, okay, they still knew that the antis were there, they just underestimated the degree to which they would be a problem. However, things like understanding how your audience is going to respond to an opening statement or an opening response goes a long way towards informing what your actions should be thereafter. So understanding what your potential audience will or won't be receptive to is a massive part of being able to proactively plan out your PR strategy. And essentially, what Hololive didn't manage to do was sufficiently understand just how in deep, or just how unreceptive, I should say, the Chinese audiences would be to an initial attempt at mere mollification by just saying, oh, you know, we as a company for sure really value XYZ Japanese Chinese treaty and the One China policy. For them, that was not going to be enough. They wanted more than just repeating something that sounded like a platitude, or just, you know, in Mandarin, we have a phrase called bianfeng, or breeze that goes past the ear, basically to connote something that is just words, right? Words with no substance is basically the English localization of what that idiom means. And essentially, to Chinese people, what they want to see more often than not is not just you making a concession verbally, but you making a concession in terms of tangible action. That's why you had so many of the Chinese people complaining about what Hololive did, saying that they wanted harsher penalties for Coco. That's why it was important for them, because to them, you don't express contrition by just saying sorry. You express contrition by undergoing some form of penalty, or, you know, going through some form of atonement in that way. I don't know if that's something that you have been told by a Chinese person before, but I don't remember that particular idiom from my grandparents teaching me the language. Yeah, it's a little... What Hololive did was a little tone deaf, or at least it greatly underestimated the degree to which the Chinese audience would be receptive to a mere verbal display of contrition. Sorry, give me a second.1 year in, 1 year out? Well, in Mandarin, we also have an equivalent to 1 year in, 1 year out. It's 一耳进,一耳出. But Hopchair is Asian. Yeah, I've brought up on stream before that I'm Chinese. Not that you might be able to tell from how I speak alone, but I've tried my entire life to get my ability to speak English to where it is today. There's a lot of pressure in suburban Asian pockets in Australia to learn the language and be able to speak it properly. So, erasing traces of the Asian accent, so to speak, is usually, you know, priority numero uno for a child that's learning to speak English. You know, funny you should bring up the seppuku way, Daisy, because unironically, there were some members of the Chinese audience that were completely stone-faced, trying to make the argument that the only thing Hololive could do to sufficiently atone for crossing the red line was to terminate Coco. They actually wanted her gone from the company completely. So, your voice goes an eighth higher when speaking Chinese. That's actually, that's interesting. I never noticed that about that before. Your Spanish accent isn't that bad either, TBH. I should teach you. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to learning how to actually say things properly. Any Cantonese speakers here? I never understood, well, I mean, literally and figuratively, I never quite understood Cantonese. It always just seems very belligerent in terms of the way that it sounds. I find that Chinese is not the softest language in the world, but I do find it to be less harsh on the ear than Cantonese, though that could be my personal biases speaking. But I think when I speak Mandarin, it sounds more delicate. Perhaps that's it. I don't know. Maybe it's more maybe I'm more gentle with it because it's my mother tongue. But in any case, to go on with the statement. Quote, however, as a result, the official statement we released included language insensitive to certain geographical regions. We understand the severe ramifications of this issue both domestically and internationally, and deeply regret our poor handling of the situation. Now, again, at this point, if the statement were to end here, Hololive would not have really achieved much besides just repeating the exact same mistake. Because again, what they were doing is trying to present a verbal defense of themselves, a justification purely in terms of words that says, we are sorry, please forgive us, we didn't mean to offend you, right? However, they then go on to say, we are aware that Hololive production has a worldwide audience across many countries and territories. As such, we operate on the principle of providing our services to each country and each territory in accordance with its laws, social norms, common wisdom, and the stance of its current government. Due to the above circumstances, and because our service policies, guidelines, and modes of communication differ depending on the countries and territories to which we provide a service, we decided to adapt the contents of our statement and the manner of its release accordingly. However, this led to differing statements being released. We would once more like to deeply apologize for the confusion this has caused. There is a bit of a lesson in that, in excessive localization resulting in essentially what looks like lying when you compare and contrast what different people are told, right? But that's a different conversation for a different stream. Our company takes the confusion caused by this matter very seriously, and in order to clarify management responsibility, we held an emergency management meeting on Tuesday, September 29th, 2020, where, in addition to reprimanding the CEO, our company has resolved to establish a compliance committee to prevent the recurrence of such situations. Furthermore, the CEO will relinquish a portion of his salary in light of the seriousness of this situation. And this is the part that is more likely than anything to actually restore a sense of fairness and goodwill amongst the audience. Because unlike just saying, we're sorry, please forgive us, we're sorry, this is an actual penalty. It's a cost that is being paid. It satisfies that thirst for punishment, and it gets across that sense that, well, something is actually happening to someone who could be responsible for current events. Yaku yelled at himself. Yeah, kind of. But again, the fact that he took a little bit, he took a pay cut is something that it's something that is very hard to deny it's very hard to deny as being just wishy-washy or whatever. It's a very clear sign that something tangible is being given up as a form of atonement, and that, more than anything, is likely to provide a sense of emotional catharsis, which is the true answer to punitive consumer behavior. At the end of the day, you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into, and you certainly can't reason someone out of a feeling that they have. And right now, Hololive's audience were feeling angry. So seeing that someone who was in a position of control was actually suffering some sort of punishment, albeit a self-inflicted one and a self-delegated one, a volunteer punishment, if you will, it still got at the heart of expressing that, well, okay, someone is losing something as a result, right? It's like that Romanian saying, if my goat has to die, your goat dies as well, right? And that, that creates a sense that, okay, now someone else has lost something, I've lost something, we're even now. And then the statement ends as follows. Moving forward, we will make it company policy to release statements that not only conform to local laws and customs, but are also universally equitable, and rework our internal guidelines to ensure consistency. Moreover, to provide everyone with better service, we promise to always convey a sincere and honest attitude towards our fans and viewers. We hope for your continued support. We kindly request that you refrain from contacting our talents in relation to the situation. Now, as far as Hololive was concerned, this did quite a lot in terms of getting them off the hook, because now, great, people actually have some assurance that there will be tangible consequences for a fuck up of this nature. However, when the talents ended up returning, when Hachima and Coco returned to streaming, very evidently, although the EN and JP audiences may have been mollified, the Chinese audiences were not. Because when you look at these streams, when you look at the VODs, the chat replays of Coco streams, specifically the ones on October 20th and October 21st, you may notice that there was a lot of spamming going on in there from Chinese aunties. They would not leave her alone. And the reason behind them not leaving her alone turned out to be a little bit deeper than just them being pissed from earlier. Because it turns out that a few members of the Hololive China branch, a few talents from the Hololive China branch, two of them who were identified being Doris and Artia, were kind of tacitly egging on the Chinese aunties to continue making Coco's life miserable. And one of the ways in which they would sort of cheer that behavior on and encourage it, again, tacitly, implicitly, was a stream that Artio was doing at the same time as Coco was streaming her Asa Coco, which was a watch-along of Wolf Warrior. Now, I hate using this word because of how it's been ruined by social media and Twitter specifically, but this was very much a dog whistle. And what essentially it was signaling was referring to a Chinese diplomatic policy called Wolf Warrior diplomacy. This brief little excerpt from the National Bureau of Asian Research. I find that to be such a funny name for an organization. But yeah, it's this little excerpt should do a pretty concise job of explaining what Wolf Warrior diplomacy actually is. Quote, in recent years, the Western world has seen a shift in the way Chinese diplomacy is conducted. In contrast with Deng Xiaoping's strategy of keeping a low profile, Chinese officials have more openly expressed controversial thoughts, often with negative ramifications for bilateral relations with other countries. During the COVID-19 pandemic, this behavior has become known as Wolf Warrior diplomacy. Joanna Norotskevich, I think that's the right word, spoke with Peter Martin, author of China's Civilian Army, The Making of Wolf Warrior Diplomacy, to better understand the origins and impact of China's new diplomatic tactics. In other words, what China had now decided in terms of its diplomatic policy was to move away from simply trying not to be seen, from trying to keep a low profile, playing nice with people, not really drumming up too much of a fuss. Now their policy was to be loud, to be assertive, to be confrontational, even if it means alienating other people. In other words, this was now time, or China's diplomatic policy was now, we are no longer going to be bitches about things, and we are going to bitch about them instead, essentially. Like I said before, good deal of modern Chinese national identity is founded on the fact that they are really sore about losing previous wars and conflicts. And so now they want to really project strength, make sure that they will never be humbled or be forced to bow down to another force ever again, keeping their head high and keeping their back straight, so to speak. And so being able to maintain a rigid stance on, keeping the lines in the sand there is very, very important for Chinese national identity and therefore Chinese diplomatic policy at this time. Which is why when you see someone subtly signaling to Chinese nationalists by streaming a watch-along of Wolf Warrior, you can probably imagine how the Chinese nationalists who have been brought up on Wolf Warrior diplomacy have that be a significant portion of how they approach politics, how they might take this as a signal to continue going hard on another talent. Now again, part of what makes this very insidious is that if you are not Chinese, if you're not dialed into Chinese culture, and more specifically, if you're not dialed into Chinese politics, you wouldn't be able to pick up on this dog whistle. But there were people who were switched in enough on the Chinese side of things, fans of Hololive who were switched into this, who were able to actually, warn people on the Japanese side, the English side, that, yeah, this was going on. That Artia was not just innocently streaming some random movie she felt like watching, but actually encouraging the harassment and the continued brigading of one of her co-workers, albeit a co-worker at a different branch of the company. Did he even lose the Wars Lamau? It was Qing Dynasty and ROC. The CCP wanted to appropriate their losses. That's true, that's true. So, as you can probably imagine, doing something like this is pretty unacceptable for most for most of the fan base. The only thing that stopped EN and JP audiences from chimping out at this immediately was exactly what I said before about this being something that very few people will understand outside of a Chinese cultural context, right? If you aren't brought up to understand this, this thing, this concept, this doctrine, you're probably not going to get the hint. So, for that reason, whilst Hololive China was still a thing, a lot of people on the EN and JP side of things were still rather positively predisposed towards the Hololive Chinese branch. Now, this would change rather rapidly once people began to realize what was going on, but for the time being, not a lot of people realized. That was until the next day when apparently Doris went live with a stream where she talked about the possible future of Hololive China. And from the sounds of it, things weren't looking too good for the future of the branch. As posted by this user, IonZeph, on r/Hololive, they would post a brief 5-point summary of some of the major things, a 4-point summary of some of the major things that Doris would end up bringing over the course of her stream. Quote, I couldn't watch the whole stream, just caught the last minutes of her talking about it, so this is a translation/summary of a Bilibili comment summarizing what she said. You can find the comment and the top one voted here, and then links to the Bilibili VOD itself. 1. She isn't planning on graduating, but unsure if she can keep her avatar. If she and Cover part ways, she would like to be able to keep her avatar. 2. For October, their income won't get a cut taken from. I imagine this means Cover won't take a cut, and I do approve of Cover in this decision if so. Generally, if a company says, you know what, for this month, we don't need to take a cut out of your income, that's probably a sign that something major is going to happen in the near future. 3. Doris isn't planning on abandoning her character as Doris, and is planning on fighting to keep it for herself, similar to point 1. So at this particular point in time, at least one of the talents believes that if Hololive CN, something were to happen to that branch, she would at least have a chance at trying to escape with the IP intact, with the IP in tow, I should say. And finally, point number 4, she's thankful for those that accompanied her so far. The other 5 in the Chinese branch, 2 of the staff. I imagine this refers to Chinese staff cover contracts in order to help the Chinese branch and the fans from watching her stream. There is a 5th point that I'm not 100% sure what it refers to. Seems to suggest she will be taking a break, ? Note that she is mostly talking about herself. She also said during the stream that the 6 in Hololive China are planning to stay together as a unit in the future. Something Artia also something that Artia also referenced on her Twitch stream. So I imagine this will apply to all of China. I remember reading this very post back in the day. Jesus, those days were stressful as a new fan. I can imagine if you get into a company and one of their branches looks like it's shutting down soon after. But yeah, so at this particular point in time, the future of Hololive China seemed to be very much up in the air. And then, fast forward just under a month, on November 12th, 2020, people's worst fears about the future of Hololive China came to pass, because Hololive would put out an announcement saying, quote, notice regarding the graduation of Hololive China members. Thank you for your support of Hololive production and Hololive China. We wish to inform you of the graduations of the following Hololive China members: Yogiri, Sivia, Doris, Artia, and Rosalind. The dates of their graduations are listed below. Dates may be subject to change. We would like to thank all of their fans and supporters, as well as everyone involved in the production. We wish that you continue supporting them up until their graduation. Though we are still growing as a company, we hope for your continued support of both of our talents and the company. Now, pretty obviously, No mention of them being able to keep their IPs. Probably understandable considering that Hololive as a company is still going to be operating, and albeit not in China, for the near future. And so, this was the end of Hololive China. And naturally, for the Chinese, this was a major blow. But the interesting thing is looking at how the EN and JP audiences reacted to this. Because for a lot of them, they viewed this as a good thing. Yes, there were some that were cut up about the fact that the Chinese talents they liked watching were no longer going to be with the company, they were graduating. But overall, the sentiment amongst the fan base, or those portions of the fan base, were positive towards this decision. And especially when the stuff about Artia egging on the brigading against Coco came out, people viewed this as more of people's sentiment towards this decision became more in line with good riddance than it was what a shame. And the thing is, when people look back at the closure of Hololive China, something very interesting begins to happen with how that memory evolves over time. Because one of the immediate things was people sort of viewed this over time as more and more of a unilateral, unambiguous good thing for Hololive, and they viewed this as a sort of Hololive retaliating against the oppressive Chinese government and the abusive Chinese audience. And the thing is, they viewed this as basically a victory, even in spite of the fact that there was some pretty significant collateral when Hololive China went down, right? Not all of the talents engaged in that kind of brigading. And also on top of that, two of the talents, Yogiri and Spade Echo from Gen 1, were actually Taiwanese. So that's not to say that, again, that's to reiterate, this wasn't a decision that was made with no collateral. There 100% was collateral. But the JP and the EN audiences, for the most part, as time went on, these forms of collateral, these bits of collateral, became less and less emphasized when retellings of the story would happen. To the point where when you look at how, for example, videos would be made trying to archive, recount, or dramatize the events of 2020, the great Hololive exodus from China of 2020. The roles of the significance of that collateral, the roles of the members of Hololive China besides the main instigators like Artia or accomplices like Doris, were increasingly obscured, to the point where now when people bring up Hololive China, maybe they remember Artia, and that's about it. I mean, Artia was for sure easy to emphasize and easy to craft a story around because of how comedically evil what she did was, right? Egging on a group of extremist harassers to go make miserable the life of one of your coworkers. That is cartoonishly evil coworker behavior. However, again, this was presented as the focal point, and in most cases the sole focal point of the entire drama. In other words, as time went on, the closure of Hololive China became this sort of dramatic story of good versus evil. Hololive, the stumbling, bumbling company, finally finding its legs and growing a spine, taking a stance against the evil Chinese government and the abusive Chinese aunties, and making a statement, sticking up their middle finger and bravely nuking the entire branch as a way of saying fuck you to everything, right? And the thing is, when you actually try to interpret it, when you try to interpret the events through the lens of a viewer's perspective, one of the things that you begin to realize is that China isn't really viewed as a country. It's not really viewed as this sort of place where a place with a people that has a distinct set of cultural idiosyncrasies, beliefs, a national identity that they hold dear to them, etc., etc. Most of that is not really considered. And I understand why. This is VTubing. we don't exactly, we don't exactly watch VTubers so we can think about things like geopolitical relations or whatever, or diplomatic policy, or the foundations of national identity being rooted in historic embarrassments and humiliations or whatever, right? However, when most people looked at China, all they saw was a bunch of, they filtered China through the lens of the effect that it had on the talents they cared about. They viewed China as a representation of censorship, cynical buying power, numbers without substance, right? Just numbers and no feeling, no soul, no spirit. They viewed China as being this, by the end of the entire the Hololive debacle, pretty much a lot of the EN fan base and a lot of the Japanese fan base pretty much viewed China as just this sort of home for antis, or this sort of source of antis, these rabid autists that would continue to try and make the Hololive talents' lives miserable for perceived slights or whatever. That's kind of one of the things that define China in the eyes of the remaining Hololive fan base. They view China as this sort of embodiment of pettiness, right? Why do you want someone to be terminated because they showed YouTube analytics that listed Taiwan as separate from China? They view China as an example of duplicity, right? Or as an embodiment of duplicity, an excessive external force that pressured Hololive into being dishonest with their own audience, right? And then finally, they view China as the ultimate expression of imposing politics onto entertainment, right? I don't give a shit about your shitty little island that you can't stand to not own, right? And that was the overwhelming majority of the sentiment when it comes to how people felt about the red line, the one China policy. And that's about as far as most sentiment towards China went. It was just, why are you putting your politics into, Hololive? We don't want it there. It's stupid. We don't get it. Why are you doing it? And for the most part, this is kind of where it ends, right? This is how most people view China among the Hololive fan base, especially after the entire thing was over. And especially increasingly as time went on. Reverend Norse, thank you for the 50 sec. Do we actually have any indication that FaZe learned the right lesson from this? I've not seen anything. See, the thing is, it's impossible to tell, right? And again, this is something I'll get to later on the stream, but it's way, way too early to judge if FaZe has actually, learned anything, for want of a better way of phrasing it, about what just happened with, the whole incident. The Minecraft incident, I suppose. The Good Trouble incident, I suppose it should be called. So we realistically won't know until their protocols and their procedures are stress tested again. If they handle themselves better the next time, because there probably will be a next time, then that's when we will be able to actually see. But for now, it's pretty pointless to try and discern if they've actually, adapted or changed anything, because it rightfully is probably going to be handled internally, right? If they do a good job, we won't be able to tell from the outside looking in. Jellygate. Okay, yeah, maybe. I think that's okay. Maybe Jellygate is a better name. Time is ticking. Yeah, only time will tell. Only time will tell. The thing about a lot of the a lot of the controversies that I end up looking at, the implications are not going to be obvious until months, if not years, after the initial thing happens. And if you have a genuine interest in observing these things and learning from these things, which I hope you do, seeing as you're tuning into this stream, it requires patience, right? You need to be willing to, sit back and just let things happen, essentially. By all means, pay attention, right? Pay close attention, keep up to date, but you have to let things happen before you can make any sort of judgment call. The thing that I always try to encourage is prejudice based off of precedent, right? Data. And if you don't have data, trying to draw conclusions is pretty useless. Jelly Jade. Okay, yeah, maybe we can call it that, Jelly Jade. But in any case, so when people view China, this is the lens through which they characterized it. And when they look at the Taiwan incident, mostly they just view this as this big oppressive communist country trying to that intimidated this company that produced the content they loved into bending over backwards in order to accommodate its little idiosyncrasies and its demands, right? This is the dynamic that most HoloLive fans viewed as, existing between China and Covercore while the company was still operating in China, especially towards the tail end of the Taiwan incident. However, then what happened was then what happened was the Taiwan incident happened, and how people saw it was HoloLive basically standing by while not only were talents being threatened by this outside enemy, but that this was also being cheered on by little snakes that had inhabited this, this previously thought to be just an extension of HoloLive. And when it was revealed that there were snakes in this extension of HoloLive, that's when people concluded, oh no, this entire limb needs to be amputated. The rot runs too deep. It is unsalvageable. And that's how audiences viewed it. And so, when HoloLive made the decision to shut down HoloLive China, fans looked at this and they went, holy shit, the company that makes the content we care about is actually taking a principled stance against this embodiment of everything we hate and everything that threatens the content that we love. And for most people, as time went on, and especially in the immediate aftermath of HoloLive choosing to shut down HoloLive China, Western audiences especially romanticized this as a display of HoloLive showing that it had principles, right? That HoloLive had made this decision because they finally saw the light. They finally realized that they're Japanese, that they needed to look out for their talents. And so it is the correct move that, they have to protect their talents from oppression, from deception, from having a knife slid into their back by other people that they think of as coworkers. And so, surely, when HoloLive blew up HoloLive China, surely when Covercore blew up HoloLive China, it was because they finally realized it's the right thing to do. And I mean, it's not entirely correct to say that it was. It certainly was the right thing to do. But where I tend to look back at, how fans think about this, how fans reminisce about this, and how fans, more importantly, characterize and attribute motivations to this, is when I start to disagree a little. See, there were two dominant theories that fans ended up developing and which ended up solidifying as time went on about how the Taiwan incident ended up occurring. The inception of the Taiwan incident, fans of Cover and HoloLive, tend to believe that the inception of this was Kiryu Koko going out of her way to purposefully shield Hachima from controversy by tanking it all herself. And the second thing, the way that fans, I suppose, romanticize the conclusion of the Taiwan incident is with HoloLive as a company finally proving that they are capable of acting according to principles. They finally did the right thing because it was the morally right thing to do. But here's the question. Is it really reasonable to assume that HoloLive as a company did this purely out of the goodness of their heart? Now, in order to interrogate the reason why fans tend to believe that, why fans have romanticized that over time, we need to look at this first from the perspective of a fan. See, generally when fans look at the decision, when they're evaluating and trying to understand the decision for, that HoloLive made to pull out of China, right? Generally, what they see is what HoloLive sacrifices, what HoloLive gives up as a result of leaving China, right? When HoloLive chose to give up China, it was a sacrifice, for sure. It was a significant sacrifice. This was one of the reasons, the very reasons why HoloLive was able to expand overseas to begin with. And in shutting down the HoloLive China branch, HoloLive was giving up some pretty significant things. Market share, for one. They were giving up free labor, fans making free promotion for the talents, essentially, by making clips and running channels. they were losing access to potentially top earning talent that they could have possibly recruited from China or maintained in China. And finally, they were losing access to corporate partnerships. Like, for example, when Azure Lane cut them off as a result of the whole, Taiwan thing. And when fans look at the decision to pull out of China, they look at all of these detriments that HoloLive suffers as a result of pulling out of the market, and they conclude that, okay, if they are sacrificing this much, then surely it must be a moral position. They must be doing this because of moral conviction, because why else would you sacrifice so many of these things? But here's the thing that most fans don't seem to perceive, which is that when HoloLive left China, they weren't just leaving behind benefits. They were also leaving behind liabilities. And it's reasonable that most fans are not going to perceive what a company's liabilities are. After all, liabilities are only ever a relevant point of contention when you actually are on the inside of a company and you're trying to run it. When you're a fan, just consuming the content that is created by the company, things like the company's liabilities isn't really much of your concern. However, it does need to be said that when you look at HoloLive's decision to pull out of China, there were a good deal of liabilities that they were trying to avoid. Things that would have been unavoidable if they were to continue trying to operate in China and trying to force it to work. For one thing, now HoloLive had to deal with a completely poisoned hiring pool in China. Every single time they try to look for staff to contract or talent to bring on board, they are now going to have to be worried that they might be letting an anti into the company because of how paused the situation became. How divisive the discussion around HoloLive and the Taiwan incident became, and how universal or how widespread the outrage seemed to be. The second liability that they were leaving behind with HoloLive China was essentially an additional drain on resources. In order to keep up, maintain increased compliance and or sensitivity training amongst their talents, obviously they would have to allocate resources, set some resources aside for that extra training. And on top of that, that's not even factoring in the cost, albeit intangible cost, that is going to be associated with talent having to keep in mind the need to constantly tiptoe and walk on eggshells around anything that might approach Chinese politics. And when Chinese politics can be triggered by something as tiny as just showing Taiwan and China being listed as separate countries on a YouTube analytics page, that is something that is a major thing that's possibly going to weigh on the minds of your staff and or talents. Third, flaky partnerships. If you have these partnerships with brands or properties that are going to take them away if you piss off a government, or if you do something that constitutes a cultural faux pas, then you can't really rely on those partnerships to stand by you. Right? They are not a reliable source of income and therefore not worth enough to put up with the other liabilities that you're going to have to tolerate in order to continue to operate in that market. And then finally, cultural volatility. China is a country that has, like I keep saying, very, very unique idiosyncrasies when it comes to its pain points, when it comes to things that are touchy subjects, especially when it comes to the point of national pride and identity. For that reason, HoloLive felt that it's quite reasonable for people running HoloLive to look at all of this and go, you know what? It's not really worth it. We make more money from EN anyways. And, we make more money from Japan and the EN market anyways. I don't think it's worth it to keep running in Japan. Let's pull out. We don't have to deal with this anymore. And then making a, more importantly than anything else, pragmatic decision based off of simple cost versus benefit to pull out of the region. When you really break it down, and you evaluate the liabilities that Holo was avoiding, as well as and you try to weigh those up against the benefits, supposed benefits, that they stand to keep by remaining, you begin to realize that the decision to pull out of China, the decision to shut down Hololive China, was not so much about principles or morality, but more so about the business reality. Right? This was not about, okay, we understand that without the talent we are nothing or whatever. I mean, sure, maybe Hololive did understand that at the time, but that was probably not the primary reason. The primary reason was more likely than not just this company did company things, made its calculations, and realized that, well, pulling out of China relative to the liabilities we'd be giving up, the costs we'd be giving up, kind of worth it to give up those benefits as well. And so, when it comes to the decision to shut down Hololive China, fans will view it as, fans will often romanticize it as a principled stance. But in reality, when you take into account every factor that went into the situation as it existed back then, what Hololive would be leaving behind as well as what they would be giving up, essentially what you begin to realize is, well, it's not really so much a principled stance so much as it is a pragmatic one. And what this example hammers home is the fact that, I say this very often, right? I'm a broken record when it comes to this fundamental concept, but companies are not people, and morality is a human thing. For that reason, whenever you're evaluating the actions or decisions of a company, you always have to filter it through the lens of, how does this make them money? If not immediately, then how so in the long term? And when you're looking at, for example, sorry, give me a second. And when you're looking at it through that lens, it is very, very important that you don't slip into the trap of romanticizing why a company does things, attributing human motivations to a company's decisions and actions, because companies are not capable of compassion. They are not capable of morality. They are not even capable of principles. The closest things that companies have to principles are policies, and policies usually exist for the purpose of generating enough security to keep earning money. So, when it comes to interpreting company decisions, one of the things that is easiest to say but hardest to do is to take yourself out of that mindset of, this is how I would expect a person to make decisions, or this is how I would expect a person, or the motivations I would associate with a person choosing to do this. When you are looking at a company and evaluating its actions, its strategies, its decisions, you must look at it as if it is not a person, and more than that, incapable of human decision making and motivation. Yeah, they can opportunistically use morality as PR props, right? Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what professionalism is, right? The formal definition of professionalism, the kind that they teach us in media school, is the ability to stick to some sort of moral or ethical framework while you do business, right? But realistically, what professionalism is your audience being willing. How easy is it for your audience to believe that your company makes decisions out of principles rather than out of profit motive, right? That's basically what it boils down to. Yes, it is a rather cynical way of viewing things, but then again, corporations are cynical entities. So it usually ends up working out pretty accurately when you're trying to understand why companies do the things that they do. And so, part of the reason, actually, some of you may have realized that I've been pretty insistent so far on, the fans have romanticized this, the fans are turning Hollow into this sort of human entity that's capable of making decisions out of principle. But in case you're in any doubt as to why I say this about Hololive's fan base romanticizing this in hindsight, right? The reason why I'm so convinced that the fan base has indeed bought into that story of Hololive doing all of this out of the goodness of their heart rather than because it was pragmatically the best move to do as a business, right? It's because fast forward just like what, 4 years or so to July of 2024, when Hololive announced that it would be making a slow but certain return to streaming on Bilibili, and that the first 4 talents to go would be Kobo Kanairu, Matsuri, Roboko, and Sora. So the thing is, when people got wind of this, specifically Hololive fans in the West got wind of this, they acted as if Hololive had just announced that they were going to start indulging in child sacrifice. You go onto Reddit and you go through the Hololive, you go into r/Hololive, you look at the post that people are making about this. It sounds like Hololive has just killed somebody, right? Or they were announcing that they were about to commit the next 9/11 or something. Need to get this off my chest. Cover's silence on the Bilibili matter alarms me. For a company... Come on, Cherry Hongu Josu. For a company that has shown itself to be surprisingly good-natured and transparent when compared to other VTuber agencies like it, they have had remarkably little to say when it comes to their apparent return to Bilibili. I would think that such a significant occasion would warrant some sort of announcement or statement, but instead all we get is a leak about Matsuri making an appearance, then Kobo suddenly streaming there, and now Sora apparently going there to tell them about upcoming merchandise. No details whatsoever about what Cover's actual plans are for that place. To me, this implies that they knew full well that Western audiences would react poorly, and that keeping it as quiet as possible would somehow lessen the blow or reduce the backlash. It's done the opposite for me, though. I would have greatly appreciated some sort of statement and explanation as to what exactly they intend to do there for the future, because right now, things are looking extremely delicate. Yeah, I agree, literally a nothing burger. Which is why I found this funny, right? But to go on, yeah, it's legit. Not a fan, honestly. That said, it's better to voice your complaints to Cover directly in the contact link or report link. Please don't send super chats to talents asking them about this stuff. It has already happened in Aqua's stream. If a talent is streaming there, it's their personal decision, and Aqua said she has no plans of doing it anytime soon. That they might see it in a different way. They might see it in a different way than us. It's okay to be disappointed, but don't attack talents who choose to do so. It's a matter of personal choice at the end of the day. Another thing is, Cover being hush-hush about it is annoying. Then finally, a user by the name of Solara. Fucking yikes. I apologize to everyone that told me it's real. Now, I don't think I need to point this out, but it is quite obvious looking at some of these statements that, at least in part, the reason why people feel so miffed about this is because it essentially destroys the rose-tinted lenses that they looked through Hololive's decision to move out of China with. Because, again, this very unceremoniously pushes it in your face that, no, actually, Hololive didn't leave China because they thought that China was evil. They left China because it was no longer profitable to stay there. However, now that it is possible to go back, there's no reason for them not to. Because, yet again, at the end of the day, Hololive is a business. It's a company. It's a corporation. It exists to make money. All other concerns are secondary to that. And that's the part about VTuber Corpos that most fans find difficult to internalize. They find it easy to conceptualize that. They understand when you tell them this what it means, but they usually find it very difficult to internalize. The idea that no company, no matter how good you think it is ever going to be talent first. Because if a company is anything short of profit first, it doesn't tend to remain a company for very long. So, best case scenario for most VTuber fans, the corpo your talent works under, your favorite talent works under, your Oshi works under, is going to be profit first, talent second, or equal second with staff, and then other things third or fourth or fifth or whatever. That's the best case scenario, which for a lot of people is going to be a hard pill to swallow. But unless you do swallow that pill, you're not going to be in a position to understand and accurately interpret why corporations make the decisions that they do. Understand that a corporation can never be guided by principle, only pragmatism. Or I should say pragmatism. Another thing, saying that being said, I don't mean to imply that the people who work under corporations are incapable of morality or principle or compassion. That's not the case at all. But what I am saying is that you shouldn't expect that individual quality to be expressed by an entire corporate entity. That's just not possible. Another thing, when it comes to HoloLive, and this particular saga in HoloLive's history, the Taiwan incident, and what I suspect to be part of the reason why it's not that people were, it's not just that people were apprehensive about HoloLive returning to Bilibili. It's arguably some of them were rather apprehensive about the idea of appealing to a Chinese audience at all. Not just Chinese nationalists, not just Chinese antis, not even just Bilibili itself. No, some of the people who were speaking out against this were just apprehensive about HoloLive once again appealing to the Chinese. And that's one of the things that I find to be fascinating about this entire thing, because, yet again, it's sort of highlighted, at least looking back through this case study, for me at least, it's highlighted something fascinating about the way that fandom history is preserved or maintained in this space. Because as I talked about a few weeks ago, right? When you go through the whole process of, consumers being wronged by a corporation or perceiving a betrayal from a corporation, the process through which a consumer arrives at the conclusion that they have been, the corporation has done something wrong and that, reparations must be issued, or that the corporation must suffer or be penalized in some way to make up for their wrongdoing or whatever, right? The process through which a customer arrives at that conclusion is, it goes through various stages, right? First, a customer feels slighted by a firm, then the customer engages in a recovery process, then that recovery process is successful, in which case reparations are issued and accepted by the customer, or the recovery process is unsuccessful, reparations are denied or rejected, and then finally the end point of that particular bifurcation of the graph is that the customer seeks retaliation. Reconciliation is not possible, all that's left is atonement and punishment. And the thing is, the thing that I pointed out when I first talked about this on stream was that this structure mirrors almost perfectly the structure of a social drama. Social drama being a term that describes the stages of a community conflict. And a community conflict usually goes through 4 distinct phases, so to speak. No pun intended, considering our topic of today. In the first stage, there is a breach. A rule is broken or the status quo is disrupted within a community. This is basically, when we're talking about punitive consumer behavior, this is when the customer first feels betrayed by a firm because of something. Then in the second stage, a conflict emerges and people begin to take sides, right? This is when the consumer decides to seek compensation. They now view themselves as one side of a conflict and the side that is being ripped off, and so they must pursue some form of recompense from the other side, right? In the third phase, you have redress. There is an attempt towards moving to move towards a resolution. This is when the consumer engages with the recovery process, right? When the two sides get together and some form of dialogue and or negotiation is attempted. And then finally, after the redress stage, this can end in one of 2 ways. If the reconciliation process is successful, what you get is continuity. A sense of normalcy is restored, fairness and balance comes back into the picture, and the community remains intact. Reparations, this is usually the case where in a disagreement between a consumer and a firm, reparations are issued and accepted, right? The consumer complains about something is done about the complaint, the consumer feels like it's fair enough, and then everyone's happy at the end of the day. The opposite end outcome is a schism. The community realizes that reconciliation is no longer possible, tears itself in two, and a new status quo has to be established. And in this particular case, if we're talking about retaliatory consumer behavior, this is usually when the consumer tries to get some form of recompense, and then that attempt is either denied or it is not sufficiently that is not sufficiently acknowledged. And so the consumer continues to feel slighted. They now feel even more resentful, and as a result, they say fuck it, and the rest of the relationship between them and the firm is just gone. Right? They now become a very vocal detractor of that firm. However, when it comes to understanding how fandoms, especially in VTubing, or any entertainment industry for that matter, how fandoms approach this process of breach, crisis, redress, and either continuity or schism, one of the things that you begin to realize when you actually try to track the history of a fandom is that when you go into, when you have this sort of crisis, a social drama happens within a fandom and it risks breaking into two, right? Usually, most social dramas within fandoms end in continuity, but not because both sides had a resolution. As when you actually look back through the history of Hololive as a fandom, the fandom of Hololive, and you try to look for example, how did Hololive become big in the West? One of the things that you very quickly begin to realize is that the reason why so many social dramas end in continuity within fandoms is not actually because both sides got together and started to play nice again. It's because when there is a schism, the losing side, so to speak, the smaller faction of the fandom, the faction that either is pulled out from or gives up, they get written out of the history of that fandom's evolution. It's exactly like history, right? The way that actual, world history is written as well. And the history of fandoms being this similar is quite fascinating to me, because what it means is you can very easily see this in action when it comes to Hololive versus Hololive China. Now, when you try to look back through the clips that were made by some of the earliest EN translated subclips that were made by Chinese clippers, you're not going to see much of a trace of that unless you really try to go looking. Not just because a lot of them DFE'd, but also because of the fact that when people think about translated clips, people's perception of what translated clips are like is going to be dominated by the channels that cropped up around the time that are still in operation, which automatically excludes most of the Chinese clippers and most of the Chinese fans that were put off by the whole Taiwan incident. And the other thing is, well, most fans are going to be loath to really acknowledge that, well, China did play a pretty significant role when it comes to China did play a pretty significant role when it came to just proving to Hololive that, yeah, it was possible for them to go into foreign markets. It could work. And that may have been all the push they needed in order to try and start up ID and EN. So when you look back at this kind of thing, there is a lesson in the whole, Hololive, the whole Taiwan incident that doesn't just apply to companies or company staff. It applies to fans as well. This is what it looks like when you get pushed out of a fandom that you helped create. Your contributions to how that thing that you loved evolved, that gets completely written out of the canon of the fandom you were previously a part of. It may be exhausting or even demoralizing to conceive of fandoms as a battleground of sorts. But it is an unfortunate reality that in every fandom there are going to be people coming in who try to turn it into just that. And when they do, if you lose, this is what it looks like when/if you do. Now this touches on another thing, that the reason why I go into all of this. See, when you have a controversy, like for example the Taiwan incident, in the VTubing space. Usually when people look at something like this, right, they tend to perceive it in three different ways, right? They either, and we'll use the VShojo collapse as an example of this. When people see a corporate controversy in VTubing, they tend to perceive it and filter it through one of three ways. It is either perceived as news, or it is perceived as drama, or in some cases, it is perceived as industry gossip. And usually when people look at controversies in this space, it's solely perceived through at least one of these three lenses. And I mean, yeah, sure. It's not wrong to say that when a controversy happens, it is news, it is drama, and it is gossip, right? But the thing that I find frustrating about this industry, when you combine that with the fact that collectively most people in the space have a memory that goes no longer than 6 months prior to current day, is that each of these controversies, within them is contained a set of lessons. Rarely, if ever, are these controversies not just viewed as idle entertainment or, gossip or whatever, but they're actually viewed as case studies that can show you via the actions and failings of your predecessors what to do and, more importantly, what to avoid when you're doing business in this space. How do you handle yourself in similar scenarios and situations? What should you avoid saying? How could you avoid this communicative pitfall that basically tanked this company's reputation overnight? And the thing is, when it comes to VTubing, there is no shortage of failure. There is no shortage of controversy. And as a result, there is also no shortage of case studies. Do you have any idea how many companies have existed and died over just the last 2 years, and how much overlap there is in terms of the mistakes that they've made, to the point where they might as well be turned into fucking tropes, right? Actual tropes that you see, cliches that you see when people try to come up with stories. Because a lot of these companies make the same mistakes, and so you would assume that as more companies die, more of the survivors pick up the lessons. Or at least that was my assumption, right? That's the thing that I expect. I don't expect people to pay attention to my content, but I do expect people to pay attention to the things that I get my content from. The thing is, you don't need to be some sort of hotshot consultant to be able to learn basic lessons about public communication and PR from, public strategy and PR from, looking at the failures of your predecessors. So long as you have enough examples, enough data, you can make up for that. You can essentially, through pure repetition of these mistakes, identify recurring patterns and just things you should avoid. In theory, this is possible for literally any company, no matter how small or how unqualified their staff, or I should say how unqualified, how small or inexperienced. You would think that, but apparently that is not how things turn out. And in that same vein, right, the reason why I bring up the HoloLive Taiwan incident is because within it, in spite of all the controversy, the drama, the romanticization of a company that maybe actually had some form of principle in its decision-making, only to 4 years later prove that, never mind, it was all about money to begin with. The reason why I point this out is because within the mistakes that HoloLive made during the Taiwan incident are 3 crucial lessons to take away from how to handle something similar. One, on the subject of timeliness and proactivity. One of the things that the Taiwan incident demonstrated was that just being quick is not good enough. You need a plan, because if you don't have a plan, you're going to panic. And if you panic, you might end up misjudging what exactly you should be saying to what portions of your audience. And beyond that, HoloLive would have been fine if they only put out a statement directed at their EN and JP audience and or if they had only put out a statement addressed at the Chinese audience. In other words, they had to pick one. They could not satisfy both. And one of the things that makes PR, coming up with PR strategies or PR statements on the fly, an absolute nightmare, is that unless you plan for it ahead of time, you have no idea which part of your potential audience you should prioritize the most. Which parts of your audience are you okay with alienating? Because make no mistake, if you want to actually take a strong stance on anything as a company, you are going to alienate some group of people. You can't avoid that. So you have to pick which one. Good luck picking that, though, if you're in the middle of a controversy you haven't planned ahead of time and you're currently panicking, though. That's not going to work well in 90% of cases. And that's exactly why things like protocol is incredibly important in order to minimize response time and increase statement consistency whenever you do get times of crisis. On the topic of the second criterion, when it comes to evaluating how good a PR statement is or what a PR statement needs, you need clarity, right? And what HoloLive demonstrated more than anything is, although their statements were clear in a vacuum, there was a very, very obvious state of dissonance in terms of how the audience interpreted those statements. Right, there was a very, very obvious, even though their message was clear enough, oh, our talents did an oopsie, we're going to suspend them for 3 weeks, we apologize to everyone who has been affected in whatever vague way possible. The reason why people did not like that was because they looked at that and they went, why the fuck are you saying this? Because it looked like they were punishing their talents for something that was relatively minor if you were looking at it from the perspective of an EN or JP fan, and it looked like they weren't punishing the talents enough if you were looking at it from the perspective of a Chinese nationalist. So, like I said before, not all perspectives are made equal. If you are a VTuber company, you gotta ask yourself, which grievance is more valid? The one that expects me to protect my talents? Or the one that expects me, a Japanese VTuber agency that was previously a tech company, to support their rights to own an island? You really gotta think about that one. And that's what HoloLive demonstrated. Because what they essentially showed was that concessions to a perceived threat to your talent will always be unpopular in the eyes of your community. It doesn't matter how much you try to couch or cushion it. It's just always going to be received poorly, because that's the reason why your audience gives a shit about you. That's the fundamental contract, unspoken as it may be, that dictates the relationship between you and the people who pay you money or give you watch time. Everyone, the fundamental thing they care about is that, is my Oshi happy? And is she making content? If the answer to either is no, why? If the answer to both is no, then we chimp out. It's really just that simple. VTuber fans may make a big show about having principles or morals or whatever, but at the end of the day, they are very easy to please. So long as their Oshi is happy, and so long as she is making content, most of them will be fine with pretty much anything you have to do in order to make sure both those things are true. And finally, what HoloLive demonstrated in terms of the reaction to HoloLive and in terms of how fans characterized HoloLive's decision to shut down HoloLive CN after it happened, right, over the years as they went by, is, on the topic of professionalism, companies benefit from decisive action. Not because necessarily the decisive action is, not because the decisive action may always be the correct thing, the reason why companies benefit from decisive action. Usually companies make the mistake of thinking that decisive action, is good because it's quick, or because it's strong in terms of its effect on the internal way that the company, operates internally. But in actuality, part of the reason why decisive action is viewed so positively by the community that actually supports you most of the time, is because it allows people to buy into the illusion that you do things out of morality rather than profit motive. Decisive action, especially against perceived threats to your talents, can and often will affirm the audience's perception that your corporation possesses principles and values by giving them a source of emotional catharsis. When you identify someone that has been backstabbing one of your talents, for example, and you make the decision to essentially throw them out on the street, that is a massive morale boost for everyone who is left behind. Because that establishes two things. One, you have standards and you will enforce them in a manner that benefits the people who are willing to play nice with your company. And two, people get their just desserts. The audience feels like justice has been restored, not because of some sort of rational argument, but because they've been given a sense of emotional catharsis. The evil has been defeated. And you as a company now get to benefit from people believing that, you're capable of morality. That you, quote unquote, did the right thing, not the most profitable thing. And again, these three lessons about how PR should be handled, you would think that all of the companies that emerged since, 2020, when the Taiwan incident happened, you would assume that especially if they were aware of HoloLive's existence, but let's be honest, if you're starting a VTuber company, how the fuck can you not be aware of HoloLive? If you are aware of HoloLive's existence, if you are trying to start a company, surely you would look to the mistakes of your predecessors to try and understand how you could avoid making them yourself. Right? Because these three lessons are pretty blitheringly obvious when you actually pay even the barest modicum of attention. Right? You need protocol so that you don't end up stumbling over yourself to respond to a situation on the fly. You need to understand that clarity, when it comes to making your message clear, is going to be compromised if you make concessions to something that is viewed as a threat to the reason why your audience cares about your company in the first place. And finally, if you do have a threat that you can deal with, if you deal with it quickly and conclusively, people are going to view that as a positive thing because it satisfies their need for justice. It gives them a sense of emotional catharsis, and it also establishes that you have rules and you're not playing around. Rules are important for any shared space because rules are what allow people to feel safe and secure. People need that's the thing, right? When you have a shared space, so long as you and the others in it all abide by the same rules, that space will continue to be shared. Otherwise, you get things like people trying to crowd one another out or push one another out, and then no one feels safe in that space. But in any case, with these three lessons in mind, and that entire diatribe about how, preaching out of the way about how people should I wish that people would more often interpret controversies not just as drama or news, as gossip, but an actual opportunity to learn something useful. We move on to Face Connect. Now, one of the things that I want to touch on is in a very similar manner to HoloLive. Every single company among its fan base is likely to develop a sense of romanticization, right? Every fan base of every company is prone to romanticization. Every company will develop an identity in the eyes of their fan base that is something a little bit extra from just being a normal company. When people think of HoloLive, when people romanticize HoloLive, they think of it as a company that does right by its talents, right? That cares about its talents, and the reason why they want to turn their talents into idols is because that's their dream, and they want to push the talents towards achieving their dreams, right? They don't think of HoloLive as a company that has the aim of making money. Same thing arguably applies to Face Connect. Many FaZe fans, when you ask them, they are not going to instantly think of FaZe as just a thing that makes money. They're going to think of it as more than that. And one of the ways in which FaZe fans, especially legacy FaZe fans, I've noticed, has tended to romanticize and or humanize FaZe, is something that has become a kind of a meme, right, amongst both within and without of the FaZe's community, which is saying that FaZe is a based company, right? Calling FaZe based connect, or thinking of it as a based connect, right? And one of the things that I found that I wanted to look into is where exactly does the idea of FaZe being a based company come from, right? Because it does bear understanding where that part of your, where that part of the brand emerged from, right? Because, well, this is something that's slung around a lot, right? People say FaZe is based. People say FaZe is, well, in both a positive and a negative way. But usually when people say it, it's not coherent to the point of actually articulating some sort of rational assessment of what the company does or is. Yes, yeah. It's either base connect or chud connect, right? Chud connect when you're being derogatory and base connect when you're being affectionate. And the thing is, the thing that I wanted to understand was, okay, where did this come from? Where did this romanticization of FaZe as a company come from? Why do people view it as more than just a money-making machine? And, well, it starts with actually understanding the terms of, the terms of the terms of the brand, right? What does it mean to be base? Because that's the first thing I want to get out of the way, because this is a word that is infamously misused, the point where it's now been watered down in meaning to the point of meaning virtually nothing, right? In its original definition, based simply meant to be outwardly unconcerned with what others think, to be able to articulate thoughts and feelings irrespective of the stigmas, reactions, feelings, and pushback of others, right? Oh, Beowulf, welcome to the stream. Derogatory and affectionate aren't much different to FaZe fans. It's like I said on Morlington's stream, right? That graph where, that Venn diagram that Pippa drew early on in FaZe, where, fans and antis were like almost the same circle. But yeah, in any case, when you say that when something is based, it is something that you genuinely believe that you are expressing, even in the face of social stigma or other people expressing feelings or whatever, right? This is you not caring what others think. That is the crucial definition of based. In order for something to be based, one, it has to be genuine, and two, it has to happen, it has to be expressed regardless or in spite of pushback from others or risk of pushback from others, right? Based on what? Yeah. Now, unfortunately, over time and with popularization, this term has been watered down to mean it's been watered down to have two very common wrong meanings. Based, even though it's often used to mean this, is not something I like / something I agree with. That's not what the word means. Even though people will often use the term based as just like an affirmative, right? Something that you say when someone says something that you agree with. That's not what the word means. Similarly, based also does not pertain to any one partisan political side or affiliation. Often when people use the word based in reference to politics, they uncritically use it as a way to refer to right-wing or quote-unquote trad beliefs or stances or rhetoric or whatever. Again, based in its original definition does not mean either of these things. It just means to be unconcerned with what others think. Now, we move on to the main thing. From what I could see, one of the biggest things to catapult FaZe into this identity, this brand of being based as a company, was a bit of at least from what I could tell, a bit of a canon event when it comes to EN VTubing as an industry. And that is, of course, what happened in early 2023, otherwise known as the Hogwarts Legacy fiasco. When a bunch of miserable V-tweeters and people who should be put in asylums, or, in my opinion, zoos, ran around deciding that not only was Hogwarts Legacy transphobic, but that it should also be boycotted. Now, if that was where the belief and the opinion ended, I would have said, you know what? I disagree, but everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Fair enough. If you want to boycott it, that's your right. But this gaggle of charming individuals, they didn't just stop at deciding that Hogleg deserved to be boycotted. No, they were going to go one step further. They were going to show the world just how right they were about Hogleg being unacceptable. And they were going to go on a crusade on Twitter, in order to force everyone else to boycott it as well by not playing it due to harassment. Because their plan was to go into the replies and quote tweets and DMs of any and every VTuber or content creator, usually small streamer, who announced that they were going to be playing Hogwarts Legacy, and filling those with absolute filth. Two of the biggest, most prominent victims of this social trend at the time were Silvervale, who decided to play Hogleg at the beginning of February 2023 while she was still under VShojo. If you're curious as to how that went for her, please feel free to check out the last VShojo stream I did, which was a while ago, but it should still have all the information there. Basically, when her company, no one defended her among her co-workers, her company suspended her for playing Hogleg, and, well, she was dogpiled by the term that she herself coined, I believe, Twitter freaks on the internet. However, she wasn't the only one, or not the only, notable prominent victim of this belligerence. The second was Pikami, well-beloved VTuber hailing from VOMs at the time. And at the time, she was about to come out of a hiatus when she announced that she was going to be returning with a little bit of Hogwarts Legacy. Then, people shat up her replies, people shat up her DMs. I assume that people shat up her company's socials as well. And after all of that, she would make a quote tweet saying, "I am very sorry that I will cancel today's stream. See you guys on the next stream day." And also follow up with an additional tweet saying, "I am just a kettle who wants to play the games. Playing this game doesn't mean I'm supporting something specific. I just want to play the game. That's all. I hope everyone will have a wonderful day." Now, as you can imagine, running around harassing popular streamers probably doesn't make you very popular amongst a lot of people. And it pisses off quite a great deal and a great range of different other people. Normal people, or, more normal than the people doing the harassing. And some of those normal people are going to be other content creators. And this is where Face Connect comes in. Because two of the people who ended up observing all of this going down, and, essentially growing sick of it, were two talents from a small company by the name of Face Connect. Pippa and Tenma. Now, those two had some pretty choice words to say about the people running around harassing streamers for just saying that they wanted to play the wizard game. However, more importantly than anything, both of these talents, both Tenma and Pippa, were resolved to actually play Hogwarts Legacy on stream just to prove a point, right? Just to make a personal point. For Tenma, she just likes the Harry Potter franchise, so she was going to play it anyways, and fuck you to anyone who was going to tell her not to. For Pippa, it was quite the opposite. She hated the Harry Potter franchise, but she was willing to play the game anyways, just to spite the people who were running around harassing other VTubers. And at the end of the day, what you got was two VTubers who had their own very personal reasons to play the Hogwarts Legacy game. And it wasn't really set out, and this is the thing. A lot of people, in retrospect, and after they ended up playing the game, a lot of people tried to make it a political thing. A lot of people tried to make it out as if, Pippa and Tenma were making some sort of political statement, or they were hopping on a political bandwagon or whatever, right? They were driving harassment towards XYZ identity group or whatever. When in actuality, or they echo my beliefs, or they're actually right wing, or whatever. That's not the case. What this was, though, was based in the truest sense of the word. Both of them had a desire to play the Hogwarts Legacy game, desires that spawned out of opposite ends of the love-hate spectrum, but desires nonetheless, and both of them were going to act on those regardless of how much shrieking would happen on Twitter. And the thing is, a lot of people hopped on board with this. A lot of people respected them for doing this because guess what? No one likes V-tweeters, not even other V-tweeters. So, come February 13th, Tenma would begin a 12-part playthrough of the entirety of Hogwarts Legacy, I should say. Legends, fucking hell. Hogwarts Legacy, where, you would just get to tune into her actually enjoying herself playing the game, as it was intended when made. And again, it was a big fuck you to anyone who presumed to try and control what other content creators were able to do on their own streams. Lumi, welcome in. Thank you for being a Footstool for 13 months. I'm late. Oh no, how's everyone? No problem. I hope everyone's doing alright. But yeah. So you have Tenma basically playing the game because, she loves the franchise and she wants to, and fuck you if you try to tell her no. And you had Pippa on the opposite end of the spectrum playing the game because she wanted to send a massive middle finger towards the people who harassed the content creators she respects and she admires. Which, again, pretty admirable thing. Both of them based in their own way, neither of them taking a partisan political position, right? Even though some people try to characterize it as that on both sides of the political aisle, at least both sides of the Western political aisle. And so at the end of this, what people did, or what spectators to, Pippa and Tenma doing this did, was they ended up romanticizing why this went down, or more specifically, how FaZe permitted these streams to go ahead in the first place, right? People looked at Tenma streaming this and Pippa streaming this, and what they were saying on Twitter at the time, basically saying, fuck you if you try to harass VTubers or, just streamers in general into not playing this game. I will play it if I want to, eat a dick. And they looked at this, they looked at FaZe Connect allowing them to stream this, and they assumed that, oh, okay, this must mean that FaZe is based too. Right, FaZe must be a company that made this decision because it's the right thing to do, because they too really want to stick it to the V-tweeters or whatever. But again, like I said before, companies do not operate off of human values. Companies do not operate off of principles rather than profit motives, right? And so, companies by extension are also incapable of being based. Because not caring about what others think is not an option that is available to a corporate entity that needs to make money. It's fair to say that, yeah, Pippa and Tenma are based for doing that, but extending that to FaZe Connect is the trap that a lot of, I think, legacy fans fell into when this was happening in real time. Because people looked at this and they went, okay, surely this must mean that FaZe also stands with Pippa and Tenma in saying fuck you to the V-tweeters. When in actuality, and I want you to really think about this, what did FaZe stand to lose by allowing Pippa and Tenma to do that entire thing of telling V-tweeters to fuck off on Twitter and then streaming the game themselves? When you look at FaZe's position relative to other players in the industry, 2023, late 2022, early 2023, right? When you actually look at where FaZe was in the industry relative to its competitors, you may notice that at this point in time, FaZe wasn't really known for all too much, right? You did have the sort of quirky internet, quirky terminally online girl failure 4chan 4chan autist type branding going on with the talents. But again, not really anything that extends outside of just being niche, right? Not something that would give them prestige. Because yeah, the whole, being terminally online thing, yeah, that can be appealing, but that doesn't give you prestige, not really. And also, FaZe wasn't really that well known as a company. It's nowhere near as relatively big as it is today. So as a result, when it comes to the level of prominence that they possessed as a company, that was also relatively low. So in other words, when you actually look at the position of FaZe at the beginning of 2023, didn't have a lot of prominence because they weren't the biggest out of all of the companies that cropped up around this time. I believe that the beginning of 2023 was just after Sundaria closed, so you have that one major competitor that is no longer around, but you still had plenty of others, like, for example, VShojo, which was pretty much height of its relevance around 2020, 2022, 2023. So, in terms of relative prominence, FaZe didn't have a whole deal. And in terms of prestige, again, like I said, the things that FaZe were known for wasn't exactly things that would get them a lot of widespread respect in the eyes of the community or the wider industry, right? It's not something that would make people look at them and go, you know what, you've contributed to the rest of the industry in a really major way. And when you think about it that way, what you soon begin to realize is that making the decision, basically getting Pippa, allowing Pippa and Tenma to go off on V-tweeters and then play the game, if only just to spite them, that really had more benefits than detriments. FaZe really didn't have too much to lose by doing so. And what's more, in Pippa and Tenma telling V-tweeters to go kick rocks, what that essentially did was provide a public service to literally every other VTuber on Twitter. Because, as I said just then, no one likes V-tweeters. And so, when you look at it through that lens, what you begin to realize is that the decision that FaZe made, not so much principled, but pragmatic. They stood to gain a lot in terms of branding by allowing Pippa and Tenma to do this. Now, again, it might not have been done with that intention, right? But it certainly did have that effect, and that certainly could have been a factor in making this, well, the correct, quote-unquote, thing to do for the company, right? So one thing I would advise against is being too quick to assign morality to the decisions of any company, and FaZe is no exception. Because when FaZe allowed Pippa and Tenma to do this, what they essentially did was showcase that they are talents, and by implication a company, that are willing to stick up for other VTubers, even those who aren't part of the same company. Pikami was part of VOMS at this time. Silvervale was part of VShojo. And yet, as a fuck you to all of the people that harassed them, Pippa made the decision to play Hogwarts Legacy, a game from a franchise that she personally hates, just to prove a point, and to stand in solidarity. That is exactly the kind of thing that people are going to run with as a reason to grant you prestige. Because when you do something like that, when you stick up for a fellow content creator, even if you know you don't have a financial reason to do so, and even if, again, this was when Pikami announced that she was graduating, or around the time that Pikami announced that she was going to graduate. So realistically, it's not like you were going to get a collab with her either, right? So with no real tangible or cynical thing to gain from doing this, it makes it look all the more like, yeah, this is a principled stance. This is you sticking your neck out in order to prove a point in favor of someone who you don't have to be supportive of. When you do it anyways, people are going to admire you for doing that. That's where the prestige comes from. And that's also why, while I believe that it is more than fair enough to attribute what Tenma and Pippa did as a principled thing to do, I don't think that sense of decision being made out of principle should be extended to FaZe, the company. Because what they did as a company was objectively, for business and for branding, the right thing to do. It might not have been conceived of as a marketing or branding opportunity, but boy did it turn out that way. Because when people talk about Pippa, a lot of people who refer to her as based or whatever, they don't call her based because she would, with full chest, full confidence, with willingness to throw down and fight over this opinion. They don't call her based because she's willing to say that Joker 2 is a masterpiece, right? Because she actually does believe that. They call her based because they think that this was her dunking on specifically, the trans people that were running around harassing people because they were trans. When in actuality, she was dunking on these people because they were harassing people. Very different things, right? And they attribute to her a partisan political position that she simply does not hold. And so, the other thing, actually, that is quite characteristic of this is when people recite, the story of Pippa being Pippa and Tenma and the Hogwarts Legacy thing, that formed part of the origins of Based Connect, right? One thing that people quite commonly leave out of retellings of how this situation went down is after she had her Hogwarts stream, Pippa ended up posting a statement onto her Twitter, basically sort of tacitly acknowledging the whole framing around the, oh, you know, a lot of the people running around harassing others because of Hogwarts Legacy are people who identify as trans. There are also people who use being trans as an excuse to, you know, as a deflection, shield, and excuse for running around harassing people. But again, one of the things that Pippa was trying to make clear is that what she did is not intended to be a license to go out and attack someone based off of identity, but it is a fuck you based off of behavior, right? And she would end up clarifying this in a notice that she posted to her Twitter just 3 days after her Hogwarts stream. And the notice reads, quote, "Notice. It's nice to meet you all. It's been a hectic past few days, and I'm not sure how to word this properly. While I appreciate all of the kind messages, I don't appreciate being used as an excuse to attack other people. Let's not shit-fling and attack other people's identities. If I see it, I'll be blocking and banning you from my community, like I do the rest of the trolls and bullies. Do not try to misinterpret my words and use me as a banner to attack other people." Yeah. Unfazed. So, when you first read this statement, I get it, right? You know, VTuber talking about something to do with, you know, she didn't need to acknowledge this, right? Anyone who would unironically try to say that what she did was transphobic were not people making arguments in good faith anyways, right? So I can understand why you might read it in that sense, and you might go, okay, it's kind of painful, it's a little cringe. However, there are a few points in this statement that I do think are worth pointing out as having objective utility in the way that they are worded. It is not a pretty statement for sure, but it does get the job done when it comes to hitting on key points in order to essentially play it safe in a corpo sense. Because as much as people like to pretend that, you know, Pippa can just do and say whatever she wants, she is still part of a corporation, and she still was even back then. So that was still, you know, that was and still is a very pertinent consideration that she needs to hold at all times. So, yeah. There's a reason why I say that this statement is an effective one. And to break down, there are 3 specific lines that do a pretty good job of, well, essentially covering her ass. As basically covering her ass while at the same time disarming accusations made in bad faith. The first line is, "I don't appreciate being used as an excuse to attack other people." What it does is it sets a very clear boundary for her as a talent, right? Don't use me or my name in this way. This is not behavior that I will tolerate in my community, or from someone who claims to represent me or my fans. Second sentence, let's not shit-fling and attack other people's identities. It distances both her, FaZe Connect as a company, and the community from a stigmatized behavior, right? Attacking people's identities, you know, it's not something you want to associate with as a company, and as a result of that, her saying this, you know, it pretty neutrally distances her and her company and her, you know, and the Kapipis from that kind of thing. And then, finally, last thing that I want to point out is the way that she ends this entire thing. And this is important because a lot of people, when they read this, their knee-jerk response, if they are a little bit too, in my opinion, a little too partisan-brained, is to go, oh, no, she's conceding to people who would just call her transphobic or call her ist or phobe or whatever. When in actuality, the statement doesn't really do that at all. And you can see that in the way that she ends the statement, where she says, "Do not try to misinterpret my words and use me as a banner to attack other people." She already said earlier on in the statement, attack other people's identities. So saying it here, I mean, I can understand why some people might view it as her referring to that specific form of attack. But here, it's pretty obvious that it's both a setting of boundaries and also saying, don't try to take what I say or do out of context. And, you know, don't try to call me XYZ thing because, you know, I'm not, right? And what this does, more importantly, is it rejects the framing that is being pushed by both antis and by tourists. By saying, do not misinterpret my words and use me as a banner to attack other people, she rejects the framing that she's somehow transphobic or attacking trans people just because she's playing Hogwarts Legacy and telling V-tweeters to stop harassing other content creators. But she also pushes back against people trying to claim that she's making a political point, because, again, that's not what this is about. This is about her trying to stick up for other content creators by spiting a bunch of, well, universally hated V-tweeters. And so, when you actually look at this statement, assuming that it's written by Pippa and no one else, I find it... Well, actually, yeah, Zenguman, thank you for the flag. It's really funny how Pippa is traditionally known as, like, you know, lol Lamau. She has terrible taste in media. She got her start in terms of her brand as this sort of girl failure type content creator or whatever. But she's actually pretty good at conducting herself in the spotlight, right? You don't expect, you know, Bipkin Bippa to be, you know, someone who can put together a coherent PR statement, basically. But that's exactly what this is. Again, like I said, is it perfect? No. Are some people going to cringe reading it? Almost certainly yes. However, it does a pretty decent job at hitting on all the important points without ever conceding ground that she is an ist or a phobe or any other name that would be thrown against her, right? So, for that reason, at this particular point in time, the important thing is, a lot of people, when they look at Hogwarts Legacy, when they think back on Hogwarts Legacy, when they retell the FaZe Connect Hogwarts Legacy thing, a lot of them attribute the way that it went down as an overall positive to FaZe Connect's image and branding as something that was brought about because of the decisions made by FaZe Connect, made by Sakana. When in actuality, it was almost completely driven by the talents. Pippa and Tenma made the decision to do so. I assume that Sakana realized that there was no reason to stop them. And at the end of it, even the public statement that does the awkward, no, I'm not an ex, even that seemed to be, pretty alright, despite presumably being written by Pippa. I would hope that someone from management gave this at least a once-over before they gave Pippa the go-ahead to post it. But again, there's no real... Well, I mean, maybe there's indication of that. But in general, in my experience, Pippa is pretty good at just playing it safe PR-wise, despite the fact that you don't expect her to have PR training, right? Every time people reference clips of Pippa, it's always her doing or saying something unhinged. But in actuality, she's quite a down-to-earth person. And I don't think people give her enough credit for that, especially in a professional capacity. However, that being said, the Hogwarts Legacy thing, uncontested W for FaZe, right? It's part of what made people believe that they as a company, FaZe as a company, is based. It's what got people to believe that FaZe is full of talents that will say things, say the right thing, quote unquote, no matter what, irrespective of social stigma. That FaZe doesn't give a shit, right? Of what you think. They will just do and say whatever they want regardless. And I believe that this was, if not the origin, at least a significant factor in how that myth around FaZe Connect came to be. And so, throughout 2023, FaZe kind of got to ride that high, pretty much. 2023, at least from what I remember, that was the year where where I discovered FaZe, where I was starting to get into it. So I can't really speak to it from the perspective of a true old head. But that being said, from what I remember, 2023 was I think it was a pretty good year for FaZe from what I remember. Though maybe maybe I am being a little too maybe it's colored by nostalgia a little bit. However, 2024 was when a lot of things would change for FaZe. Not within FaZe, but for FaZe. And the reason for that is quite simple. It's a slide that I've brought up on multiple previous streams. And it's a slide that I think encapsulates quite well why the Western side of this industry is, to put it very mildly, deeply dysfunctional. And that is, throughout 2024 and 2025, FaZe would receive an unexpected promotion. They would become the biggest Ian-based biggest Ian-based corpo on the in the industry. Because throughout 2024 and 2025, we would experience the great VTuber corpo dying of those, where dozens of companies would all shutter their doors. To the point where FaZe was the only one that was pretty much left from that era of companies that started in around 2021, 2022. So, this one was pretty awkward. Not only did you have, the small companies like Prism Project, Kawaii, AN Project, Kawa Entertainment, Nexus, all of those dying. But you also had VShojo going down in spite of previously occupying the quote-unquote biggest EN-based corpo title. So that was a promotion that I don't think FaZe expected or wanted, to be completely honest, based off of some of the things that the talents were saying immediately afterwards. However, when you look at all of this, right? Don't call it that, sure. You're gonna get bonked by YouTube. But in any case, the thing about all of this is what this did was the opposite of the Hogwarts Legacy thing. Because instead of really increasing FaZe's prestige, because make no mistake, it did increase FaZe's prestige by a little bit, right? Because they were now the biggest EN-based corpo off of size alone. That's going to give them a little bit of clout by default. However, what this did more than anything, though, is with the death of FaZe Connect's competition, it drove up their degree of prominence exponentially in the space. All of a sudden, there was no one else to look at. It was just FaZe at the top of the Ian-based corpo sphere. A lot more eyes on them, a lot more scrutiny, bigger bounty on their head should you manage to make them take a fall. And this is what, funnily enough, quite a few talents, and a few fans actually commented on at the time, saying that it made them feel uneasy, right? Because I don't think anyone who's been in more than one fandom for an extended period of time knows that when the thing you like becomes giga popular, it's usually not a good thing for either it's not a good thing for the thing you enjoy itself or for you as a fan of it. Ivan Ivis, thank you for the 5. Unlike Pippa, most VTubers do not actually understand internet culture or even VTuber customs to begin with. They just see it as fast clout and money. Yeah, but I also think that Pippa, for someone who has never had a job prior to FaZe Connect, she has an intrinsic understanding of professional conduct in the sense of getting along with people who may be a bit different from you, while also understanding that sometimes you have to be able to compromise on the things you want to do and say versus what would be good for the collective that you are a part of. Pippa has always been pretty good at that. In fact, one of the things that people hold against her the most as time has gone by, when a lot of people, when they complain about Pippa and her content and or her self-presentation on stream, they say Pippa censors herself. Pippa's no longer as based as she once was. And I mean, yeah, technically, you could maybe make the argument that she no longer busts out some of the more spicy opinions she may have. But when people say that, right, it's the reason why she holds herself back from saying things, and I understand why people don't like that. I'm not thrilled at that myself either, but I understand why she would do that. Because when you are the face, when you are one of the biggest faces that represent a company, what you say no longer just represents you, unfortunately. And her decision to hold herself back, while it is not something that I would like, because, I mean, look, I am just as dopamine brained as the next, viewer. I like it when Pippa really gets going and starts talking about it. That's why I really enjoyed it. Like, I didn't agree, but I enjoyed it when she kept talking about, when she would shut up about how Joker 2 is actually a masterpiece. Because that was like, that's peak-based Pippa, right? It might not be an opinion that you can agree with, relate to, or even comprehend how it came to be. But that is fundamentally, like, that's the thing that makes her her. And yet, and that's why I find it to be, like, such a shame when... I find it to be a bit of a shame, but I do understand why she does it. And I don't... It bothers me when people undersell, the reasons why she holds herself back a little bit as just being like this thing that she does for no reason and is a unilateral bad thing. When again, like I said, she has a reason to do it. And if you understand how working as part of a team or a corpo works, you understand that small sacrifices like that are kind of necessary. Rembling, I think it seems clear to me that she does her best to link up with people in the industry, so I can see that, even if she is very much not my cup of tea. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. Watched her regularly for a couple of years. Yeah, 2024, 2025 wasn't great. Yeah. Again, I understand, right? I understand. But... I can understand if people say that they don't like the fact that Pippa censors herself. But where I draw the line is when people pretend like there's no reason for that. Just as I don't like people saying, yeah, good, Pippa should censor herself. She shouldn't say what she thinks about things. I also don't like people pretending like that self-censorship has no reason whatsoever. Because again, you don't have to like the reason, but you can at least acknowledge that it's there, right? Marley OCD, thank you for the 5. Pippa has also said she holds herself back because she doesn't want her co-workers to get the same flack she does. Many of them... See, that's the thing, right? That's another reason why, again, she has an explanation for what she does. Quite a rational one as well. Barely watched her on 2025, but it was mostly to work than anything else. Fair enough, right? But yeah. So... Again, it's just kind of like a rhetoric thing, I guess. It's a personal pet peeve, I suppose. But that aside, 2024-2025 was both good and bad for FaZe. It set FaZe up for a lot of people are going to want to, well, at that point in time, by virtue of FaZe now being the biggest company on the inside of the industry, a lot of people are going to look to try and suck up to and or suck off FaZe and or its members, right? You are going to get people giving them more respect simply because they're the only one left standing. When all the other houses burn down, the one remaining gains a lot of value. However, in saying that, like I mentioned just before, prominence is usually not something that companies want an excess amount of. And unfortunately, when you go over the course of just 1 year from being, a pretty decently sized, consistently growing, small-ish corpo to suddenly rocketing up to being the biggest EN-based corpo in the industry, that's going to require adjusting to a degree of sudden momentum, possible growth, opportunity, and or scrutiny that you might not be ready for. And the thing is, I have come to believe, in hindsight, given the events of the past week or so, that FaZe, rather predictably, was not, in fact, ready for this extra prominence. And what essentially we would get is a stress test of how good FaZe is at dealing with increased scrutiny that comes along with their relative size. What should they do now that they are the biggest company on the EN side of the industry? Come 2026, February 3rd. And this whole saga would be kicked off by a fairly cringe but fairly innocuous ad by Minecraft being posted on their official Twitter account stating, quote, "Want to change the world IRL? Start in Minecraft. In the free Good Trouble DLC. Explore global civil rights movements, meet change makers, and learn how to stand up, speak out, and build a better world." Accompanied by this this trailer. Hold on, let me mute the BGM. We're gonna just briefly watch this. Hold on, let me enlarge it so that it's easier for you guys to see. I'm going to turn down the volume as well to being about 50% of what I had it at before. Stupid. Wait until we actually start diving into what this consists of and what people were trying to say in defense of it. See, I look at this and I think it's cringe, right? Global is just about the US. See, Xanthropy, I actually disagree with that. It is supposed to be global, but the lens through which those global movements are presented is very much US focused, right? So it's not as simple as, oh, it's just the US. But it is very US coded, which explains why, in spite of trying to teach people about global civil rights, or claiming to teach people about global civil rights, a lot of people looked at this and they instantly assumed, if they were from the US at least, they instantly assumed that it was just going to be talking about the US, right? However, as we will come to see, a lot of people who don't come from the US have quite a different interpretation. Thankfully, this little snippet of the trailer is wordless. However, there is a longer 1 minute plus version of this trailer on the official Minecraft YouTube channel. We will be reviewing that later, but for now, just going through this ad is going to be enough to set up the context for what comes next. Okay, so I want to briefly go through the structure of that, right? The opening thing of it, you see the rating, walk with civil rights leaders. Again, I want to point out, the caption says global civil rights movements, and the first thing that is shown on screen in terms of the text is civil rights leaders. There's no specification that we're talking American, although, admittedly, the first scene that they open up with is a walk down, I forget what exactly the name of that bridge is. Actually, never mind, it says Edmund Pettus Bridge. I assume that's something in the US. That means nothing to me. I'm Australian and Chinese. But then we go through, this is a march with John Lewis, and then they start showing off some of the different historical civil rights leaders around the world that they're going to be putting into this DLC. The first being John Lewis, one of the people who marched on Washington. Then Malala Yousafzai. Now, for those who don't know who Malala is a Pakistani civil rights activist. And then followed by Rosa Parks. Fun fact, all of these are reskinned villagers. Make of that what you will. And then finally, it ends with the slogan, "Make good trouble." Good trouble is a euphemistic term that refers to protesting, or in other words, civil disobedience for the sake of making a political point. So, when you look at the end slogan, and the fact that this is aimed at kids, and the fact that the caption leads with, "Want to make change in the world IRL," I think it's pretty unambiguous what this is a DLC about. It's not actually a DLC about America, although a lot of Americans did interpret it that way. This is a DLC about protesting, about civil disobedience, about making good trouble. This is about becoming a political activist. And so, it's pretty clear if you actually bother to look at the trailer and look at the caption and put the two side by side, what this is a DLC about. What is the main message of this DLC? Then we fast forward to a few hours after this was posted, when Jelly of FaZe Invader's Wish would quote tweet this post from Minecraft saying, "I was advised by my lawyers not to comment." Sorry, give me a second. Okay, goodness. All right. Zanguman, thank you for the 5. Not pictured, right? Cops beating the heck out of people for the crime of walking along a bridge. See, the thing is, we can prove that this is a utterly ridiculous DLC with utterly ridiculous arguments in defense of it without even having to go into the actual contents of it. We can just stick to the trailer, the information about the DLC on Minecraft's website, and we have already enough to knock down all of the straw men that people were trying to attribute to Jelly. However, to begin with, this is the first thing that Jelly tweeted about this. "I was advised by my lawyers not to comment." Now, this is admittedly a pretty cheeky tweet, right? But it is a sentiment that plenty of other people have, right? A lot of other people look at this and they go, okay, why are you putting protest DLC in the game aimed at kids? That's a little weird, right? You want kids to engage in political activism when they're not even old enough to consent or to drink. That's a bit strange, right? And for that reason, if we're just looking at this one tweet, it's a little vague, right? As on top of that. So if you were to try and spurg out about it, you'd have a hard time making sure that you didn't look like the bigger spurg between you and Jelly. And so, for that reason, let's try applying the same "should I make this tweet" framework to this. Because it does need to be said that this is a tweet that did have the chance of becoming something controversial, right? It did have the chance of attracting the wrong kind of attention. So if we were to examine, you have alerted the Horde, yeah. It did have the chance of alerting the Horde, as you kindly pointed out on top. So we could apply the matrix. And if we did, right, apply the "should I make this tweet" framework to this, right? Starting off, who am I writing this for? It's quite obvious that, well, for those who don't know, Jelly does quite a bit of Minecraft. She streams autism games all the time. Her fan base is very well acquainted with both her taste in games, her personal investment in Minecraft as a game, and they are also very well aware that she has a disdain both for putting children in danger and also people trying to shove politics into games. So, as to what she meant when she said this, it's pretty obviously aimed at her audience of Star Knights. So already we can put it into target audience. Then, are they going to listen to me? Well, it's pretty obviously aimed at Star Knights, so yeah, the answer's going to be yes. Do I mind if people outside that target audience see my tweet? Now, here's where some people may disagree. I think the fact that she posted something that was a little tongue-in-cheek means no, because there's enough plausible deniability in how vague that statement is worded that even though this is something that I could see turning into a shitstorm, I could still understand why, okay, yeah, maybe if she were to post this, I could see why she would, right? I could also see why a manager would allow her to post something as vague and as small as that, because like I said before, enough plausible deniability so that if someone tries to get on your ass for having an opinion, you can deny even having one in the first place. And then finally, is this consistent with morals, character, overall image I wish to project? I would also say yes. Jelly has several times in the past not only expressed her love of Minecraft, her belief that escapism in games is important, but in the past she has also said on multiple occasions that she intends to have a family at some point in the future. As a result, being disgusted or condemning things that have the potential to be bad for children or bad for kids, specifically in school, is not something out of character for her. And if anything, it reinforces that particular value that she has expressed she has in the past. So if we're looking at just this tweet and just Jelly, I think it is fairly safe to say that, yeah, this tweet was fine. Now, what came next, little bit more debatable. Because this wasn't the first and only thing that Jelly would tweet. It was the first, but it wasn't the only thing that she would end up tweeting. Because a few hours later, the same day, Jelly would end up quote tweeting it. Jelly would end up making a whole bunch of other posts expanding on her thoughts about the Minecraft DLC further. Makirius, thank you for the 5. Aiming at an audience that can't vote or drink or consent? That's a feature, not a bug to them. Oh, I agree. On the surface, even without examining it any deeper, why the fuck would you try to teach kids politics? They literally don't have the cognitive function to be able to absorb anything that requires critical thinking. How do you expect a kid to be able to comprehend politics unless you're just expecting them to swallow up slogans? Once her tweet went up, any action taken by FaZe was going to lead to reaction. Too bad they bet on the black ball. Too bad they bet on black because the poll ended on red. Yeah. I think I have a bit of an alternative take on the matter with the DLC given my knowledge of its content. I see it as corporate virtue signaling because the DLC itself is quite non-committal. I don't think we even need to go that far, because again, my aim here is not to go through the DLC or whatever, right? That's something for potentially separate stream. What I am looking at, though, is the straw men that people keep attributing to Jelly. Kids are taught about civil rights, depending on their age too. Yeah, but the point that I'm making here with this DLC is that based off of the trailer, it's quite transparent. It's not just teaching kids about civil rights. It is basically a DLC that is designed to encourage them to become political activists. It ends on the slogan, "Make good trouble." And for that reason, a lot of people are going to have issue with that. For pretty understandable reasons, as I'll get into in a second. So, when she elaborated on her earlier thoughts, Jelly would end up stating the following in a tweet thread of her own, saying, quote, "Screw it, man. I think pushing politics in my children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as quote-unquote education. Let me play my stupid block game without having to engage or associate with any of your stupid political garbage that I literally do not care about. I am just so tired of seeing it. Why does it even matter to push real-world matters into my block game that I play to escape from the real world? And if I buy and play the game, can it be seen as taking a side because their dumb ass stupid post blew up? Stupid people in power moment. I was taught about my country's civil rebellion against the US from the age of like 8, lol. See, much of that depends on how you were taught about that, and if you were encouraged to engage in similar types of civil disobedience, and whether you were given the equipment to think about what constitutes a reasonable justification for civil disobedience. The thing about the Minecraft DLC is Minecraft, by definition, is rated E for everyone. The DLC specifically, because it was originally built for the Education Edition, it is rated E for everyone. It cannot, as a result of that, it cannot show things like violence, gore, or political intrigue. Simply because it is made for kids. If you were to give kids a DLC that pertains to teach them about politics, or, for example, civil rights, right? The best case scenario is they come away from that thinking, okay, sure, maybe being a political activist is a good thing, and they go out and try to do it, without having any idea of what the costs of engaging in political activism can be. Because here's the thing that most Americans do not understand. Political activism is not like just sitting at home, tweeting at somebody and arguing with them online. It's not showing up to a protest where your absence from work will be paid for by some billionaire trying to agitate. Sometimes, when you try to get involved in politics, when you engage in civil disobedience, when you become a political activist, it involves you putting yourself in situations that can get people hurt, that can get people killed. And if you make the decision to engage in that kind of political activism, you better be aware of that potential eventuality. Because if you are not making an informed decision on whether you actually want to be a political activist. And that is why, for Jelly and for many others, because she is nowhere near in the minority on this, for a lot of people, the idea of encouraging children to become political activists is grotesque, specifically because children do not have the capacity to understand what it might mean to engage in political activism, real political activism. When you resist the authorities, if you're actually trying to upend an exploitative and oppressive government, what do you think that looks like? Do you think that's what? A bunch of people just marching down a street in silence? How do you think the US managed to get civil rights laws passed? Do you think the politicians just woke up one day and out of the goodness of their heart looked out their window, saw all of the good black and white folk clogging up the streets and went, yep, we're gonna do civil rights today? No. Civil rights, or any law for that matter, does not get passed because politicians just feel like it. They get passed, well, at least the advertised reason is because the politicians were scared enough of the people to do the thing that the people wanted them to do. However, in actuality, and this is something that most people often don't end up considering, is that governments don't do things for moralistic reasons any more so than corporations do things for moralistic reasons. Now, the implications of that we'll get into in a second. However, to tie in back to Jelly's point, it's very important for the sake of understanding how this was grossly mischaracterized after it was deleted and prior to its deletion, this tweet I mean. It's very important to understand exactly what it is she's saying. I think pushing politics into my children's sandbox game is disgusting. What she has an issue with is specifically politics in general being put into games for children. She finds this to be disgusting, by which I assume she means morally reprehensible, especially when it is disguised as education, by which she is arguing that it is not actually designed to teach you things or help you learn something. Let me play my stupid block game without having to associate or engage with your any stupid, dumb political garbage, etc., etc. That is basically a cry for escapism. Same thing with the follow-up tweet that she did immediately afterwards. I'm so tired of seeing it. Why does it even matter to push real-world matters into my block game I play to escape from the real world? Again, what she's saying is this DLC interrupts escapism. Is she wrong about that? Well, when you consider that civil rights is very much a real-life political problem, no, actually. This is the definition of pushing real-world matters into the block game. And if I buy and play the stupid game, can it be seen as taking a side because their dumb-ass post blew up? Again, what she's saying is because the ad on Twitter blew up, does that mean now that anyone playing Minecraft would now be seen as taking a stance that they support this kind of activism? You don't even have to say civil rights movements. It's just this kind of empty corporate social virtue signaling. I'd argue governments are just corporations. Oh, they are similar to corporations, but the reason why I wouldn't go so far as to say that they are the same thing is because fundamentally governments seek the... Okay, how do I say this? Corporations are essentially entities that are built around accumulating one thing, which is money. Governments are similarly entities that exist that revolve around building up and collecting and hoarding one thing. But that one thing, I would argue, is not money, but something else, which is going to be relevant to a point later, which is why I'm going to hold off on that for now. So, with all of this being said, her point is basically, this DLC ruins escapism, it shouldn't be put into a children's game, and I think that trying to put Protest DLC into a kid's game is bad for the kids, is disgusting. All of those are arguments that, again, have nothing to do with actual civil rights itself. It's just a general commentary on how harmful it is to try and push politics into a child's game. Because here's the thing. As I've often said before, the medium is the message. What you choose to use in order to send a message is going to constitute an unspoken and often invisible part of the message itself. It's still going to affect how people interpret it, but the effect is going to be largely unnoticeable. Games as a medium. What is the message, the implicit message that is inherent to games as a medium? That's why the American education failed. Schools are also using DLC during school hours, yeah. Action? You take action? Yes. So, there are two implicit messages contained in games, right? As a medium in general. One is you want to do this, right? This is an action that you can engage in. You should be active in doing this thing. The second implicit message is this is fun. It's on the most fundamental level, games as a medium are designed to be fun. To tick all, to basically push all the right buttons in your monkey brain to convince you to continue playing. So what that means is anything that you try to put into a game is going to acquire that inherent message that is embedded into the medium, that this is supposed to be fun. For that reason, I and many others looked at what Jelly said and went, yeah, I think that telling kids they should go out, become political activists, commit civil disobedience and protest without being able, because of the constraints of being an E for everyone game, impress upon them the potential ramifications of doing so, is pretty disgusting. Because politics and protesting is not just sunshine and rainbows. It's not just peaceful marches and yelling at politicians from across the street. Sometimes it can devolve into violence. And sometimes it devolves into rioting. And sometimes people die. And that is something that kids should have impressed upon them if you are going to try to encourage them to do anything or to try to change the IRL world. Or whatever. I think that's a pretty reasonable take. And it's a take that many people would have, so long as they don't think that it's A, fine for Microsoft and Mojang to teach their kids politics and rights, or B, they think this is an appropriate medium to teach kids at all. At the end of the day, what Jelly is saying is basically, we deserve escapism in games, and two, do you really trust these corporations to teach your kids about things like politics and rights? It really isn't that hard. At the base fundamental level, that's what her argument boils down to. And again, I want you guys, the reason why I take pains to emphasize this so much, the reason why I keep looping on this, is because when we go through how people present her argument, it becomes something very, very different. Now, in the replies to this, you also had other people, commenting on what she said, expressing similar sentiments, building off of what she said, and, she would end up replying to those as well. For example, a user by the name of Molladin saying, especially because it's America-centric politics. Why should I care about what happens on the other continent? Why add it to an international, Swedish sandbox game? To which Jelly replies saying, "Didn't clock that. I didn't know a lot of these featured historical figures till I did some research of my own." And then Tendies for Breakfast saying, "We're never going to be allowed to have even a little bit of escapism anymore, are we?" To which Jelly responds saying, "Very strange, yeah. I just want to play a game for the game and not associate myself with whatever stance they are taking." Again, she doesn't find politics in games palatable because she doesn't want to be seen as adopting a certain set of political beliefs just because she plays a game. However, unfortunately, with this particular tweet, it would end up alerting the Horde, though perhaps not for the reasons as the Horde would state. Now, if we were to look at this tweet on its own, and we were to look at Jelly on its own, and repeat the process of actually trying to evaluate, okay, should she have posted this tweet? Was it a good idea to post this tweet? Spoilers, the answer is no, but perhaps not for the reasons that some people may think. So, we start off right at the beginning, right? Who am I writing this tweet for? Now, based off of the fact that this is worded like a rant, I would usually put Jelly over here, right? This seemed, because of the fact that it's phrased like a rant, I would assume that this is more aimed at the catharsis of the poster than a message to an audience, and as a result, I'm going to, that would be my usual instinct to put it straight into myself and straight into, don't post this, start a journal or vent to a friend instead. However, the fact that she was responding to people who were replying under it makes me reconsider and go, okay, maybe it was for a target audience. Probably the same target audience as her earlier tweet. So then, target audience, are they going to listen to me? Well, if it was target audience, let's assume it was Star Knights. Okay, yes, they are going to listen. Do I mind if people outside that target audience see my tweet? Then, if we get to that, well, the fact that she made a second tweet after posting the first, and a second tweet that was more explicit than the first, I would assume that the answer is no. In which case we land back to, is this consistent with her morals, values, and character? Yeah, it is very like Jelly to both care about kids and want escapism in games. So, yes. Which ends up back in Sended. But again, this is where things go a little awry. Because just as I can believe that, yeah, it was aimed at a target audience, again, my first instinct is it was worded as a rant, it sounds like a rant, therefore it's probably aimed at personal catharsis, so put it here. However, let's assume that, okay, she did have a target audience. She planned that this was going to be something that the Star Knights would, this is something that the Star Knights would agree with. Maybe some people outside of that target audience see it, but she doesn't really care because at the end of the day, this is what she genuinely believes. And I can believe that this is what she genuinely believes, right? Let's say that she ends up landing here. Let's say, if we are very, very charitable and we ignore the fact, let's ignore everything about the way that it is worded and hypothetically say that she manages to land here. The problem is, it's not just about her at this point, because we're now dealing with a tweet that, because she's following up on a topic that is already, blowing up on Twitter, more eyes are going to be on this, and therefore more people are going to be looking to engage with it. It's no longer just about her as an individual making a random post on Twitter. Now it's about FaZe as a company as well. And the thing about FaZe is we don't need to go through this entire process of, oh, does it go left or right here, left or right here, left or right here, left. It just goes straight into this. FaZe does not want any part of this because it's a company. And since this stinks too much of politics and culture, this is something that FaZe would probably not want any part in as a company. Hence why the problem is, Jelly, yeah, sure, I could see her landing here. But we're not just talking about Jelly anymore. We're talking about the company. And when you work under a company, sometimes a company needs to, tug on your leash a little and pull you back up here. So regardless of whether we're looking at this from the perspective of evaluating how advisable was it for Jelly to post this if we're just looking at her as an individual versus looking at her in the context of FaZe as well. Either way, I think that the tweet lands squarely here. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a banger tweet and a lot of people agree. And the reason why I deem it inadvisable isn't because the position is indefensible. It's because you're going to have to defend the position against a lot of retards, and not everyone has the time or money or resources or wherewithal or wits even to do that. See, here's the thing. Like I said before, companies don't make decisions out of morality or out of principles. And when it comes to this, it didn't look like so much that FaZe had an issue with the contents of Jelly's tweet, but more so with the reach of Jelly's tweet. And the reason why I say that is because the tweet stayed up when she posted it on February 3rd for 2 days afterwards. For 2 days afterwards, this tweet continued staying on Twitter, gaining traction, to the point where it reached over 4 million impressions. Now, as you can probably imagine, there were a lot of people who got mad at Jelly for this. That's why the impressions climbed so high. And at a certain point, what I can only assume happened is FaZe looked at the impressions climbing up and up, and they decided, you know what, time to pull the plug on this. Because 2 days later, on February 5th, when Jelly was in the middle of streaming a game called Unemployment. I don't know the actual name of the game. She calls it Unemployment Simulator 2018. But so she was streaming that. And while she was streaming, some point during the stream, FaZe would delete both the tweet thread that she made, expanding on her feelings about the Minecraft DLC, and also the initial tweet where she talked about her lawyers advising her not to comment. So 2 days later, FaZe would end up deleting the tweet. Again, the reason why I assume that they deleted it because of reach, not because of contents, was because of the fact that they waited 2 days. As far as timeliness goes, this isn't exactly a great utilization or great way of satisfying that criteria, right? Waiting 2 days to take down a controversial tweet only after it has become only after it has well and truly broken containment. Not exactly on the ball there, not exactly very proactive PR strategy. Usually what you would do is you would have some sort of policy, or I would assume that a better way of doing things, we would have some sort of policy where towns warn you ahead of time if they think that a tweet is going to blow up or be controversial. You keep an eye on that, and then you set a certain amount of impressions, after which you choose to delete the post. What happened with FaZe does not look like that. It doesn't even look like something they planned for, just something they made up on the fly. And so they deleted the tweets. Sure, a lot of us looked at this and we went, okay, that's a bit of a shame, but, we can understand why. It broke containment, fun's over, guys, time to go home, that kind of thing. And if that had been the end of it, we wouldn't be doing the stream. However, after deleting those tweets, which, in my opinion at least, was a pretty prudent move, although I would have preferred they do it sooner if they were going to do it anyways, right? If you are going to delete tweets because you don't want them to become controversial, nip them in the bud before the algorithm does its thing. I can understand them deleting the tweets because, it's controversial. There's a lot of people getting in the quote tweets and the replies, and maybe you don't want to deal with people shitting up your streams for the next few days or whatever. And deleting the tweets does a pretty good job of that, because people have infamously short attention spans. People are likely going to forget the next time something big crops up that they want to jump on the bandwagon of trying to dunk on Twitter. But, despite that being the smart option, FaZe, the very next day, would end up doing the complete opposite of that game plan. Because I still have no idea why they do this. Well, that's a lie. I have suspicions, but let's go on the ride. On February 6th, 2026, now 8 days ago, FaZe would end up posting a formal announcement on their official Twitter account, stating, quote, "An important notice regarding recent events. Thank you for understanding. Notice on recent events. Thank you for supporting FaZe Connect. Recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talents included discussion on sensitive issues. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. We sincerely apologize for any issues caused by this incident. FaZe Connect's focus has been and always will be providing entertainment through different personalities and a wide range of unique content. We do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. Thank you for understanding and for your continued support of FaZe Connect and our talents." And followed by a little thing in the replies, the addendum. FaZe does not, please do not direct any questions regarding the recent events to any of our talents. Thank you for your continued support. Now, fun. Okay, so I did talk about this statement back on Mollington's stream that I did with him last week. However, going through the wording. Now, a lot of people, when they read this, immediately looked at this and went, what the fuck? They just called Jelly racist. And while you can be charitable to the people who wrote this statement and say, okay, maybe that's not what they were saying. Maybe they were just saying that they internally reviewed what Jelly said, thought it was too sensitive, and that was a separate thing from saying we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities, meaning that that was a message towards fans. That is way too naive, in my opinion, because when you actually look at the entire statement, they start by saying comments made by one of our talents include discussion on sensitive issues. On its own, in a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with that sentence, because it's objectively correct. Jelly's tweet did touch on sensitive issues. Now, why those issues are sensitive is outside the realm of what the company or Jelly are able to comment on. Don't worry, we will talk about it, but it's not within their purview, so it makes sense that they wouldn't say anything about that. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. Again, also acceptable, understandable, makes sense. Something blew up, it touched on a sensitive topic, your talent stepped on a cultural landmine, and as a result, you decided to take down the tweets after an internal review. That's fine, companies do that all the time, we get it. We sincerely apologize for any issues caused by this incident. Now is when things start to get sussy. Because the thing is, when you apologize, there is the implication of wrongdoing. And also, I've said this before, when you apologize, who are you apologizing to? Apologies should only ever be directed at most two parties. One, the party that you have injured, in which case I don't see anyone who has been injured by what Jelly has said. Two, the audience, for having to see you go through this entire thing in the first place. And again, when they say, we sincerely apologize for any issues caused by this incident, the fact that that follows recent comments made on Twitter that were taken down after internal review, that implies that the comments were taken down because there's something wrong with them, right? It is something that FaZe feels like apologizing for. So as a result, the implication is, yeah, the comments were wrong in some way. So then the question becomes, okay, how were they wrong? And then to go on with, the next paragraph begins with, FaZe's focus has always been on providing entertainment through different personalities and a wide range of unique content. Non-statement basically saying, we're a content company. And then they say, we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. And this is, without a doubt, ironically, the worst part of the entire statement. Because when you combine that with the we sincerely apologize and the following an internal review, we removed the comments made on sensitive topics, now what that means or what that implies is that the wrongdoing present in those comments was racism, hatred, or bigotry, or that they would encourage racism, hatred, or bigotry in the communities. The only other way in which this thing is made worse is the fact that, like I said on Mollington's stream, this statement is missing something very fundamental to most official statements put out by VTuber companies when they're talking about a talent going through something. So, actually, I'm curious. Does anyone in chat know? If you watch the stream I did with Mollington, you're not allowed to answer because that would be cheating. Yeah, it essentially paints Jelly as a villain. That's the problem. Sorry, give me a second. Yes, Joe, exactly. Where's the we and talent? Or to be more specific, exactly like what Mio said, where is we do not tolerate this towards our talents? it's missing Fishmantic. No, that's supposed to come later. But yeah, no. The thing that's missing from the statement, and this is the thing that Hololive Niji Sanji does routinely, is we don't tolerate people being mean to our talent, right? They may be going through a time of controversy or whatever the fuck, but you don't get to bully them. Now, that being said, Hololive and Niji Sanji do admittedly have an advantage in that regard, in that they are companies based in Japan and operating out of Japan. When they say don't touch our talents or we will touch you, it carries a lot more weight than when a company over here in the West says it. However, for the sake of establishing a principled stance that does not throw your talent under the bus, I cannot overstate how much of a difference to the way that the statement would have been read it would have made if FaZe had included in there a sentence or two basically saying, we are aware that you guys have been ganging up on our talent. That is not okay. She may have done an oopsie, but that is not okay. Holo just sued in the US? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that's a bit of an exciting development. So they can and will touch you. I see. Railgun, thank you for the super. Phase Connect Doom Clock activated. Again, I don't think it's that severe. But again, we'll get into reasons why in a sec. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. I saw some tourists saying that it addresses the racists in the community as if blaming the community would make it better. Yeah, exactly. So, the whole thing, again, one of the reasons why I personally found this statement to be so egregiously disappointing was because it bought into the false narrative that was being spread about Jelly, which is that it was about race to begin with, when in actuality, funnily enough, as we will see, the only people bringing up race and making it about race were the people who were trying to dunk on her. But in any case, look, it's okay. Literacy is difficult, and more so when you don't have a plan, you're tweeting blind. I understand it may sound absurd to say that you need to think while you're tweeting, but unfortunately when your job is entertainment, and especially if you are a social media manager, yeah, that's kind of how it works. But in any case, yeah, the fact that the statement is missing a sort of clause a la Niji or Holo that basically says, we do not tolerate people being mean to our talent. Yes, she is a naughty little girl who, said something a little spicy, but that doesn't mean you get to dunk on her, right? Something like that would have gone a long ways towards making it so that the fans would not read this and immediately conclude that they are calling Jelly racist. The guy they sued already DFE'd. Oh, okay. He's Japanese though? Ah, okay, that makes sense. See, the thing is, the problem with this statement is that it didn't just need proofreading. It needed a fundamental reassortment of the data they were using in order to even understand what they were supposed to be arguing against. And I'll show you this in a second, but for now that we've covered why fans instinctively, reflexively, and correctly looked at this statement, read it, and concluded that it was an attack on Jelly, or worded as an attack on Jelly, let's try to evaluate this statement according to the same criteria that we applied to Hololive, right? The 3 basic pillars of PR. How timely is it? How clear is it? And does it exhibit professionalism? First, timeliness. Fuck no. Nor does it exhibit proactivity, because they waited 2 days of it to garner more and more impressions before acting. So, no, there was no timeliness, and there was certainly no proactivity. And I can tell there's no proactivity because of how clumsily worded the entire thing is. Which gets into the point of clarity. What are you apologizing for? Who are you apologizing to? When you say we do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities, where did that come from exactly? What are you arguing against, and what accusations are you responding to? Do they have basis? Where did you see them? And how did you evaluate that they were actually worth responding to? And especially worth legitimizing with a corporate formal response like this? And so, when we actually look at clarity, well, yeah, they didn't do a great job, because even if they meant to basically just say, look, we have standards for our community, we want to distance ourselves from any sort of racism, hatred, or bigotry, and your fan base reads that and they immediately conclude that you just called your talent racist, you needed to cook this statement for a lot longer than however long you did. Because that is horrendous optics for a company. The last thing you want to do is when a talent is being brigaded and dogpiled by Twitter freaks, is essentially betray the expectation that you're going to be able to protect them. Because remember, that's why anybody in your audience cares in the first place. They are expecting you to protect and keep the talent happy. They expect that the talent is going to be happy, is going to keep making content, and is going to be safe. But the problem is, again, almost as a one-to-one inversion of what HoloLive did, FaZe Connect made a mistake when it came to deciding on how they should try to project professionalism. Because, although they did decide on a set of values or a moral framework to try to adhere to, they picked the wrong one. They picked a cultural, moral framework and ethical framework to adhere to, as opposed to the basic, contractual one that exists between the company, between Jelly, and the Star Knights, which is, when a talent gets brigaded, when someone comes for your talent, you get in front of them, and you don't let them through. What this statement did was it did the opposite. It implied that Jelly was a racist, that she was hateful, that she was bigoted, and it also legitimized all the people who were calling her a racist, who were saying that she was hateful, who was saying that she was bigoted, in the quotes and replies to her tweet. Yeah, sure, maybe you are able to project that for sure you're against hatred, racism, or bigotry, as if you were even capable of those things as a company. But you, in doing so, betrayed the expectations and the moral framework that your audience and Jelly's fans expected you to stick to. You sacked one set of moral and ethical framework. You sacked adhering to one moral and ethical framework in favor of adopting another that is prioritized by someone, a group of people that does not watch your content. 3 questions that should have preceded this statement being posted. Who is the target audience for this? Are they likely to be responsive or receptive to this notice? And would they care about Jelly, even outside of current events? Because if the answer to even one of those questions is no, you got some reworking to do for the statement. And perhaps even better, reconsidering whether the statement even should be made at all. The answer, of course, was always no, but I would have expected that if given a little bit more hesitation, asking those questions before posting probably would have been the last chance to take it back. And the thing is, when you look at this statement, on all 3 counts, it fails completely. Does not manage to project a sense of professionalism because they betrayed the fundamental moral expectation that the fan base held of them. You know, the actual paying customers, not Twitter freaks. It wasn't clear at all, because when they mean to say that they don't tolerate racism and whatever in the community, it was almost universally read as them throwing their talent under the bus by calling her a racist. And then, well, if it was timely and if it was planned, it was certainly so poorly executed that we can't tell the difference. It was posted 2 days after the tweet was posted. Didn't seem to have some sort of impression threshold before it was removed. And based off of how clumsily the statement was worded, yeah, didn't really work. On top of that, little thing that I want to harp on about when it comes to clarity. Remember when I said that clarity does not just have to do with the content of a message, but also how does it make sense in context. One of the reasons why the statement is so lacking in clarity is because it fundamentally contradicts the approach that FaZe was going for prior to their posting this, even as early as the day before. If you are going to silently take down a tweet while Jelly is streaming, surely that means that your intended approach is to lay low and allow people to simply forget what happened. Surely that is going to be what you plan to do. Because if that is not your plan, and you in fact deleted the tweet silently before posting this announcement with the full, if you delete those tweets with the full intention of posting this announcement, all you have managed to accomplish is remove context from which the accusations leveled against your company and your talent can be judged. And if you were going to remove those tweets because you wanted things to lay low, you wanted people to forget, you wanted to exploit short attention spans, why draw more attention back to it by posting an official company statement? Again, this lacks clarity not just because of its contents, but because of its context. This is an abortion of a statement for all of these reasons. However, that being said, you don't need me to tell you that this statement was poorly worded. It was universally lampooned by all sections of the FaZe fanbase. However, let's take a break from looking at very badly thought out PR and take a moment to actually look at what people were saying about Jelly's tweet. Because who was FaZe apologizing to? Well, it's pretty logical to assume that they were apologizing to all of the people who were getting offended at Jelly's tweet. So let's take a look at exactly what people were saying about it. We'll start off with False's video that he posted on the same day. Part of the reason why I like using False for these kinds of things is he's a very useful opinion aggregator, so we can get an idea of what the average normie on Twitter is saying. Hold on, let me switch scenes. Let's get a sample, shall we, of the caliber of mind that is intent on slandering Jelly or dismissing what she said about escapism, politics, and gaming.
This children's game is serious business. As firstly today, we check in with Jelly Hoshiumi of FaZe Connect. Self-described as an alien princess with an identity crisis and unfortunately, opinions. This VTuber reacting to this post from Minecraft, posting "Wanna change the world IRL? Start in Minecraft." In the free Good Trouble DLC, explore global civil rights movements, meet changemakers, and learn how to stand up, speak out, and build a better world. This once again being a free DLC, and having been available since November 6th of 2020, over 5
Is it loud? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me turn it down a little bit.
5 years ago. That post from Minecraft receiving...
By the way, did you guys notice that? That little thing that False did there?
Build a better world. This once again being a free DLC, and having been available since November 6th of 2020, over 5 years ago. That post from Minecraft...
You guys notice that? No, make it louder. Much better? Okay. That little inclusion there, right before he starts actually launching into the tweet and the responses to it. What? You guys didn't catch that? Okay. So just as a little bit of a tutorial. Newscasters aren't allowed to have opinions, right? In general, when you're presenting the news, you're not supposed to also be giving your opinions with the news. That being said, though, that doesn't mean that it's impossible to get across an opinion or a sentiment while you are presenting news and still making it look like, you don't have one. When False did that thing
"Wanna
where,
change the world IRL? Start in Minecraft." In the free Good Trouble DLC, explore global civil rights movements, meet changemakers, and learn how to stand up, speak out, and build a better world. This once again being a free DLC, and having been available since November 6th of 2020, over...
So why emphasize that it is, why emphasize that it is free, and why emphasize that it came out 5 years ago? Now, if False had shown someone on screen, for example, in a tweet, trying to make the argument that, it's silly for Jelly to get angry over this because it's been in the game for, 6 years now, or something like that, then I could understand him inserting this little bit, after that, in order to, then it would make sense as a contextualization of, or validation of something that is being said by someone else. Instead, when he puts it here at the beginning without any prior context to explain what's going on, right? The implication is basically that it's a silly complaint by Jelly. It's, again, it's not explicit. He doesn't say that in words, but that is very much the implication.
World. This once again being a free DLC and having been available since November 6th of 2020, over 5 years ago. That post from Minecraft receiving replies like this, saying get this political propaganda out of Minecraft, leading to Minecraft to close replies to that tweet. Jilly originally quote retweeting that and saying she had been advised by her lawyers not to comment, but then 3 hours later making 2 tweets saying of this DLC, screw it, man. I think pushing politics in my children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as quote-unquote education. Let me play my stupid block game without having to engage or associate with any of your stupid political garbage that I literally do not care about. I'm just so tired of seeing it. Why does it even matter to push real-world matters into my block game that I play to escape from the real world? And if I buy and play the game, can it be seen as taking a side because their dumb, stupid post blew up? Stupid people in power moment. Jilly further replying to someone else saying, I didn't know a lot of these featured historical figures till I did some research of my own.
Again, what I find suspicious about this particular crop is the person that she was replying to was someone whose comment was, I don't care about American BS. And when you take that context out of it, it looks like she's just saying, I don't know a lot of these historical figures, without also showing the fact that she's not alone in not caring about this simply because it's American specific, right? Or because it is presented as an American specific thing. Like I said before, it is global civil rights movements and global civil rights figures, but it is presented through a very heavily inspired by American politics lens. And being able to tell the difference between those two things is crucial to be able to actually understand why people have an issue with it. It's something that is quite invisible, I've found, to most Americans who've talked about this. But to every one of us outside of America, it's pretty obvious as to what the disconnect is. So, again, reminder, this tweet that he's showing, Jelly saying, didn't clock that, I didn't know a lot of these historical figures, it's actually in response to, hold on, let me pull it out from the slides. It's in response to Molodin saying, especially because it's America-centric politics. Why should I care about what happens on the other continent? Why add it to an international Swedish sandbox game? And again, when you actually read out the full comment that she's replying to, you can start to understand the absurdity of why this is so, like, you know, again, why it's being pushed to this degree. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 10. Force always puts in small details to trivialize the people he dislikes, disagree with. It's done so subtly that if you don't realize he's doing it, you'll miss it. He does it constantly. It's standard newscaster thing, though. Knockney Moose, thank you for the 5. I wonder if that's his mic or his voice just sounds... I mean, he has a news presenter voice. Like, that's something he, you know, it's a skill that he has. But again, I keep seeing people saying that False is faking his voice. I don't think so. I've seen it... Even if you see him talk on stream, like not outside of recordings and stuff like that. Well, admittedly, I've never heard how False sounds in real life or whatever. But if you compare his stream voice with his video voice, it's pretty much the same. So, there you go, Daisy. Thank you for becoming a footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, again, this cropping of that reply, this doesn't sit right with me at all.
These featured historical figures till I did some research of my own. One account replying, this is why something like this is important. This is for global civil rights in the education version of the biggest game in the world. This user further stating they're not going...
The full comment is, this is for global civil rights in the education version of the biggest game in the world. Malala Yousafzai is a Pakistani, nothing to do with America. And besides, it's optional. I think DLC is great, but I'm not checking it out. Now, because of the fact that this is a reply that, again, has the thing it's replying to cropped, we don't know whether this Alina person is replying to Molodin, who Jelly was replying to, or replying to Jelly herself. But again, the point about the fact that, you know, this isn't just to do with America, that's not a point that Jelly made. Jelly just said, I don't want politics in my game. She didn't specify American politics, because, to be frank, it doesn't really matter. It's besides the point. And besides, it's optional. I think the DLC is great, but I'm not checking it out. Again, very common theme developing here over a lot of the counter arguments to what Jelly was saying is, why do you care, right? Variations of why do you care? You know, it's educational, it's optional, it's free DLC, it came out, you know, XYZ number of years ago. Why do you care? Again, we'll actually try to address those later on. But for now, this is an interesting exercise in actually looking at how it's being presented. Ivan Iron Fist, thank you for the 5. Drama achievement coverage will never be neutral. There is no incentive to. The more people going back to fight in the comments, the more ad money. That's, I suppose that's true. Same thing applies to my coverage, by the way. Don't go around thinking that I'm perfectly objective or neutral or whatever. I will try to use objective reasoning and logic or whatever. But if there ever is anything that I say that doesn't make sense in your head, don't assume that I'm just right because it's me speaking.
This user further stating they're not going to inject the main game with history lessons and politics. It's an
See, that's the fun part. Some people who are protesting against what Jelly's saying, even they are aware intrinsically that this is politics. It's an optional experience you can download yourself and may be used in schools where Minecraft education is used. DLC released all the way back in 2020. This isn't some new thing either. Now, here's why I think that putting that little thing at the beginning is so transparently, you know, a dig at Jelly. Because he could have put it after reading out Alina's tweet and it would have made contextually more sense. So my question is, why didn't he put that little tidbit of information here? It makes no sense put at the earlier point in the video before someone in the video brings it up, unless it's not the opinion of someone whose tweet he's referencing in the video, but his opinion as a newscaster.
Optional experience you can download yourself and may be used in schools where Minecraft education is used. The DLC released all the way back in 2020, so it isn't some new thing either. Another user further informing the DLCs like that are usually meant for education because Mojang/Minecraft often works with schools as a learning tool. They've had several others about apartheid, World War II, and landmines. Block Game has also been used to circumvent authoritarian governments that censor literature. I mean, Minecraft is the most customizable game since Roblox or Gmod. You can play it however you want. These educational DLCs are often very short and clearly meant.
I find it funny that a lot of the people who are protesting saying, oh, it's just supposed to teach kids about politics, right? It's as if they didn't even watch the trailer and see that it ends with the slogan, make good trouble. Like, what exactly is good trouble? Are you quite aware of where that phrase comes from? But also, on top of that, these are kids. You really gotta try to teach kids politics through fucking Microsoft and Mojang. If you were to ask someone, do you trust Microsoft, Mojang, and Minecraft to teach your children about politics? I don't think that it's unreasonable to say most people will say no. Because that's exactly what this is.
For elementary schoolers. They don't have any impact on the main game, and especially not the Java version.
Again, why are you telling elementary schoolers to make good trouble?
Soon after this, Jelly hitting 50,000 followers on X and saying happy 50K followers. Thank you all for always engaging with my engagement bait. This Face Connect member receiving loads of support and backlash simultaneously. Either giving different versions of saying based, others remarking that they don't believe civil rights.
See, you could have shown that she was receiving support if you just didn't crop out Molodin saying, why should I care if I'm not American? Like, it would have been obvious, the proof would have been in the pudding if it wasn't cropped out. Which is why him just saying that here without a tweet on screen is something that makes me suspicious. Like, why isn't that being shown?
Is a political issue, and that this type of view coming out of Face Connect has been an issue for the agency for years on end. Those tweets by Jelly eventually removed in the early morning hours, all while Face Connect at noon Eastern today would send out this important notice regarding recent events, remarking thank you for your understanding, and further saying thank you for supporting Face Connect. Recent comments made on Twitter by one of our talents included discussion on sensitive issues. Following an internal review, these comments were taken down. We sincerely apologize for any issues.
Eddie, you are not the crazy one. That's actually the majority opinion. It's just the freaks on Twitter that are in denial of that fact. When Jelly said, I don't want politics in games, and certainly not games for kids, That was not an unpopular opinion, make no mistake. Because there were a lot of people who agreed with her. And a lot of them came from her audience. Now, it was a lot of people outside of her audience too. But again, I really want to hammer the point home. Not putting politics in games for kids is not an unpopular opinion. And anyone who's trying to pretend otherwise is doing so for disingenuous reasons. Ask people. So basically, the only two arguments that make sense against what Jelly is saying is either trying to say that the DLC isn't political, which, again, unironically, some people try to argue, or that it's political and it's still fine. The first one is very simple. Do you believe that protesting is political? If yes, well, the DLC is about protesting. Ergo, the DLC is political. Ergo, you're putting politics in a children's game. In which case, Jelly is correct. If you say that no, protesting isn't political, you're retarded, and the conversation ends. Second case scenario, scenario 2, right? Let's say, for example, that you are willing to argue that should Microsoft and Mojang be trusted with your kids' education? If you say no, then Jelly is correct, because she doesn't want kids to learn politics in that way. And then, if you try and say that, okay, yeah, I am fine with Microsoft and Mojang, again, a lot of people are going to disagree with you, and the conversation ends there. Putting politics, I don't agree with. Is this allowed? Actually, I'm curious. I want to grab your opinion on something, guys. Do you believe that it is possible for something to be truly apolitical? I'm curious as to what you guys say, and I'm curious as to whether your opinion changes after the later portions of this stream. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 20. If you want some history of the type of person False really is, you should see his coverage of Nux, Kyo, and Depressed Nasagi. I'm not saying those people are guiltless, but False was very obvious in where his real beliefs are. I've never actually seen a False video talking about other content creators in the same niche. Huh. Yes, and anyone who says otherwise is a book burner. I'm actually curious to see what people end up saying. Oh, okay. Interesting.
By this incident. Phase Connect's focus has been and always will be providing entertainment through different personalities and a wide range of unique content. We do not tolerate racism, hatred, or bigotry in our communities. Thank you for your understanding and your continued support of Phase Connect and our talents. Signed, the Phase Connect team. This particular statement receiving both, again, support and backlash, with some saying this message is fine, others saying it is not enough, with others stating this was a mistake on the part of Phase Connect, bringing attention to the tweets. Phase Connect adding, please do not direct any questions regarding recent events to any of our talents. Thank you for your continued support. One area where this had received attention was from the growing subreddit of r/VTuber drama. The majority of comments not being in support of Phase Connect.
Oh, I have a real. Hold on. Let me see if I have it. I think I screenshotted it. Hold on. I saw someone posting about the fucking I saw someone making a post on r/VTuber drama about Jelly. It's just the perfect distillation of the cognitive ability that we are working with here. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, it was such a good example of Reddit brain. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Sorry, please hold. I'm finding hilarity. No people equals no politics. True, that is... Well, actually, unironically, that is true. People online are getting so political that even saying I don't want politics can get political. Yeah, unironically, people will... That's actually what happened with Jelly. She said, I don't want politics in something, and people went, why are you being so political, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah. Not great, not great. For the sake, it's not great for existing online in general that people have started to do that. Oh, goodness, where is it? I need to find this screenshot. Hold on. Surely I saved it, right? Surely. There's no way I missed this. Oh, no. Come on. I might not have saved it. Fuck. Okay. All right, maybe I'll, okay, hold on, let me just check. Oh no, okay, I found it. Okay, let me show you the kind of, cognitive ability we are dealing with here. All right, hold on. This is peak Reddit moment. Hold on. I think this is the right one. I think this should be the right one. Hold on, let me just check. And yeah, it is. I think it is. Okay. All right, let me show you what we're Okay. This person made a post on r/VTuber drama about Jelly's statement. So this is basically, okay, we're going to get to this in a second later on in the stream. But this is basically when Jelly was talking about the entire situation, right? And this person leads by saying, Jelly's statement at the start of her stream amounted to she's so sorry she made her fans, friends, and company have to deal with the backlash, but she is not sorry at all because she's not bigoted or racist. I got to say, I respect the balls, but it was not a great response. Her chat was very mixed, but I imagine it'll blow over pretty quickly for her if she keeps streaming and doesn't comment any further. And this person underneath says, expected from a Malaysian. Remember, we have to, by the way, they don't even know what race Jelly is. I want to make that very clear, right? Like, all she has ever disclosed is that she lives in the jungle, by which I assume she means sea. So, again, not only are they assuming that she is Malaysian, but what comes next is, again, this is peak irony. Expected from a Malaysian. Remember, we have to respect their Asian values and ignore how Malaysians like Jelly persecute other Malays because it's their cultural tradition. That's actually what people on Twitter are saying to defend her. Our Western values are the problem. Edit. Generalized Malaysian politics, since I'm not Malaysian, but I know Jelly has been involved in it. Truly an Aristotle of our times. And then later on, you have someone saying, in reply to remember we have to respect their Asian values, right? Did you come from the Berenstein universe? Do you remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison? Because what you said seems to be the opposite of reality. The Chinese Malaysians and Indian Malaysians are literally second-class citizens under the Malaysian constitution, and politicians will rile up their constituents with anti-Chinese and anti-Indian rhetoric. Okay, so you have someone who actually seems to know a little bit of something about Malaysian politics and racial tensions and demographics or whatever. And then the person says, already edited my comment, Jelly is a racist either way. Yeah, Jelly is for sure the actual racist in here, in this situation. Like, yeah, sure, dude, sure. Like, how? How do these people have the right to vote? How are these people living without intubation? I don't understand. Oh. But yeah, in any case, posts on r/VTuber drama, am I right?
On Reddit, but perhaps many users not recognizing who that post came from, that being this individual, Softindo CMK, changing their name here on X to leader of the APCM Anti-Phase Connect movement. This individual posting of Jelly, this is also the same VTuber that did literal blackface.
The anti-racist people. Yeah, it never fails, right? If they are anti-racist, they are almost, okay, specifically, if they are anti-racist and black or white, they are almost always racist against Asians. You ever noticed that? It's really funny when you start to see the pattern. Oh, gee, it's my fault.
You don't want to claim this one, Ineda Love. This one has a few things attached to that username that you do not want any part of, believe me. Ma Lucy, thank you for the 5. I try so hard to be racist, but anti-racists always got me beat. There is truly no one more inherently racist than someone who claims anti-racism in the name of social consciousness. It's insane, the shit that they say, without even thinking twice about it.
On stream a couple of weeks ago. This post receiving over 10,000 likes, but also a community note remarking the screenshot was taken while the VTuber was adjusting the layers of her model in VTube Studio. Certain parts of the art mesh are selected, like her mouth, which were highlighted. The rest of the parts were darkened, making an unintentional yet unfortunate look on stream. This moment confirmed by TVS is only occurring for 1 second, and clearly not intentional on the part of Jelly. That user, Softendo, has been called out numerous times by others within the VTuber community and outside with other communities. Tefera Denoma here saying, just FYI, I do not approve of this subreddit, that being created by Softendo, saying it is created and run by a known stalker. I have nothing to do with this, nor do I want anything to do with this subreddit. That Softendo person is a pedophile and creepy stalker who actually harasses people. This further being confirmed by other users on X, remarking they've been kicked out of a number of other communities for not only inappropriate interactions with minors, but further instances of stalking, harassing those within both the left and right political spheres. This all the while, Face Connect will likely become one of the more spotlighted and scrutinized VTuber agencies of 2026, arguably now entering into the top 3 English-speaking VTuber agencies.
I like how he says will become as if it's not already. Billy, thank you for the super. Don't forget why Stop Asian Hate was short-lived. Oh, I think many of us know. Even the people outside of America know. It's pretty hard to ignore. Zegaman, thank you for the 5. America invented the term BIPOC, Black and Indigenous People of Color. Do you notice a certain group that got left out of that acronym? Oh, no, I know. I'm very well aware that in America, unfortunately, a lot of your race politics, or, well, race rhetoric, I suppose, the way that you conceive of and teach about race happens to be... Well, I shouldn't say you, that's not quite fair. Your education system, your government, your media, they very much seem to be fixated on the black-white thing. I suspect it's because your media wants you guys to be too stupid to think outside of binaries. But think outside of dichotomies, sorry. Well, I suppose binaries works as well, I guess. Arguably, who's left to argue? Yeah, that's my point exactly.
After the collapse of VShojo in 2025. And further underlining...
And then he moves on to basically talking about more positive news to do with Face Connect. However, as was very helpfully illustrated with that little section from False's video, a lot of people, their protests, their attempts at attacking Jelly, you tend to notice tropes in what they're saying when they're trying to make Jelly out as if she's saying something stupid, right? They tend to fixate on things like, for example, when the game was published, the fact that it was published 6 years ago, as if that changes her point about politics in games and specifically children's games. They tend to talk about how it's free and optional, educational DLC, as if something cannot be political so long as it's educational. That's like saying that something can't be theft so long as it's the government doing it. Actually, now that I think about that a little bit more, I realize that people who would make the first argument would probably also make the second one. However, point remains, it doesn't really disprove or even really paint what Jelly is saying as that unreasonable, even when you try to steelman the position, right? A Kawaii Potato, thank you for being a Footstool for 10 months. Watching this unfold has certainly been something. Agreed, brother, agreed. But this was just the more tame criticism that False included in his video. People were going a lot harder on Jelly than was shown over the course of False's coverage. And some of them, I picked out a few choice examples. A lot of them, so you have people talking about how, oh, the DLC was published 6 years ago, and oh, it's free, and it's supposed to be for education, etc., etc.
But the third thing that kept being brought up again and again and again is Black History Month. A bunch of people on Twitter looked at the Minecraft post, looked at Jelly's tweet, and decided that she was talking about race. Take, for example, Salty DK Dan. I don't know who that is, but he seems to have a lot of followers on Twitter, so I assume he must be some variation of VTweeter, but in the flesh. She's complaining about Black History Month event for Minecraft, by the way. I want to remind you guys that in the caption of the Minecraft tweet, it said global civil rights leaders. None of it said Black History Month. So, I don't know where that came from, but I'm sure it's a great place. But to continue, it's free, optional DLC for kids to learn about the civil rights movement. Again, the civil rights movement. It's so stereotypically America-centric in the way that he speaks without even being aware of it. I think trying to ask for a reason on Twitter is silly. If you make a post on Twitter, then you should be ready for irrational backlash. Oh no, I agree. I just find this to be funny when this is the opposition that FaZe Connect ended up bowing down to. You're complaining about woke Minecraft when our president is listed thousands of times in the Epstein files. Bitch, who brought up woke? Who started talking about Trump? Who is our president? Jelly didn't mention America, nor did she give any indication that she's American, beyond just speaking English on the internet. And apparently for people like this, that's all they need to assume that you're American. If you speak English and you have internet access, you must be American. Like, what? Shut the fuck up. Fucking embarrassing. Well, yeah, that could be me saying that as well as narrating his tweet. But then he replies to himself saying, again, it's free optional DLC for children to learn about history, and she is pretending that it somehow ruins the game. She's not pretending that it ruins the game. She's saying that it's a disgusting addition to the game. It's quite a big, well, not a big difference, but an important one. You can keep playing Minecraft and not even know it's a thing because it's buried in the shop. Well, it's not buried in the shop when it's being blasted on Twitter now, is it? America's the only country that matters, no? Yeah, sure. Well, America and also the, yeah. Let's just say, yeah. Bring up the files when a certain block game CEO is in there explicitly. It's really, really funny that he brings up that, Trump is in the files without mentioning Bill Gates is also in the files. I wonder why that is. You can keep playing Minecraft, not even know it's a thing because it's buried in the shop. I hate sharing the same platform as you pathetic losers. So already we're seeing some terminal signs of, terminal America brain, right? If our president woke Minecraft, shut the fuck up. The civil rights movement, as if it's the only one. Then you have a user by the name of Jasmine. I'm cutting up because the QRT was like, you didn't know Rosa Parks? But it's so dangerous that even Rosa Parks is considered propaganda to kids. Dark days, it's giving Southern school that refuses to celebrate MLK Day. Again, this is yet another instance of someone heading off into their own fan fiction and basically arguing with a straw man. Jelly never brought up Rosa Parks. When she says she doesn't know these historical figures, and you go like, oh, okay, Rosa Parks is considered propaganda for kids. Who said that? That's not what Jelly said. She didn't even know who the fuck Rosa Parks was. So again, it's got nothing to do with race. What Jelly said has nothing to do with race. And yet, somehow, these people keep making it about race. Another user by the name of Dead Domain. Pushing politics, scrolling to replies. I don't know who people like Rosa Parks or MLK are. So much of the reactionary, anti-woke push is just being against learning. Ignorance worn as virtue, self-reinforcing against any attempt to be more intelligent. Leaving aside the fact that she just called Jelly stupid because she didn't know who Rosa Parks is. Again, assuming that somehow Rosa Parks is expected to be universal knowledge. Okay, American. But in any case, Who mentioned woke? Again, these people are so in their own heads that they're making up things that Jelly is... they're making up things for Jelly to say so that they can be mad at them. And then finally, this user by the name of Sagima, or Sagima VT. She did nothing wrong. She referred to Black History Month as political garbage because she didn't understand the purpose of an optional Minecraft thing. At the bare minimum, if you don't understand something, you probably shouldn't comment on it when you have a large following. I'm from this country or that country. I don't know this or that. Then please shut the hell up if you don't understand world history. First of all, assuming that what Americans consider Black history as world history is certainly a choice. Try teaching American Black history to a Nigerian man. I'm sure he'll find it very entertaining. But on top of that, what do you mean she referred to Black History Month? Again, what the fuck? No one brought up Black History Month until all of these people insisted that that's somehow something that she said. But, in any case, all these people arguing, oh, it's education, it's, you know, all these people who fixate on, you know, oh, she was talking about Black History Month, oh, the DLC is about Black History Month, all these people who assume that just because you speak English and you have internet access, you must be American. You know, I thought of, you know, just a fun little experiment, right? I went into each of their profiles, I pulled up their account information, and would you look at that? Do you notice something similar across all of these people hallucinating the same thing about Jelly supposedly talking about Black History Month? I'll wait. Hold on, give me a second. Yep, every single one, without fail. Account based in United States. 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 American try to understand that not everyone lives in America challenge. Impossible. Actually, that's not fair to the rest of you guys. I know that there are quite a few. I know that there are a lot of Americans who watch my stuff. And I'm sure that, I hope that none of you guys are going to be like this. Because holy shit, that must be a humiliating way to live. But yeah, no, surprisingly, there do exist people and or viewpoints that exist outside of America. And American history is not always world history. There is overlap, for sure, but not all of it. Not all of it by a long shot. Yeah, American cultural imperialism is very, very funny. But here's the other thing, right? Something interesting happens when you begin to realize that not only did a lot of the people who were hallucinating, not only were a lot of the people who instinctively took issue with Jelly's post American, but something else, you begin to realize something when all of the people who are American who are responding to her post start to hallucinate that she was talking about Black History Month, in spite of the fact that, again, when we go back to the tweet itself that Minecraft posted, along with the tweet that Jelly wrote in reply, if you look at the tweet, it says, from Minecraft, want to change the word IRL style in Minecraft, in the free Good Trouble DLC, explore global civil rights movements, meet changemakers, and learn how to stand up, speak up, build a free world. Again, what in that indicates Black History Month? It's about protesting. It's about global civil rights movements. If you actually bothered, fun fact, if you go onto the Minecraft YouTube channel and you go into the extended version of the trailer, they show off a collection of some of the activists, some of the civil rights activists they have featured in it. And these activists include, aside from Rosa Parks, John Lewis, they include Nelson Mandela, who is South African, Malala Yousafzai, who we talked about before, who is Pakistani, Mahatma Gandhi, who is Indian, and Emmeline Pankhurst, who is a suffragette. It's not even about race, let alone America. So again, a lot of these people making it about race right out of the gate are telling on themselves. But here's the other thing. A lot of people haven't made the connection yet, but the main takeaway from this is that if you do business in America, you need to understand that bringing up civil rights to Americans is a bit like bringing up Taiwan to the Chinese. They're going to be really, really touchy about that. Taiwan to the Chinese is something symbolic. It's something that is symbolically integral to their national identity. It is somehow both pride and shame. Pride because they view it as being part of the country, and shame because, well, they don't own it. In much the similar way, civil rights seems to be something that is both the pride and shame of the American national identity. This weird double thing where nationalists and imperialists, regardless of their political persuasion, seem to take pride in, well, nationalists and imperialists seem to take pride in the fact that, you know, you gotta sort of flagellate a little bit about slavery or civil rights. America is like an edgy content creator who's going through a bout of trolls remorse and is trying a little bit too hard to not be racist. And when it comes to civil rights being a bit of a touchy subject, I do find it to be a little perplexing how you guys find, like, someone comments on something to do with anything that wears civil rights, and people are going to freak out in defense of it, even if the thing in question is just wearing it as this sort of mask or a shield from criticism. As I'm sure that Microsoft and Mojang are, I don't think that they are companies that have good intentions for your kids. But in any case, it's fascinating to me that when it comes to, you know, cultural faux pas and idiosyncrasies and taboos, China's being about Taiwan is something that everyone looks at and goes, yeah, that's really absurd, right? Like, you know, why are you so mad about this island you can't own? But then when it comes to America, it's this. Like, someone talks about not putting politics in games, you instantly start thinking about what? Civil rights only as it applies to America? Black people? That's it? Black Americans specifically? As if there's no other civil rights movements in other places in the world, or no other civil rights figures in other places in the world? Ever heard about Tiananmen Square? No? I mean, I find it to be hilarious. Well, also, on top of that, this is a little off topic, but the way you guys are taught history is fascinating to me, because at the same time as your country is so very fixated on dumbing race relations down to just black, white, when you guys are taught about slavery, you don't get taught who captured the slaves, and you don't get taught about who freed the slaves. Which, again, I find it to be such a bizarrely oversimplified way of learning about world history. And it often leads to very strange social, cultural insecurities like this. Like, you know, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to try so hard. You do realize that, right? The homie and the British. Yeah, pretty much. The fact that happened in American academia. That's what I'm asking. Because quite frankly, I look at people like this and I'm convinced that surely they must get all of their knowledge of world history from watching just news broadcasts and maybe Netflix shows. Most slaves ended up in Brazil anyways. Now that I didn't know. It's all part of, yeah, well, that makes sense. But again, I find it so strange that all of these people hallucinated Jelly talking about race when she actually said nothing of the sort. It was genuinely just, don't put politics in a game for kids. And somehow these people made it about Black History Month. That's next level mental gymnastics. But in any case, we've dealt with quite a few of the strawman arguments that people were essentially trying to level against Jelly. And again, I understand if not everyone is, I understand if, no one at FaZe is going to bother trying to argue this point, but I'm going to do it because I think it's important. So, DLC has existed for years. That's a non-starter. It's basically irrelevant to the entire point that Jelly was making anyways. DLC is educational and optional. DLC is about... Okay, I think we've pretty conclusively managed to tackle the heart of this and how this is a very bizarre self-tell. But in any case, the DLC is educational and optional. This isn't politics, it's blank, right? These are the two remaining most popular retorts to what Jelly is saying, right? And so, thing is, let's start with this isn't politics, it's blank. What is quite obvious from looking at a few of the replies to Jelly's tweet is that a lot of these people don't even have a concept of what politics is. Or at least not a concept of politics that is separate from partisan politics. Left, right, black, white, straight, gay, him, they. And the thing is, to go back to a point that I've made before on stream, politics is defined in the dictionary as the art and science of government, but that is a rather simplistic definition that doesn't encompass all of the possible things that politics can encompass. Let's take a number of different areas of life, right? Culture and aesthetics, ideology and rhetoric, morality and ethics. When you ask someone, okay, which of these constitutes politics? Anyone who has an understanding of what politics is will answer that this is a trick question, because politics actually consists of all of those things, all of these things together. Politics is made up of a combination of these things, how they intersect, and more importantly, how they are leveraged to create the only thing that politics cares about, which is, as I misspoke earlier, power. Politics, the art and science of government, is the art and science of control. It is the practice, the study, the implementation and utilization of mechanisms of power. Culture as a mechanism of power, aesthetics as a mechanism of power, ideology as a mechanism of power. You get the idea. To the point that I raised earlier on, Nene Love, the reason why I don't view governments as being synonymous with corporations or similar to corporations is because corporations are entities that exist in order to make money. But I believe that governments are entities that exist in order to accrue power. They do overlap in terms, corporations and governments do overlap in that sense in terms of they end up pursuing similar things. There is a lot of overlap in their goals when you really zoom out. But fundamentally, I do believe that they pursue different things. Or I suppose the same things with different focus, maybe. And so, when you're actually looking, one of the things that I have said before is that when you're trying to understand why politicians do things, in the same way that you would view corporations and the decisions and actions they take through the lens of how does this make them money, you should also view everything that politicians do through the lens of how does this get them more power. Because I guarantee you that there's no such thing as a politician that will vote for a law that gets them less power. And so, when it comes to understanding that politics is fundamentally about power, you then manage to see why it's such an absurd argument to try and say that this DLC is not about politics. This is a DLC that encourages people to become political activists, to collectivize, to protest, to make good trouble. What is this if not a mechanism of power and trying to teach people how to use it? Well, not in a good way, mind you, because this doesn't actually bother, or this more precisely, it can't impress upon children the costs of trying to, engage in this mechanism of power, use this mechanism of power. But, on the other hand, it does claim to. And let's say that, all of this, let's say that this attempt at using rationality and, literacy, basic literacy, to try and get people to understand how this is political doesn't work. Let's say that they need proof in the form of an accredited opinion, right? Let's say that we're trying to talk to credentialists here. Well, we can save ourselves the trouble by just going into the actual page on the Minecraft website, Minecraft education website, where it discusses not just what this DLC is supposed to be, but who it's supposed to be aimed at. Lessons in Good Trouble. Discover the meaning of good trouble with Congressman John Lewis and his journey through time to meet leaders of global civil rights and social justice movements who are catalysts for positive change. Subjects: government and politics. Would you look at that? Reading and writing history. And this is the part that I find to be the most egregious against all the people going, oh no, it's fine, it's just educational content. It's content that tells people to make good trouble, to participate in civil disobedience, to go protest, to become a political activist. And the youngest kids that it is aimed at is 8 to 10. The fuck were you doing at 8 to 10 years old? Do you really think you had the mental capacity to comprehend politics or civil rights? Like, let's be honest with ourselves here. That's not normal. But also, beneath this section, they also have a list of learning objectives. What is this supposed to accomplish? This lesson uses historical events and leadership principles to help students understand how civic action, moral courage, and good trouble have shaped society, and how similar principles can guide their own actions today. Again, it's about propelling action. It's about telling people to do stuff IRL. I don't know if I'm comfortable with the do stuff being protest and the message being aimed at kids. Well, you were drafting a new constitution, you were writing a master's in international law. Huh? You're telling me that you've drafted up a constitution before as part of your degree. Throughout lessons in Good Trouble, students will experience good trouble to build skills in civics and citizenship. Use the Selma to Montgomery marches and John Lewis's life as a lens to explore civic action, moral leadership, and the broader global movements that shape societies. Leadership and efficacy. Encourage students to recognize how individual and collective leadership can drive social or political change. Good trouble as active citizenship. Global connections. Highlight how various social justice movements around the world, e.g. women's suffrage, India's independence, anti-apartheid, equal education for girls, parallel and intersect with one another. What I resent about this last thing is the implication that they are compatible with one another. The implication that surely if you understand one of them, you'd be able to understand the others as well. No, that's not how it works. Intersectionality is bullshit baked by higher education in order to make you feel like an expert in fields that you have no expertise in. The thing is with this, understanding India's independence does not at all prepare you to comprehend anti-apartheid, because not only are you dealing with a completely different place, more importantly, you're dealing with a completely different culture and a completely different peoples. And as a result, the conflict that is being resolved, in quotation marks, through anti-apartheid and the anti-apartheid movement, that's going to require understanding a whole different set of backgrounds and dynamics that is completely different from India's independence. This just makes no sense to anyone who even has a modicum of higher education or critical thinking. It just... why? And they're peddling this to kids. And this is why I just don't understand the argument of, oh no, it's fine. Look, just because it's for kids doesn't mean it's allowed to be shit. And this is, from everything that you can see, the premise is complete shit. But in any case, the last thing to touch on is the whole, oh, it can't be propaganda, it can't be politics, because it's education. It's education, so it must be fine to give to kids. You can tell that not a lot, if any, of these people have ever actually engaged in the study of media literature or even in the evolution of media as a discipline. Because media as a discipline has a few figures, right, that it is very, very proud of. In our discipline, one of the most celebrated figures, who I have talked about extensively on stream before, is Sigmund Freud's nephew, a man by the name of Edward Bernays. We refer to him as the father of modern public relations, but he is also referred to as the father of propaganda. He was one of the most influential propagandists throughout the 19 what? I forget, but all I read, the thing that I recall off the top of my head is that he was the one who taught feminists how to smoke, basically. And he basically wrote textbooks, novels, well, novellas, I should say, basically mini instruction manuals on how propaganda is designed to work. One of them is literally called Propaganda, and in it, he makes it a very clear point that education, at least as it exists nowadays, is not actually designed to encourage any sort of thinking or even necessarily any sort of learning. In other words, education is not the opposite of propaganda. It doesn't save you from propaganda. It doesn't immunize you to propaganda. It goes hand in hand with propaganda. From page 20 of his book, Propaganda, the Public Mind in the Making. People who are members on my channel will have heard me narrating this section last month when I made that the member video for then. But, quote, universal literacy was supposed to educate the common man to control his environment. Once he could read and write, he would have a mind fit to rule. So ran the democratic doctrine. But instead of a mind, universal literacy has given him rubber stamps. Rubber stamps inked with advertising slogans, with editorials, with published scientific data, with the trivialities of the tabloids and the platitudes of history, but quite innocent of original thought. Each man's rubber stamps are the duplicates of millions of others, so that, when those millions are exposed to the same stimuli, all receive identical imprints. It may seem an exaggeration to say that the American public gets most of its ideas in this wholesale fashion. The mechanism by which ideas are disseminated on a large scale is propaganda, in the broad sense of an organized effort to spread a particular belief or doctrine. One of the things that becomes very clear when you actually look at the way that Americans regard civil rights is that for a lot of them, they don't view civil rights as a concept that emerged out of a specific point in history, out of a specific social, cultural, and political context. It's as if the concept of civil rights emerged out of the ether. It was just this sort of cosmic truth that was waiting to be stumbled upon, like tablets inscribed by the hand of God. And the thing is, it is, for the most part, in the way that it is taught to you guys, it very much does seem like a substitute for religion, in the sense that it is a set of beliefs that don't seem to have an origin point. Or at least it's not taught in a manner that makes clear what its origin point is. Which is what I find to be fascinating about your education system, and especially the way that your education system deals with race. However, all of this to say that, okay, now that we've basically managed to, dismantle the idea that, oh, it's not propaganda, oh, it's not politics, it's just education, yada, yada, yada. The other thing is the blatant Americacentrism of all of this. A lot of people were very quick to dunk on Jelly for being ignorant, right? For saying that, oh, silly little girl doesn't understand, doesn't understand these big figures in American civil rights canon, again, as if they're big figures elsewhere in the world as well. And then, on top of that, basically assuming that she should know, right? She speaks English and she has internet access. Surely she should know. And again, if you do, if you cater to an American audience, yeah, sure, maybe I could see that argument being made that you should know that Americans treat civil rights the same way that Chinese people treat Taiwan. But let's take a look at the people involved in this situation, shall we? Just get an idea of, well, what parties are involved in this scenario. Jelly is an autistic engineering major from C. Face Connect is run by an autistic Chinese man out of Canada, and Mojang is Swedish. Literally the only America, or the only representative of America represented in this entire in this entire situation is X, where all the freaks reside. That's American, but that's about it. Well, maybe Microsoft as well. So, realistically, and this is where we have to put it into perspective, right? This is where it loops back around to me going, okay, if we really think about who Jelly is, right? Can she really be expected to know that civil rights in America is like Taiwan in China? Well, to be honest, not really. Because her content doesn't have to deal with politics. She doesn't make her audience being American part of her content either. She plays games. She makes music. She makes silly sounds on stream. So, realistically speaking, I don't expect Jelly to have that level of awareness or foresight. She is a talent, and her job does not encompass anything that would require her to have that knowledge. On the other hand, this is where I expect FaZe management to step in the same way that I would have expected HoloLive's management to step in and warn all the talents, yeah, don't talk about Taiwan, it's a touchy subject over there. This is where I expect FaZe as management to be able to warn Jelly of things like this. Because, let's be honest here, I've said this before, but the way that talents make content both benefits from and reinforces a fundamental solipsism. Content creators in general, and this is not supposed to be a judgment on any content creator's character, by the way, it's just a fact to do with the job description. Content creators are very, very bad, as a general rule, at thinking outside of their own frame of reference. When you really consider why that is, it makes sense. Because in order for a content creator to not brainworm over shit and to just continue making content, they have to understand that their content comes from them, them as people, and to be comfortable enough, or at least not self-conscious enough, to continue making use of that fact. So self-awareness and self-reflexivity as a content creator reaches a point where it becomes a detriment rather than a strength. For that reason, most successful content creators, even if they are great people and even if they are very considerate people, they are going to struggle to break out of their own perspective on occasion. And so, this is where management is supposed to come in, because management are not, I assume, comprised of people with content creator brain. These are people who should be able to think from the perspective of someone who comes from a different context than themselves. People who have the degree of foresight and who can see things from a bird's eye perspective and warn their talents ahead of time. Hey, these people who are a little bit different from you? Yeah, they are really sensitive about this thing. I don't know why either, but maybe be careful about that. And the fact that FaZe didn't intervene in that kind of manner, which led to the current situation, is part of why I believe that FaZe might not have the hands on the steering wheel when it comes to that particular thing. What FaZe needed to do in this particular situation, if they were competent, would be one of three things. Either they would word the statement completely differently, or, in order of least preferable to most preferable. Least preferable, they word the statement completely differently and make it very clear that they're standing behind Jelly against the brigading, and that they are aware of and will not submit to people misrepresenting her words, as we just demonstrated plenty of people were. Middle choice. They allow her to tweet that initial tweet without warning her, then they delete it quietly and don't say anything at all until it all blows over. Most preferable thing, warn her that Americans are about as sensitive about civil rights as the Chinese are about Taiwan, and then tell her not to post that tweet. That's the optimal one. That's the one that prevents this entire thing from happening, but also requires the greatest degree of awareness, foresight, and proactivity. Now, I don't know if FaZe is going to do sensitivity training or whatever after this. I hope not, but, well, there are some forms of sensitivity training that I think... could be fun. Learning about what are the Taiwans of every country around the world, I think that's something that could be fun. However, that being said, of all of these three options, I favor the middle one. Mostly because, well, Jelly's tweet wasn't even that bad in terms of what it was actually saying. If you have the ability and or energy to actually try to dissect what she was saying in that statement and to stand by it, what she said was really nothing wrong. However, that being said, I understand that not everyone has the time or the energy to do that. I get it. So let's say that FaZe did go with that middle strategy, the optimal strategy. Say, do nothing, wait for everything to blow over. You know what really pisses me off about the fact that they chose not to do that? Because if they did choose to just quietly delete the tweets and say nothing, literally all they had to do was hang on for one more day. One more day. And then Twitter would have been set on fire by a completely different but utterly identical controversy of people trying to get someone who doesn't do politics to talk about politics, or people expressing their resentment for people saying they don't want politics in their entertainment, not in the type they enjoy, not in the type they provide. 1 day later, February 7th, the whole Emiru Ice thing would have happened, and every single retard on Twitter would have gone drooling and gibbering over to this instead of Jelly. They just needed to hang on for one more day. That's how short attention spans are, by the way. That's how low the average IQ on Twitter is. And yet they didn't do that, which is what really... I cannot express how irritating it was to me that the day after the FaZe Connect announcement was posted, this blew up. It was literally the perfect thing to take everyone's mind off of the whole Jelly thing. For the exact reasons that I said. You know that the same people who were trying to paint Jelly as a racist would have instantly hopped on this instead. The moment that it cropped up. And it just goes to show how bad the approach they chose in this particular case was, because the winning play was right there, and they just didn't do it for whatever reason. So here's where we get into the, I suppose, the sort of white pill part of the stream. See, when this happened, we had never seen FaZe Connect do something this incompetent, this tone deaf, this self-defeating. And so, when it happened, a lot of fans, their first reaction was to try and come up with theories that would explain what happened with FaZe, why did they do this? Now, what I noticed was there were two main theories that were dominating fan speculation about what must have happened behind the scenes at FaZe in order to cause all of this to transpire. I agree, because while both of these are similar situations, they trigger different demographics. Twitter doesn't give a shit about demographics. Twitter is about engagement. And if you are part of a demographic that would engage in the Jelly thing on Twitter, I bet you would engage with this as well. Funless, thank you for the 2. Hindsight is 2020, but it's currently 2026. It's not even hindsight, though. It's the thing. Shutting up works. Because eventually, people who are hounding you, especially if they don't actually watch your content, they're going to give up and move on to the next thing. But in any case, there were two dominant fan theories that emerged when it came to fans trying to speculate and, try to understand what FaZe was actually doing behind the scenes in order to create the current state of affairs, right? The first theory that ended up gaining a little bit of steam, and this was being pushed by both the tourists in FaZe's ranks, and this was something that people were dooming about, and that some of the more legacy fans were also dooming about, was the idea that this was a deliberate betrayal, right? That secretly FaZe hates their current fan base and is doing this in order to deliberately spite them. So this was the first theory that kind of gained a little bit of ground, mostly because antis and tourists were pushing this and trying to get legacy fans to second guess themselves and doom pill, spiral, and act like retards. However, the second theory that emerged, almost in response to the first one, was unseen coercion, that FaZe's hand had been forced by an unknown but influential third party. And this was an appealing theory because it allowed people to, in their heads, preserve the idea of FaZe as this sort of morally upright, principled-based company, right? Yeah, my company is still based, but someone else just forced them to do this. And these were the two dominant theories that I saw being speculated upon, spread, debated upon among FaZe fans during this time. And to be completely honest, I don't really like either of them. I don't like the first theory because it requires us to attribute human motivations to an inhuman entity. Just as I think it's silly to attribute compassion, or the capacity for compassion, to a corporation. I also think that it's silly to attribute things like malice or spite to a corporation. Like, for sure, people who run corporations and people who are staff corporations are capable of spite. But if you're examining the decision-making of a corporation as this entity in and of itself, attributing spite as a motivation to them doesn't really make much sense. I don't really like the second theory either, because it requires us to believe in the existence of a party that doesn't have any concrete evidence to prove it even exists. I don't like trying to put my faith on something I can't really prove. And so, when it comes to these two theories, we can probably get something that's a little bit more simpler, a little bit more close to the truth, and a little bit less dramatic, and therefore less scary, than these two. We can shave down this current picture of what happened behind the scenes at FaZe to something that is more banal, more simple, perhaps even more disappointing, but certainly less intimidating to consider. And the thing is, Bridge is not a company, by the way. Bridge is a movement, set of policies, and basically, yeah, it's not a company. It's a set of policies implemented by companies. But Bridge is not itself a corporation. That's an important distinction that I think to make. In order to do this, we're going to apply the two razors of reason, right? Shave this down to size, something a bit more manageable, something a bit more simple, something that requires a little less imagination. On one side, we're going to apply Hanlon's razor, which dictates that we should never attribute to malice that which can adequately be explained by stupidity. On the other side, we're going to apply Occam's razor, that dictates that the simplest explanation is usually the most correct one. So, if we apply Occam's razor to the idea that FaZe's hand was forced by an unknown but influential third party, we take away that, the existence of that variable, that unknown, unprovable variable of a third party, we are left with the idea that, okay, what happened with the statement was purely FaZe's decision. It was purely made by people on the inside. Which leaves us with the idea that, okay, maybe FaZe hates their current fan base and is doing this to alienate them on purpose. In which case, when we apply Hanlon's razor to the idea of not attributing malice that which can adequately be explained by stupidity, we are left with the following explanation. The most simple, the most banal, and, depending on what you are looking for in this stream, perhaps the most disappointing. The idea, the theory, that FaZe Connect simply had no protocols, and management saw that the tweet was blowing up and panicked under pressure. This is the simplest explanation. It is also the one that makes FaZe look the most retarded, but not in a malicious way, just normal retarded. And so, this doesn't seem to be a very popular theory amongst fans. And here's something that I ended up noticing across looking at a lot of fans speculating upon why FaZe did this. See, when fans consider, I have seen some FaZe fans briefly consider this theory, that maybe what happened was just sheer retardation, right? No malice, no third party influencing things from the sidelines, just pure stupidity. And the thing is, when people look at this, the first response, when people are talking about the notice, right, when people reacted to the notice, their first instinct was, this is retarded. Holy shit, why did you do this? It's so stupid. However, just as interesting to me was the second wave of responses, which was, what happened? What changed? What is going on behind FaZe that made them act like this? In other words, the responses from fans to the statement contained a mix of two things: disapproval, but more importantly, surprise. What I'm saying here is people were not, it was fairly unambiguous. Most people in the fan base knew that this was the wrong thing to do. But a lot of people in the fan base thought that this was uncharacteristically retarded, right? They knew it was retarded, but they thought it was out of character, which is an interesting thing in and of itself, because then I have to ask, why do you assume that this is out of character for FaZe's management? Why do you assume that what they did, that abortion of a PR strategy, that bungling of a public statement, why do you assume that that is out of character for FaZe's management? And here's where we get into the next thing, which is, a little uncomfortable to deal with if, you're a fan of FaZe, and especially if you like FaZe in terms of giving you a sense of security as a fan because it's a company. Up until now, FaZe's PR strategy has not really been a strategy. It's mostly been coasting off of the goodwill of the fan base. More specifically, the willingness of the fan base to take things as a joke. Here's the thing. When we look back at some of the things that we have learned about FaZe and their management, we can start to see that FaZe as a company has a little bit of an over-reliance on being pawn. And I don't just mean the talents, I mean management too. Take these three examples, right? 3 examples of things that have become in-jokes among us, right? These are things that us fans of the talents at FaZe, we just laugh off and we think are funny because we take them as jokes. For example, December 13th, 2023, Sakuna does an AMA with Jelly and Sheena, where we learn that almost all of the talents lied during their interviews. This in and of itself is not surprising, but the thing that they lied about were their game preferences and choices. And when you watch back the interview and you listen to the way that Sakuna responds to that, he genuinely sounds a little bit miffed that he got successfully lied to in those interviews. Now again, the fact that they lied in an interview is not surprising. I also don't think it is that much of a big deal if you lie about your game choice in a talent interview. What I do think is a little bit strange, though, is the fact that Sakuna seems genuinely surprised by them. Oh, sorry. He seems to be genuinely surprised, which implies that he didn't know that their game choice wasn't what they told him in the interview. When game choices should be something that is fairly easy to verify if you go back through a talent's content and try to confirm for yourself. Of all the things that you would be surprised by, why would you be surprised by a talent lying about playing a game or a genre of game? You can check that pretty easily. So, surely your vetting process should be robust enough to encompass something like that. October 26th, 2025. Dizzy managed to get together a whole bunch of other talents, Tenma, Amy, Uruka, Cleo, for a watch-along for the FaZe Saga debuts. I believe, if I remember correctly, about just over 10 minutes into the stream, they start talking about the way that Sakuna handles contracts. And Uruka brings up out of the blue that she currently doesn't have a signed contract. Now, as you can probably imagine, Dizzy's reaction was, pretty shocked. Basically saying, why would you say this on this? Why would you say this on the stream, right? And then Amy starts talking, and she says something that sounds like, "Didn't you use the auto something? I assume auto renewal or whatever. Didn't you go for the auto something?" And at that point, Dizzy cuts in and basically jokingly tries to get her to stop talking. So, in addition to this, by the way, later on in December, Irie has a stream titled, I believe it is Yep or something like that, where she confirms that both she and Sheena are in the same boat as Uruka, in the sense that they haven't been streaming under contract. So at least 3 FaZe talents towards the end of 2025 were streaming without contracts. And then finally, November 30th, 2025, while Pippa is doing a stream playing one of the Dino Isle games, I don't quite remember what it was, Amy ends up calling in, and while they are chatting, Amy brings up the fact that they have a code of conduct on the company Notion. And Pippa is totally surprised at that. She had no idea that this code of conduct existed prior to Amy telling her, and only after being told by Amy does she go into the company Notion, pull out the code of conduct, and take a look at it. Now that implies one of two things. Either FaZe does not standardize how they, essentially train the talent's protocol according to the code of conduct, whatever, or the code of conduct is such a half-baked mess that they didn't think it was worth the time to try and get every talent on the same page regarding what it says. So when we look at all 3 of these things, right, just look at any clip that a clipper has made of these 3 moments, because believe you me, there are multiple. Look into the comments of them and you will see, unilaterally, most of the time when stuff like this happens, we just laugh it off as a joke, right? And again, they are funny jokes in the community, but they are jokes that have a premise. And the thing is, what I'm going to do is a little, I'm going to kill the fun a little bit by explaining the joke, right? The question I'm asking is, what allows these things? Because let's be objective here. If any of these 3 things, well, okay, maybe not the lying about games in the interview thing, but if any other company let slip that they had at least 3 talents working at one time without a signed contract, or that they had no idea that a code of conduct existed, like what, 5 years into their time at a company, right? If any other VTuber company let this slip, that would instantly become a yab. The only reason it hasn't is because it's FaZe and because it's us, right? But again, I have to ask, what allows something that would otherwise be a yab to actually be funny? Because they are, right? These are all in-jokes amongst us, amongst ourselves. With the first one, it's talents can get away with lying in interviews. That's the funny part. But the thing that allows it to be funny is the underlying belief that FaZe would never let a real bad actor slip through, right? Maybe FaZe's vetting process won't catch if a talent lies about playing a game or not. But surely the vetting process will catch an actual bad actor, right? That's the fundamental underlying belief that allows the joke to be funny. And again, this fundamental structure of jokes needing an underlying premise that is mutually agreed upon and understood in order to be funny applies to even the most basic jokes. Let's take, for example, the joke that, what does a fish say when it swims into a wall? Damn. The fundamental understanding, the underlying thing that you need to be able to get in order for the joke to be funny is that damn, the barrier, and damn, the expletive, sound the same in spite of being different words that are spelt differently. If you don't know that, you're not able to find the joke funny. Same thing applies to this. What makes a community in-joke funny? A fundamental underlying mutual understanding. And when it comes to each of these 3 jokes, there is a fundamental underlying understanding that the community, and I would argue the company, has not really thought to vocalize. In the case of the talents not having a contract, right, working without a signed contract, the joke is that the talents may be working without a signed contract. Like, that's the joke. But the thing that allows that joke to be funny is the idea that it's fine because management would always do right by the talents, right? And again, I don't want to make this out as if it's some big deal, because it's evidently not. Uruka is still with the company, Sheena is still with the company, Irie is still with the company, even though we know that all three of them didn't have signed contracts towards the end of last year, even though they were still streaming. So very evidently, things are fine behind the scenes. But the point that I'm making is that this is not a part of what makes FaZe Connect's community, the jokes about management being pawn funny that often gets said out loud, right? And a lot of these are assumptions that we just have baked into the way that we interpret these things. And finally, the joke about talents not knowing about the company code of conduct is only allowed to be funny because we believe that, yeah, they all, all the talents know how to handle themselves well enough, right? So they don't really need a code of conduct, right? It's fine if they don't know that it exists for years, even after it was made, because, they can handle themselves fine, right? And that's the thing. All of these jokes about FaZe's management being pawn, being willing to, essentially look at these things and turn them into humor instead of yabs, relies on a fundamental underlying assumption that FaZe's management is good-natured and competent. This is why the statement was such a devastating shock, because the statement paints the opposite picture. The statement fundamentally destroys that underlying sense, that underlying assumption that allowed us as fans to laugh off the way that FaZe management did things as jokes. That's what allowed us to look at this and go, oh, okay, sometimes Sakana's a little quirky. Sometimes FaZe management is a little pawn. I'm sure he just forgot or whatever. That understanding, that assumption that, okay, management must be competent. Management must be, must always be able to do right by the talents. That was the assumption that allowed us to laugh this shit off. But if you actually look at this and you strip away the fact that this is FaZe Connect, right? These are not signs of a management that is very ready to be a bigger company. To be completely blunt, right? These are not the signs of a company that has everything together. It's just that up until now, it was fine for us to ignore it because nothing has gone wrong yet. And now that something has gone wrong, we're kind of forced to confront that, okay, maybe FaZe's management isn't a bunch of geniuses like we previously thought. Maybe they're not perfect. Maybe they can make mistakes. And maybe there are gaps in FaZe's protocol and operations. Because that's the thing, right? The statement fundamentally broke our ability to just uncritically believe all of these things. Because let's go through them one by one. Let's start with the assumption that FaZe would never let a real bad actor slip through, right? Surely their vetting process is good enough to prevent anyone who has bad intentions from getting close to the talents or getting close to the company. Which brings me to the first problem that FaZe has had for a while, but again, they've been okay with leaving up in the air until now. Which is unreliable allies or unreliable bedfellows. It has become quite obvious over the course of the last week or so that there are several orbiters and or affiliates of FaZe who would not defend even their affiliation or association with the company or its talents if push came to shove, either because they don't believe that it deserves defending or because, well, they just lack the spine to do so. One of the more benign, but cringe, is Leeward. I talked about this on Mollington's stream, but I'm going to bring it up again here for the sake of, well, that was me talking as a fan. This is me talking as a commentator. So, as some of you guys may know, when Jelly first tweeted out that, that initial tweet saying, "Screw it, man, I think pushing politics in my children's sandbox game is disgusting, especially when it's disguised as education, etc., etc., that first tweet. Lewid commented under it with just all caps, one word, based. One word. I want to really emphasize that. His reply was a single 5-letter word in all caps. And in response to this, now I want you guys to remember, what does based mean again? All right, not caring what other people think. Yeah. Because evidently, after he ended up posting this, some of Lewid's affiliates didn't really like what he was saying, and they started telling him what they thought. And in response to them telling him what they thought, he ended up removing this reply and posting a rather lengthy personal statement instead. Spent today thinking, reflecting, and talking with friends in my community. I decided to write this to clarify and apologize for my post. To be clear, I respect the civil rights movement, and I'm not dismissing or denying its importance to America. Honestly, I did not even know this was the context of the DLC before replying. That's on me. And again, if he actually spent time to look, he would realize that it's actually not. But that's neither here nor there. I already said so on Mollington's stream. I am worn out with the constant presence of political discourse online, and I responded to agree that we could all use less politics. That opinion doesn't justify the harm or confusion I caused. Again, I want to remind you, he tweeted one 5-letter word in all caps. That was the harm and confusion that he caused. This was not my intention. I know this will not fully address everyone's concerns, but I want everyone to know that I do not support harming, erasing, or threatening anyone's rights. Again, assuming that's what Jelly was doing. It's not, but I mean, congrats on stating that anyways. Thank you to everyone who reached out to talk with me. I appreciate the chance to listen and learn. Y'all are the best. Now, ignoring the fact that he basically said, I respect the civil rights movement, the civil rights movement. Again, I want you guys to pay attention to the fact that he uses the in that sentence. And also that he says, I'm not dismissing, it's denying its importance to America, when the DLC pertains to be a global thing. Again, I don't want to point out the obvious, but, it's kind of obvious. You don't really need to check his profile, right? You can just tell by the way that this tweet is written. But aside from the obvious, this statement is really not that bad. It's very cringe, but it's not that bad, right? Like, I can understand if maybe you've been struggle sessioned by a few people who are close to you, or as close to you as internet people can be, and maybe, they convince you to go, okay, yeah, maybe what I was saying was hurtful, and you end up apologizing for that, and, you don't want the pressure of your friends, your friends seeing you as some sort of outcast or some sort of deviant, and so you apologize, you do the thing, right? You do the humiliation ritual. You go like, I think thing is important, and I was not trying to diminish the importance of thing, even if thing was not really part of the conversation to begin with, but whatever. I get this. In other words, I get this. I really do. Where I start to find this funny, however, is when you compare this struggle session to something that he posted a whole week ago, which was basically an impassioned defense of the right to make sex jokes or lewd jokes with VTubers. So, on January 28th, so this is like what? This is about like a week or so before he ends up posting that weepy monologue about saying based to Jelly. Again, if you're gonna say based to someone, at least spend a few minutes thinking about why you think it's based, so you can at least articulate why you agree or why you think it's brave or whatever, so you don't instantly fold like this. Like, that's just embarrassing. However, I will say, Lewid's only sin at this point is cowardice, and the inability to articulate his thoughts and or reasons for associating with and or supporting talents. Now, I do find that to be a rather red flag in the sense that tells me that he's more in it for, that tells me that he's kind of likely to play along with the crowd rather than actually having a reason, like an internal monologue that dictates what he does or thinks. But that's neither here nor there. No, what I find to be funny is when I compare how, I suppose how whingy this is and how weak-wristed, how limp-wristed this is, compared to a week earlier when he was defending his rights to make lewd jokes about VTubers. This week, a Kapipi asked me how I get away with thirsting for VTubers on main, and I was pretty blunt. Many of them don't like me. I don't get away with everything, and I'm okay with that. Trying to appeal to everyone, especially VTubers, is stupid. I don't engage with people who don't like what I say or do. I do try my best to be funny, even if it's at my expense. But if you've ever spoken to me IRL, you know I'm pretty vanilla. I basically only talk business with an occasional meme in DMs. All thirsting is all done in public. In the end, this is a job, and I am farming your clicks or engagement so I can make cool stuff that I like. It's like that meme with the cat and the lion, right? Like, lured when it's time to defend... lured when it's time to defend making lewd jokes about VTubers who might not like it, versus lured when it's time to defend the talent from people calling her racist. Like, come on, man. It's just such a funny thing to smash cut besides one another when you look at this. But again, this is what I mean when I talk about unreliable associates and unreliable bedfellows. Like, sure, you can rely on them to make you a product for cheap, maybe, if they're friendly with you. But they're not going to stand up for your company, because they're not even, for the most part, I suspect, even going to be able to articulate why they are aligned with your company. Or why they align with a certain thing. Like, if they see a talent say something, and that's a popular talent, they'll just seal clap. And then if they're called out on it, they won't even have the capacity or the ability, they won't even have the capacity or wherewithal to try and justify that position. But in any case, the thing that makes me view this as being so bizarre is the fact that underneath that, he has an entire diatribe where he spends a lot of time trying to articulate why exactly what he said is completely justifiable, why he has a right, a God-given right to make lewd jokes about VTubers, even if not all of them may be comfortable with it, or maybe he doesn't get away with all of them. So, in his replies, Mr. Yura, who a lot of FaZe fans might recognize from chatting in people's streams, says people are going to naturally assume that public, quote-unquote, bad behavior is also done in private, since we only have your own account that it's not the case. And the, quote-unquote, I got to meet your Oshi IRL and told her she's cute posts just kind of end up reinforcing that viewpoint. Again, very, polite way of subtly contextualizing why people don't like what Lewd does, or why people find what Lewd does a little strange, right? To this, Lewd says, people don't understand what this viewpoint is exactly. Sorry, people don't understand that this viewpoint is exactly why no one tells these stories. We talk so much about them being people, but never expect them to have lives. Can you imagine posting about a less than 5-minute interaction about, almost a year ago, and people picking it apart as if it's anything more than click farming? That's the real danger, the actual schizo. The more you see people interact in public, the more likely they don't interact in private. It's the people you don't even know the names of with no following or interaction. Those are your Oshi's real friends and the people closest to them. All I want to do is shitpost and post lewds. And to this, Mr. Euro replies, VTubing is one of the few places on the internet to still have a culture of emphasizing privacy and separating quote-unquote online and quote-unquote IRL. Of course, people are going to think it's distasteful for someone who's not the actual VTuber to unilaterally break that culture for clout. Now, I couldn't find the post. I went looking for it, but I couldn't find it in the archives. But I distinctly recall that Lewd once made like a crude Microsoft Paint drawing of one of the talent's legs, FaZe Connect talent's legs, and drew a mole on the inner thigh on the inner upper right thigh, and said, "Oh, did you know that X talent has a mole on her thigh?" Like, again, that type of stuff is weird, man. That's why fans are going to have a problem with it. And again, it's jarring when you compare how impassioned his defense is here versus how limp-wristed his justification is here. But then, further down, they continue having this discussion where Yura says, I'm honestly very sympathetic about good humor being really hard to do without starting to alienate people. But I think it's worth considering what they actually have issue with instead of just writing them off as haters or whatever. Also, although I understand what you're talking about with it, with engagement being the literal business reason for having a Twitter, ending it with, quote, actually I'm just farming your clicks, end quote, makes the whole thing feel kind of disingenuous, which I don't think was your intention. Very charitable of Yura to assume that, because Lewd says in reply, even this story as a whole could have been omitted from history. I won't sugarcoat it, it's all farming. Once people understand that attention is currency, it makes sense. It's sad, but the reality is boring, doesn't get views. And then Yura says, oh, did I end up writing a whole earnest reply to a bait post? And Lewd says, nah, I'm just replying to you because I'll trust you take what I write without any ulterior motives. But yes, it's all farm. Again, he's gonna write this up as just a bait post, right? Something as he's gonna puff out his chest. He's gonna puff out his chest and beat on it for a bait post justifying thirsting after VTubers. But when it comes to defending why he says based to someone talking about how we should do with less politics in games and how you can't trust Microsoft and Mojang to teach children politics, he suddenly goes all whimpery. Like, again, when I talk about unreliable, maybe he makes really good product. But if you're talking, people who's going to stick around to defend your talents from people trying to brigade them, take their shit out of context, because believe you me, there will be a ton of people who try to do that with FaZe simply because they are now at the top. I don't like that thought any more than anyone else does, but that's a fact. If that's the case, then what are you doing, bro? But again, like I said, Lewd is a more benign example. His greatest sin is cowardice and maybe being a bit of a lech. Well, a bit is putting it mildly. Being a lech. But when I talk about actual, malice, when I talk about actual insidious intent, someone who probably should have been caught in the vetting process that FaZe applies, I assume, to affiliates, people they work with in general, I'm talking about the next example we have. Do you guys remember back in Offkai of June 2025 when FaZe Connect announced that they were going to be doing featured cosplayers? They put out this announcement saying, we're celebrating the cosplayers in our community at Offkai. Join us at the FaZe Connect booth to meet our incredible featured cosplayers. Don't miss the chance to snap a pic and see your Oshi brought to life. Now, I assumed that by featured cosplayers, they meant that they were, paying in some way for these cosplayers to show up. Which is why I assume that these are cosplayers who were working with FaZe, even if only on a contractual basis. And one of the cosplayers that they ended up recruiting for this was a cosplayer by the name of Gumban. Now, she ended up quote tweeting this by saying, guys, I'm so excited to announce that I'm collaborating with FaZe Connect for Offkai Gen 4. I will be cosplaying the lovely arcade-loving princess Mari Mari En. Join me at the booth for meet and greets, photo ops, and more from me that I'll be announcing soon. And, well, she did end up, doing the cosplay. She was pretty popular for a good while among FaZe fans, right? Because she did... How do I say this tactfully? Cosplays that would appeal to a lot of people. Not my favorite, personally, but certainly appealing to a demographic. Gumban was the organizer of this event. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that as well. Yeah, she wasn't just a featured cosplayer. She was organizing the entire thing as well. So FaZe did grant her quite a bit of influence in terms of at least how their cosplay function worked at the cons that they were attending. Now, for a while, Gumban was a pretty popular figure in the FaZe community. However, maybe she got a little too comfortable in the FaZe community. Cause February 4th, Gumban would put out a tweet announcing that she was dropping her own merch, and she had her own logo to boot. collab merch drop. I've collabed with Freezer R18 to bring you guys prints, standees, and decals based on some of my favorite FaZe Connect cosplay. Prints and magnetic standees will be available on his store, and the stickies on my Ko-fi. Opening 6th of February. I wonder if it's still open on the 6th of February. I haven't checked. But, just to really show off what kind of merch was on offer here, I want you guys to look at this art. Now, on the off chance that you guys watched me go through this in the Mornington stream, feel free to skip this in the VOD. But, when you look at the art that's being used for the standees, the prints, the decals, something seems to stand out to you. That doesn't look a lot like Gumba. That actually just looks like Mari_en and Amy Isami. I fail to see what is Gumban about this, minus the pose. And I understand that the way that she probably collabed with the artist, quote-unquote, is she posed, took a photo of herself, and sent that to the artist for reference. But realistically, this is knockoff FaZe merch. If you showed this art to a FaZe fan and you didn't tell them where it came from, you could very easily convince them that it was official FaZe Connect merch. Moreover, I think that you would struggle to guess that these came from a specific cosplayer, because this is not cosplay. This is costume. And when you look at this, the one thing that is kind of Gumbun coded is just present on the decals, where she has those tiny little stick-on glasses, those little like black glass frames that are supposed to signal that it's her. I'm sorry, but if that's all you're relying on in order to actually make the product yours instead of just knockoff FaZe merch, you're gonna have to try a little bit harder than that. Now, if it was just this thing being posted by itself, I wouldn't think too much of it. I'd scroll past it, scroll back, double check that I didn't accidentally hallucinate that it's the FaZe official account posting new merch, and then continue scrolling. Maybe it's a little, maybe it's a little parasitic, but it's not something that I would take too much notice of in and of itself. However, what I can't ignore is that the very same day that she shilled her own knockoff FaZe merch, few hours later, she made this post. I always hope to foster a wonderful community of FaZe fans who are all kind to one another and are loving and understanding. And I would assume by your merch, yes? I hope everyone of all walks of life and identities feel that they are welcome here in my little corner of the FaZe Connect community. Again, nothing in a vacuum that would make it weird or alarming or whatever, right? Just saying that she wants a bunch of FaZe fans in a little community that are kind to one another and are loving and understanding. That's perfectly understandable. But on top of that, she also spent the same few hours either cheering on or reposting / signal boosting people who were very obviously subtweeting Jelly. For example, Gay Moodin, that's certainly a choice of username, tweeting out, "Almost died today. A robber came into my house with a loaded gun and aimed at me. Luckily, I was watching FaZe Connect. He saw it and immediately killed himself. Thank God." Prayer emoji, to which Gumbun would reply with several sobbing emojis in a row. For those who don't understand how e-girls type, that doesn't mean uwo, cunny when they type it. It means, I can't believe you said this. Positive. And also, she would end up retweeting a user by the name of Kofifi saying, "Can't ragebait be like saying the game, why are people being obtuse and inflammatory," followed by opinion zone. I think getting feathers ruffled about history they were already going to teach delivered in an optional DLC that is contained to a locked down version of the game mode for school settings is a choice. This is the coward's method of subtweeting. This is using retweeting to subtweet someone. And then, of course, when you combine these two things together, it's kind of impossible to ignore that this was Gumbun subtweeting Jelly. And also cheering on, albeit tacitly, people who were trying to make digs at her. Combine that with the fact that she decided it was a good idea to, on the same day, shill her own knockoff merch. This is just peak parasitism. This is peak tourism. And this is something that, quite frankly, bears the hallmarks of malice. This is the kind of thing that I would expect FaZe to weed out during their vetting process when it comes to people they decide to work with. Now, I have seen some people speculating that maybe she has something to do with FaZe making the decision to post that awful announcement. I don't think that's the case, and I think that's an unreasonable theory, because when we already have so much to criticize about FaZe and Gunbun individually, why bother trying to make the assumptions a little bit more out there by trying to mix the two things together? I don't think that's warranted. I don't think that's necessary. We can all point out that FaZe Connect's announcement is flawed without having to rat that someone like Gunbun is behind it. Similarly, we can point out that Gunbun is a cynical tourist who's trying to parasitize off the fanbase and the FaZe brand and the goodwill of the fanbase and the talents, while also not going so far as to say that she's the secret mastermind behind FaZe making the dumbest public announcement of the company's history. That being said, though, remember what I said before when we were going through the HoloLive Taiwan incident? When I talked about how, when it comes to granting audiences a feeling of catharsis, you don't actually logic them out of it, you give them a feeling of catharsis, right? When you try to get an audience out of that feeling of betrayal, you have to take a stand, right? And one of the things that is always popular is taking a stand, as a company, against perceived threats to your company. Doubly so if the threats come from the inside. This may be a controversial opinion, but I don't think that someone who is willing to cheer on, or clap on, or subtly endorse brigading of a talent should be allowed to profit off of FaZe's brand. I don't think that's a good thing, and I think that if perms for making knockoff FaZe merch were removed from Gunbun, and preferably if she was also dissociated with for FaZe's public events, I think that would be a very clear message that this kind of behavior is not okay if you're thinking of working with a talent or with some of the members of a company. Because I'll be honest, if you want to make knockoff merch of a few talents under a company, and they are okay with it, and the company is okay with it, and there are people who want to buy it, by all means, go for it. But if you do that, and you then turn around and you start subtweeting and cheering people on while they brigade another talent at the same company, sorry. You've lost your right to exist in peace in the fan base. Because no one's going to see those two things next to one another and think, yeah, sure, you don't have any bad intentions whatsoever. People are going to look at that and conclude that you are a cynical tourist, and that you are trying to get your licks in against the talent while trying to profit off of their co-workers. That's not going to fly. People are going to complain, and justifiably so. And when I talk about FaZe not having vetting processes that are up to snuff, letting people like Gunbun through is part of why I say that. It doesn't get more transparent than this. It's quite obvious that this... I mean, the art is good, don't get me wrong, but I don't see why it justifies selling it under her trademark. So taking things like perms away from stuff like this, yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Well, I mean, I assume that they've already given perms for this, but not giving perms for future knockoff merchandise would probably be a start towards sending a clear message that, no, actually, you don't get to fuck with our talents even if you're trying to be coy about it. However, second thing, FaZe not having established procedures, especially when it comes to training talents as to protocol as to what to do in times of controversy. Reason why I say that is because there's actually something that FaZe did with the most recent announcement that I do think is good. Like, the contents of the announcement is horrid, but I do think that something they did is I think it's something that could be adopted more often. And that is having the announcement be its own post, and then having the please do not direct any questions regarding recent events to any of our talents. Thank you for your continued support, being it's a separate reply at the bottom of the post. The reason why I like this is because separating the two gives a very convenient thing for staff and or talents to retweet if they want to simply send the message to their audience that they are aware of the situation, while not having to commit to looking like they're endorsing whatever is said in the official notice, especially if the official notice is something to do with disciplining another talent. Optics-wise, that's usually really bad if a talent or a staff member just retweets something saying that, yeah, one of our talents fucked up and we're going to discipline her in some way. So, as a result of that, I actually really like this feature of separating the do not direct any questions to any of our talents. Thank you for your continued support. This is a very easy thing to retweet. This is something that, optically speaking, is likely not going to create any issues when retweeted. If you want to standardize something, getting all of the staff members to retweet this, getting the talents to retweet this if they want to, that's fine. Don't retweet this, because, again, that tends to spawn rats and stuff. But I like this. However, again, like I said, it doesn't seem like there's any kind of protocol when it comes to what to do with statements like this, so that's not great, not ideal. But the final thing, when I talk about, the reason why I don't believe that FaZe has any sort of standardized process for how talents should conduct themselves in times of controversy like this is because of the way that FaZe as a company has, how do I say? The way that FaZe as a company has failed to handle the PR fallout of this entire debacle. One thing that I have said since I've started doing this and started streaming is that I don't like it when talents are used as PR reps. I don't care if it's intentional. I don't care if it's unintentional. If you have talents up there making statements on behalf of the company, or essentially having the responsibility put on their shoulders, and people watching with the interpretation that what they say is going to pertain to what's going on behind the scenes at the company, I don't like that. Because it puts too much weight and responsibility on the brands of the talents themselves. And it also, more often than not, is put on the shoulders of talents who are not capable of doing that effectively. I don't like when talents talk about things to do with company policy, PR, decision making, whatever, because in future, if the company fucks up again and people start citing examples of things that they were promised but didn't deliver on, they start citing examples of things talents have said instead of stuff management has said. I don't like that. That being said, unfortunately, in the fallout of all of this, management has been completely absent, and it's been talents making all of the public statements, something that I can't ignore. And it starts with the FaZe Weekly episode that went live on February 8th of 2026. This is the one that I have the most mixed feelings about. Because on one hand, yeah, it was objectively really helpful in getting people to calm down, making people reassured that, there are people on Jelly's side, talents are definitely on Jelly's side, etc, etc, etc. Don't worry too much, nothing's gonna fall apart behind the scenes. But on the other hand, it's Dizzy saying this. Like, I know that she has experience doing this. Like, she's the only exception to the rule of talents are usually really bad at doing this. But I still don't like the fact that it is a talent doing this. Like, she's good at it, don't get me wrong. I just don't think it should be her job. And the thing is, right, I'm going to go through, very conveniently, I'm going to watch through what she actually said in the statement, just to give context as to why I'm saying this, which has very conveniently been clipped by Synchro. I'm just going to pull that up. At least it's kind of bright at the beginning. It's not all doom and gloom. And again, believe it or not, there is a white pill coming at the end of all of this, right? It's not me saying FaZe is doomed, sell now, or whatever. No. There is a point to me going on and on about how management doesn't seem to have a history of, how this kind of incompetence is not exactly out of character for FaZe's management. But
Hello,
back to
FaZe
this.
Cadets, and welcome back to another episode of FaZe Weekly, the regular public humiliation ritual where I get more than double the CCB from my main channel, where I actually need the attention. Oh, and I guess we do like community news and clips and stuff, but that's definitely a secondary experience. Ow, 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 ow. We have some Hoshiumi Jelly Jorbs available on shop.phase-connect.com. Fun fact, I heard that the minimum order quantity was insane, so I am going to fill a tub with these and sit in it. Whether or not you get one that was touched by my body, I will not comment on. We're only in the first week of February. What a year, right, folks? I wanted to play Uno, but half of FaZe Invaders' Wish told me that I should kill myself if I made them play Uno with me. This is as angry as my face gets. Really? Why are you laughing at me for being an Uno player? Really quickly, speaking for myself, I really want to just say that my priority in everything is the people I care about most, my friends and this community. And for today's episode of FaZe Weekly, I want to hold off on any more big statements for the moment. And right now, I'm also not gonna let anyone make big statements on my stupid fucking clip show, okay? I hope you understand why. I want my friends to feel comfortable and have fun.
Now, I have seen some people read what she said just then as her basically implying that FaZe's management wanted to make some sort of big statement on FaZe Weekly. I don't think that's the case. Although, granted, her saying, I don't want to let anyone do this is a little... it is admittedly a point in favor of the idea that maybe someone else wanted to come in and make a statement and she said no. Or probably told them that it was a bad idea. But, in general, the way that I interpreted it was her just saying that, basically in the course of presenting FaZe Weekly, it wouldn't be a good idea to try and make some sort of grandiose statement on behalf of the company, because that would just ruin the vibe, would make everything weird, etc., etc. And that much better way of acknowledging what happened, the elephant in the room, whatever, is to just do it casually, which she is doing here. And again, like I said before at the beginning of the stream, it did work. It did work. But I am of two minds about the fact that it worked. On one hand, it's good because people calm down. They stop panicking for a little bit. They stop chimping out in the FaZe Weekly chat and stuff like that. And yeah, Dizzy's really good at this. But on the other hand, I worry that if it works, there's no incentive to do something different next time. That's not... Okay, how do I say this? When you start looking at a whole bunch of companies doing the same thing in this space, year after year, month after month, different companies doing the same things, even though there's no connection in between them, the pattern starts to get a little bit depressing. One thing that always works is talents saying something in the place of management and then the fans backing off because they don't want to argue with a talent. They don't want to make the talent feel... they don't want to make the talent think or even feel like they are the party that is being disagreed with. And... I can't ignore the fact that there does seem to be quite a lot of that going on with the way that FaZe has handled the fallout from the announcement being posted. That's something I can't ignore. And it's something that this is going to sound pretentious as fuck. But personally, I can't hop on board with that. Because history and precedent has proven that it always ends badly. It didn't work for Niji Sanji, or at least it worked for a little while with Niji Sanji before it went spectacularly wrong. Didn't work for V Shoujo until it went spectacularly wrong. Well, it did work for V Shoujo until it went spectacularly wrong. Well, those are two that pop up in the pop up off the top of my noggin. There are more, but I'm going to have to actually think about it a bit more independently of what we're currently talking about. But yeah, it's just, I can't deny that Dizzy's really good at this, but I don't like the trend, I suppose, of FaZe Invader's Wish specifically feeling the need to talk about things publicly. When, like I said before, telling Spurgs to piss off, telling mods to Janny harder, telling tourists to fuck off. Like, I get why the talents would do that, right? I get why the talents would feel the need to do that themselves. But that job really should be on the company. If you, and this is something we'll get into in a second, if you tell Spurgs not to shit up your chat or shit up the replies to completely unrelated posts made by either different talents at the company or the company itself, Spurgs aren't going to listen. The way that you stop that is basically just instructing your Jannies to Janny harder, because those Spurgs don't give a shit about what you're saying. Or drama tourists don't give a shit about what you're saying. They're going to continue doing what it is they're doing. The only way to stop them is by Jannying harder. And I mean, you can try to dunk on them on Twitter, but it's not exactly going to do a whole lot.
Fun, especially when we have a collab coming up. So, history has shown that high pressure environments tend to produce reactive decisions rather than effective ones. So take care of yourself and your peace first and foremost. And let's watch Jelly talk about Rock.
So this was basically the perfect response, right? This is the perfect way that she could bring up the topic without making it awkward for everyone involved. Basically just acknowledging, yeah, someone fucked up behind the scenes. What she said, by the way, about how, high pressure situations create reactive decisions rather than effective ones, that reinforces the theory that, applying Occam's and Hanlon's razor was probably the right decision, because it does seem to look like FaZe's management was just really, really retarded and panicked under pressure.
Rather than effective ones. So take care of yourself and your peace first and foremost. And let's watch Jelly talk about Rock.
The Owawa felt I mean, to be fair, Dizzy always sounds a little awkward when she's trying to imitate how do I say this? The filler sounds of the other girls. Have you seen her try to imitate Lumi's chat? It sounds similarly as unnatural.
I'm an alien. Pardon me, but is...
And then she goes on to show like 3 jelly clips over the course of the entirety of FaZe Weekly. Which again, didn't say a word, but sends a very clear message. We haven't forgot about her. We're not trying to cover her up, right? We care. And again, in the same week, you would also have, for example, you would have Irie scheduling a stream where she was playing, I forget what, some kind of fishing game. And she would make the thumbnail of the stream a picture of Sakana frying while titling the stream something along the lines of punishing the fish for his sins or something. So again, the message being sent is very clear. Like, nothing explicit is being said, but the message is very clear. The talents stand behind Jelly. And I think that that is a good thing in the sense that it takes a weight off of everyone's mind. But I don't think that... Well, actually, I don't want to presume what the talents are thinking or feeling, but... I hope that the talents don't feel like they need to say something. Not that they're being instructed to, but I hope they don't feel like they need to say something, because fundamentally the fan base knows that the talents stand behind Jelly. The question that was on everyone's mind, Umigari, thanks Xanthopy, yeah, that game. The question on everyone's mind after the announcement was posted was not, do the other talents stand behind Jelly? It was, does management stand behind Jelly? And the problem was, in the immediate aftermath of the announcement, no one was going to believe that management, talents expressing support for Jelly is good, don't get me wrong, but fans are not going to take that as a substitute for it. And that's fundamentally what my discomfort boils down to. Dizzy is really good at doing this. She did a great job with this. But I don't think that this should be regarded as a substitute for management actually getting their shit together. And the thing is, in order to get your shit together, to recover a little bit of goodwill from the goodwill that has been lost from this, you don't actually have to come out and make some big statement. Because like I talked about with the HoloLive thing, a big statement isn't even guaranteed to work. Because what people are operating off of is not logic, it's not reason, it's anger, it's resentment. It's a feeling like there has been a wrong that has been done and restitution, reparations still haven't been provided. And the way that you get around that is by giving people a sense of catharsis. Talents coming out and saying, yeah, we support Jelly, or maybe even hinting at something along the tangential lines of fuck the fish, right? Like, that kind of lets off the pressure a little bit, but it's not a substitute for, some sort of concrete action. Like I said before, when consumers feel betrayed, it's not a logical thing. It's an emotional thing. And it's difficult for companies to deal with because it is an emotional thing. Now, I did say before that one of the ways in which you can gain easy goodwill and maybe achieve a little bit of catharsis is actually doing something to send a clear message that you don't get to fuck with our talents if you want to work with us. But that's just one option. I'm sure there are others that I haven't thought of, and FaZe has an entire team behind them to consider these things. Hopefully now they've been given a little bit more of a stick up the arse, or, well, I should probably slightly wrong phrase, but hopefully they now have a little bit of a stick behind their arse in order to, actually push them to move forwards with trying to develop things like this. But again, like I said, I don't like talents being PR. I don't like talents filling in for PR, for management. FaZe is no different. Just because I like the talents, just because Dizzy's really good at it, and just because FaZe is, the company that I like the most, does not exempt them from this underlying fact that talents handling company PR never ends well. Never ends well. And, well, I mean, I guess the play for FaZe is hope something like this never happens again. Because I promise you, if it does, fans are not just going to be bringing up what the company said, but they're also going to start bringing up what some of the talents said, which I don't want to happen.
How about that business? See, how about that business?
So business, the business, can you find it in caves?
See, that's the thing, right? A lot of people are saying, oh, FaZe should release a public apology, or FaZe should delete the statement, or FaZe should rewrite the statement and release a new one. I don't know if they are realistically going to do that, or even what they stand to gain from doing that. Because again, a lot of people I've noticed are thinking about it in the terms of that would be the right thing to do. But remember, companies don't operate off of morality. They do things based off of profit and pragmatism. Would it be profitable for FaZe to rescind their statement and to put out an apology or anything like that, or to make a public statement apologizing to Jelly, saying they fucked up or whatever? We don't know, because we haven't seen how FaZe's sales are going to do over the next few months in the aftermath of this. And realistically, we aren't going to know until that happens. If the sales don't go down, then it wouldn't be profitable for them to do something like that. If the sales do go down, then who knows, maybe. But again, even that is just a maybe. When it comes to pragmatism, however, realistically, if they were to make any sort of adjustment to the statement that they currently have posted on the Twitter, all it would do is revive the drama. It would just drag it out for longer, because all of a sudden you get this sort of like, this blinking reminder that, oh yeah, remember this thing that happened like a week ago. And realistically speaking, FaZe does not want that. I don't think the talents want that either. Because, yeah, sure, you get this public show of contrition, which is an apology that the fans can now see instead of be told about. But does that really make that much of a difference for the sake of, the company's bottom line, or making the talents feel safer in the company, or anything like that? Do nothing is the approach that I wish they went with from the start. But them doing it now, I don't see any other way that is the least friction, that has less friction than this. Which is why I don't see FaZe making some sort of public statement going, yeah, sorry guys, we fucked up. Sorry, Jelly, we fucked up. Especially after the statement that I'm about to show after this one from Dizzy, right? All we can do is hope that FaZe has learned their lesson and that now the strategy, or the quote-unquote strategy of do nothing in the past, has become a real strategy of do nothing going forward.
I'm gonna send her my retainers and make her wear them for stream.
Bismuth crystallizes in that form in nature too? Bismuth does? Bismuth is natural. Why do I keep... I keep lisping bismuth. I need to zoom in for this one.
I think this is just to prove that Tenma does actually get clips on FaZe Weekly sometimes.
Wait, why does it look like I'm doing it? He got no.
And that's the end of the clip. But the message is pretty clear. She doesn't say a word in some sort of formal statement, in the form of some sort of formal statement or whatever. But she makes the message very clear that no, Jelly isn't being, buried or anything. We're not pretending she doesn't exist. We all care about her still. And, this may be wishful thinking on my part, but I like to think that the clips she chose to show was more so look at how autistic and cute Jelly is, and, anyone who thinks that she's anything besides that is fucking stupid. But that aside, this is probably... Is it the best way FaZe could have handled this? No. But is it the best way Dizzy could have handled this? Without a doubt, right? And like I said, the reason why I'm torn about this is because it works, right? It worked. People calmed down, rightfully so, because of the fact that Dizzy's good at her job. And even good at things that I would assume is outside of the job range, job expectations for a talent at the company. But again, like I said, this is why I believe that FaZe's management isn't all together, right? It's not as smooth or as competent. I do think that the fan base has been a little complacent when it comes to just laughing off certain bits of information as just like, oh, lol, that's just management being quirky or funny, instead of going, yeah, maybe I could see that they could fuck some things up occasionally, Ivan Einfist, think about the two. They delete that slander tweet. I think if they quietly deleted that in like a few weeks or months' time, that would probably be a good thing. But deleting it now, that people are going to be spurgs about it. Like, the people who are basically pretending to be FaZe fans, they're going to go, oh, lol, we won. FaZe deleted the tweet. And then that's going to reignite the entire thing, which is probably why they haven't done that yet. So, again, I want to reiterate, expecting FaZe to do things because of principle and morality doesn't work, because they're a company, not a person. If you want to understand or try to predict what they're going to do, you can't let morality play into that equation. Because I know, you and I know, I think a lot of people share the sentiment that, public probably would have been the morally right thing to do. But we're talking about a company here, not a person. Speaking of people, though, yesterday, Jelly made her return to streaming, and over the course of her stream, spread across multiple hours, well, she had a little segment at the beginning, but it was all relevant parts also came throughout the following hours of the stream. She did end up directly addressing what ended up happening and hinting at, the fact that behind the scenes, things were now going to be fine, right? So she ended up talking about, actually addressing what ended up happening.
Hello?
And this statement, without a doubt, has been the ultimate test of not really listening comprehension among the people, actually trying to absorb it. I'll just let it play out and pause occasionally. Mildly OCD think of the 5. Person who's best at PR is also one of the biggest head cases. That's somehow incredibly on brand for FaZe. Yeah.
Hello? 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 Yes? Can you hear me? Am I peaking? Is my mic bad? Hello? Yes, so, dude, this is like giving a speech in like high school, but like to way more people. Anyways, so as some of you might know, sorry, I'm getting really distracted by the alerts. Sorry, one sec. Stop, don't laugh. Okay, but as some of you might know, I've jorked too close to the sun on Twitter.com, so I just want to take this moment.
This is, by the way, this is a good thing. Like, I hate to say it, but understanding that Twitter is kind of, again, it sounds so stupid to say this out loud, but you do kind of have to think about what you're tweeting if your goal is to avoid, if your goal is to avoid controversy or whatever. And Jelly basically going, yeah, I realized that I kind of played it a little too fast and loose there. It's probably going to play a part in preventing something similar from happening a second time. But again, it's just such a depressing thing to think about in terms of, yeah, you actually you have to put thought into your tweets. Like, that sounds so stupid.
To say that okay, it's really no big deal, but I am sorry to my friends and my company for making it. I wrote this on my own, by the way, for making it kind of suck on Twitter.com. And I'm also sorry to you guys for no, dude, no, wait, hold on, I'm
Notice how people are already chipping out in her chat, right? Like, the optics around her apologizing when it displays a very clear sense of disconnect here, right? The way that the initial statement was posted, the way that the initial statement was worded in the statement that was posted on FaZe's official account made her seem like a culprit, whereas the fan base unilaterally views her as a victim of brigading specifically. And when you have her apologizing, the knee-jerk reaction was never going to be positive. Now, leaving aside the fact that she is speaking in a way that, it's kind of her natural intonation, which is why I and others believe that, this, when she says she wrote this, I believe that. The second reason why I believe that, the more cynical one, is if management allowed this, simply put, there is no way in hell that management would have given this the go ahead, because it's really, really bad optically for them, right? Like, there's no way that they would look at this and go, yeah, sure, just read that out as is. So I believe that this is genuinely just, this is just Jelly talking, reading out something she wrote on her own, of her own volition, etc. Because again, like I said, the optics around her apologizing being perceived negatively is not something that she, as a talent, can understand or anticipate. Because to her, what I assume is the most prescient concern in her mind is trying to do right by her coworkers and her audience, which is why I assume she's apologizing, because she's basically saying, I'm sorry for, this is a horrible joke to make, but she's basically saying, I'm sorry for making trouble, right? Like, I'm sorry for posting something on Twitter that ended up blowing up beyond, what I thought it was going to be. Realistically, I knew that there was a chance that it was probably going to be really controversial, and I posted it anyways. That probably made Twitter suck for a little bit for other people as well. So again, I understand that, again, for a talent, from her perspective, that is the most important concern. Same thing with her trying to apologize to her audience, saying, sorry about making you guys worry for me. Even if that's not an apology that anyone has asked for, right? I can understand why it's something she feels the need to make. However, like I said, the optics of it, as perceived from the perspective of someone just watching this stream from home, like an average viewer, that's something that I expect management to be able to anticipate, and something that management would be able to explain. Yeah, no, I get why you want to apologize. Like, you know, I understand that, but people are not going to see it that way. And again, this is yet another spot where this is more. I find this uncomfortable because FaZe is rapidly proving itself to be one of the best case studies and examples to show why management needs to exist, basically. When it comes to FaZe Connect, the recent things that have happened with FaZe have been a perfect demonstration of why talents cannot be trusted to do PR things, not because they are, not because they are incompetent or because they are inadequate in whatever way, but simply because being a talent makes you less suited to the job of thinking from the perspective of someone who may be seeing things entirely different from you. That is fundamentally, that is the weakness that management is supposed to compensate for. Because talents are inherently solipsistic. They find it very difficult to think from the perspective of someone outside of their own mind, right? Again, it's a good trait. Well, I would make the argument that it's even a good thing for talents to be solipsistic because it makes them more in touch and in tune with their content. But when you are in a position where you are trying to address people who are, when you're trying to diffuse a serious situation, you got a lot of people watching or whatever, that's when that trait becomes more of a hindrance than it becomes a benefit. And again, that's why you have those two sides of the equation, right? You have the talent who's good at making content, and you have the management who's good at thinking from the perspective of people who aren't talents.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you and stressing you out, most importantly. That's all. I feel kind of bad for, stressing you out with everything and also not streaming, and I feel bad for that. That is what I feel bad for. Also, just to clarify, I'm not a racist, I'm not a bigot. And most importantly, I would like to thank you.
Now, what she said just then is not as graceful as Pippa basically going, do not misinterpret my words as an excuse, as a banner to go and attack other people, right? What Jelly did is a little bit less, it's a little bit more, I'm not thing. But I saw a lot of people going, oh, she apologized, it's over, without actually listening to who she's apologizing to. She apologized to her coworkers for making Twitter a little shit for a few days. She apologized to her audience for maybe making them worry. But one thing that she's very clear on is she's resisting the framing that people were trying to force onto her, which was that she's a racist or something. Now, do I wish that FaZe's official statement did that too? Yeah, I do. I still do, in fact. That feeling hasn't faded over time. I do wish that FaZe's management were on the ball enough to identify what people were trying to do to Jelly and to push back against that in an official capacity. But so long as something similar doesn't happen a second time, I'm willing to settle for Jelly not feeling like she has to apologize to those freaks.
For the support, for all the support, all the kind words, the kind marshmallows, and because of you guys, I will be okay. Everything will be okay. Thank you guys for waiting. That's all. I just feel bad for stressing you guys out and, doing all that. So yeah, mostly just that. It's really no big deal. My alerts are broken. That's another thing I want to say sorry for. I spent like 15 minutes trying to fix my alerts before the stream started, but it didn't work. So I think my stream elements is borked. Yeah. Anyways.
To be honest,
if you stopped watching because of Jelly really fucking up playing Vegas, I think I don't think you'd survive a normal Jelly stream, to be completely fair. Like,
I mean, Transfer to come down. You're still playing for FaceCon. Yes, everything is still in order. I feel like I have to kind of elaborate a bit because I was a bit nervous around that when I was making a statement because you know who wouldn't be freaking nervous? I'm freaking nervous. I actually planned out a whole thing to say, but then I started like pissing myself and getting too scared, so I didn't say everything I wanted to say. Right? So I feel like now that everything's calmed down a little bit, I feel like I can kind of say that everything is actually cool between me and the company. Did you change? Everything is actually cool. Sakura did personally send me like an apology, so we're actually pretty good. We've been talking. I took a picture of a book and I sent it to him. I said if I
This is why I don't believe that it would either be realistic or a good idea for FaZe to do anything publicly now. Because like I said before, it would just reignite the drama when a bunch of people get, false flagging as fans are going to go, oh, look, we won, yada, 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 and essentially bait people into talking about it again. But on top of that, this is basically Jelly confirming to everyone that at least Sakana, well, I say at least, but that's probably not the right word to precede the thing because he's the CEO. Sakana apologized to her personally. Now, we don't know what the contents of that apology is, but frankly, I don't think we need to, right? Because when it comes to apologies, the reason why this sucks is because this is a great demonstration of what I mean when I talk about audiences when I talk about audiences' feelings of betrayal being an emotional thing rather than a rational thing. Because rationally speaking, if Sakana apologized to Jelly, then we should be good, right? Because logic and reason dictates that since he was the one who signed off on the statement being posted, and since she was the one who was injured by the statement being posted, if he apologizes to her for, posting that statement or whatever, then and she forgives him, then yeah, things are fine, right? Because neither of the two parties have a grievance with one another. Now, remember when I say that apologies should only be addressed to two parties at maximum: one, the person you've injured, and two, your audience. Sakana doesn't have an audience. He's the CEO. The only snag in that, and the reason why I point out the difference between audiences being rational and audiences being emotional when it comes to wanting catharsis and feeling betrayed and yada, 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 is because, rationally speaking, it's very easy to understand, okay, if Sakana apologizes to Jelly and she accepts his apology, things should be fine. The problem is that doesn't really alleviate the underlying feelings of a wrong has been done and there has been no public restitution or whatever. Now, I'm not saying that FaZe needs to cave to that. I'm not saying that FaZe has an obligation to essentially make that dissipate among its fan base, right? If they think that the safer play is to do and say nothing, probably the case, right? However, what I will say is people tend to only let go of the need for catharsis if they either A, have something that distracts them from that particular desire, or B, and this is the least ideal conclusion, which is they just end up kicking it down the road, right? It just becomes this thing that's simmering away for a while, and then later on, if something similar happens again, it returns, but twice as strong. The thing is, FaZe doesn't actually have to, FaZe doesn't actually have to do anything to sort of, let air out of the balloon, so to speak. They can just leave it there. They can hope that enough of their fan base is rational enough to go, okay, Sakana apologized to Jelly accepted the apology, there's no reason for us to be angry, because what would FaZe be apologizing for at this point, right? If the injured party is okay with, the apology, then what are the rest of us staying mad for, is kind of the rational argument. However, like I said, feelings of betrayal are not rational, or they don't stay. Feelings of betrayal are not rational, or at least the way that they're alleviated is often not rational. It's not through logic and reason, it's through catharsis. And this is, logically speaking, probably, Sakuna apologizes to Jelly accepts the apology, FaZe doesn't talk about this anymore, and this never happens again. That is the ideal scenario. But if something similar does happen again, boy, is this going to look like this is going to look like a fart in the wind compared to what the 2.0 of this might look like. So I do think that this is the best outcome that realistically could happen in this scenario, right? Again, public apology and stuff, would it feel nice for some people? Probably even for a lot of people. But realistically speaking, that's probably not the play either, because it falls into the same problem of, okay, why draw more attention back to it? It's been 8 days. Let's let the attention span of the internet do its thing.
I asked if he wanted it. He said yeah. So everything is actually fine. So don't worry about it. Okay? It's good. I don't want you guys to be angry. I don't want you guys to be upset on behalf.
Noxon, so it's like the HoloLive Taiwan tweets where one side is trying to assure the fans that everything has been resolved, whereas the other one doesn't want to retract their statements to satiate the mob. Yeah, kinda.
Half of me, if anything, I just want you guys to be chill, just like me, and kind of just let it go. You know what book? It's a self-help book. I don't know if I can say the title, but it was a self-help book. What?
Anyone want to make a bet that is probably like something, probably something like what's the book again? Something Rules of Power or whatever. Surely it has to be like it has to be one of the people. Surely it has to be a book that's written by one of the people who goes around doing podcasts, right? Like if she doesn't want to say it out loud, it has to be one of those.
What? It was a self-help book. I looked at it and I was like, this reminds me of my boss. Not Alcoholics Anonymous. Is that a book? I thought that was like a thing, man. It was not Art of War. Also, I need to know this Fixin' Things book, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear, because, how do I put this? Does it matter? Hold on, let me think about whether I should say this or not. If I have to think that hard, it's probably better to not say it. Those good springs get many visitors. And yeah. Yeah, I think despite everything, I think it kind of just reinforced how much how I feel towards you, and how yeah, so yeah, it means a lot to me. I don't know what to freaking say, dude. I don't know what to say. It made me touched. It made me happy. It made me feel like nice, good. So yeah, don't worry about it. Things with Face Connect's been smoothing out. Like I said earlier, Sakura did send me like a personal apology, so I appreciate that, and I thought that was very nice. So I'm just relaying that information. So yeah. So I don't think you should be saying bad things about the company anymore. So that's nice. Saying this of my own volition, by the way, because the company is in my best interest. So I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to it. I would feel bad. Yeah, much love from me to you guys, because I did feel it from you guys to me. So yeah, yeah, whatever. Moving on. self-discovery journey over the past couple days. Everything was just happening so fast, and I was sitting there like, Jesus Christ, like what is right, what is real in life, what is wrong, and everything. And then I gotta figure things out. So I feel like my life is clearer. Like the eyes I see the world through is clearer. Sorry, I hit the mic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Got put through electroshock.
Okay, JM did. The problem in this series of bad decisions is that the best decision doesn't fix the trust that has been broken, Realistically, FaZe was never going to recover from this overnight. Not even over a week. Probably not even for multiple months. Like I said before, the fundamental thing that people had disrupted was their image of management as competent and, perfectly benevolent, right? Now, I do still believe that management is benevolent. I just think that they are not as competent as we were first willing to believe. Now, therein, though, lies the white pill. Because so long as it's not malice, it can be fixed. But the restoration of trust among the fan base, it's not going to come back quickly. Not by a long shot. Essentially, what is going to have to happen is that management is going to have to demonstrate a high degree of competence, either the next time that this happens, or, barring that, over a sustained period of time. What that means is going to possibly be a few things. One, I don't think we're going to get any more stories about Sakana hiring people off of League of Legends. Second, I don't think we're going to be getting a lot of Sakana on stream for a while. Though I could be wrong about that. Maybe, maybe the company decides to try and rehabilitate his image by doing that. Though I hope they don't, because that would probably end really badly. And I don't think that we're going to get... I can't imagine that we're going to get a lot of manager-centric content in the near future. I'll be honest. Because I feel like that would just be awkward at this point. So I think the Sakana I think the Sakana gig is a little done for now. Yeah.
Therapy. God, I freaking
Still going?
wish,
Yes.
Man. I wish I didn't feel bad for
Drawing towards the tail
going
end,
too
though.
close to the sun, you might say. Shouldn't have posted that. Obviously, clearly, because I feel like I kind of inconvenienced.
Again, it hurts to say this because I agreed with the point that she was making the tweet, but objectively speaking, yeah, she's probably right if the goal was to avoid controversy, right? A tweet like that always had a high chance of blowing up, though I will say, yet again, I don't expect an autistic C engineering major to understand that bringing up civil rights in America is like bringing up Taiwan in China.
My coworkers and stuff. So yeah, that's what I genuinely feel. What you want to take out of it is up to you. But personally, I don't really care. Like, I don't really care about what you think was right and what I was just...
Ivan Iron Fist, where's the controversy in I don't want politics? See, that's the problem. People came in and politicized that, and instead of identifying that and pushing back against the frame, people folded within it. Or FaZe folded within it, I should specify, which is what made it not ideal.
I just want to, convey what I feel to you guys, because I think that's important. Yeah, and whatever you feel, just know that I will still love you as my Star Knights. Whether you think... Whatever you think, basically. Because honestly, it doesn't really matter to me. What matters to me is getting my point across. Cringe. Shut up! Didn't ask you! I'm tweaking again! Where am I tweaking? Okay, so I'm tweaking! So you know how basically a nugget means limbless and armless? Really?
Sub-Zero, this would not have happened if Jelly didn't talk about politics first. See, that's the thing, right? Do you think that saying I don't want politics in X is a political statement? This is a genuine question, by the way. It's not me trying to set you up to sort of dunk on you or whatever. Because I'm genuinely curious as to what people end up saying in chat in response to that. Actually, maybe I'll just make a second poll. Is saying I don't want politics in X a political statement? It's a right-wing dog whistle. See, that's the thing, right? How are you actually Sub-Zero? I'm curious. How are you perceiving politics then? Are you interpreting it as are you interpreting politics as in power, or are you interpreting politics as in partisan shit? It's not a statement, it's an opinion. See, that's the thing, right? If you say I don't want politics and shit, again, this might be a separate thing that I should leave to the end of the stream, but remind me to come back to this. Remind me to come back to this topic at the end of the stream if my throat hasn't given up now. Okay, saying I don't want X. Okay. So, see, that's the thing. How do you know that the other person is referring to it in the same sense as partisanship rather than just referring to it in terms of power? Because saying I don't want politics and stuff because you don't want other people to try and come in and dictate what you should think, feel, or accept, I don't think that is a partisan thing. That's just you saying you don't want to give other people a control over you or the hobby that you are currently inhabiting. See, you're defining the way that you're defining the meaning of something based off of the people saying it rather than the meaning of the thing itself, right? That's the issue that I have with that way of looking at things, right? To put it crudely, only dogs can hear dog whistles, right? So, if you're interpreting the meaning of something purely through the lens of who might be saying it, that might mean that you're unable to sort of you might be too deep in the partisan source is what I'm saying. Apologies, my YouTube is freaking out. Yeah. Political means involving politics, so it would have to. Rejecting it requires that you acknowledge it first. See, I think that's something that I can understand a little bit more, right? Rather than just going, it's X because the people who use it are X, right? Okay, so apparently the internet over here is a little ass, so hold on, let me refresh the tab.
Hello?
701? Okay. Minecraft statement feels more like a basic human rights issue. Don't let kids touch the poo. Oh no, I agree with that. It's just a shame that people are a little too partisan brained to be able to see that maybe giving soulless corporations direct access to kids is not a good idea. Giving soulless corporations direct access to the kids and allowing them to say, go out and do stuff in the real world. That's putting a lot of trust in those corporations. Magdalenas, thank you for the 5. The right is essentialist, meaning that there's an apolitical common nature, but the left is constructivist, meaning that everything is socio-political relation. That makes sense. I think it's a pretty graceful way of summing up the main difference there. Okay, for some reason my YouTube just refuses to work. Yeah, teach them how to be a good activist. I do not trust any corporation to teach kids how to be activists for literally anything. Okay, hold on. Let me try reducing the quality of the video. Maybe that will help.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I don't know why my YouTube is so laggy. It's usually not like this. Well, actually, I take that back. It is kind of like this, but usually it's good enough to at least play a YouTube video.
And armless. Really missed you for doing well. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
it's
you so
working
much.
now. It's
We should be
working
sorry
now.
for
Okay, thank fuck. What's your take on Kyushu? I mean, I don't really have a take on that. That just sounds like someone talking about, you know, that just sounds like someone talking about their that just sounds like someone talking about why they don't collab as much with one of their friends. I'm sorry. I might not understand the question. Like, what what are you asking for here in terms of what am I supposed to opine on? Mind that Emeru is being harassed and accused of being political by people's... Yeah, exactly. The Emeru thing basically... the thing is, Sub-Zero, if you're still listening, the Emeru thing basically disproves the idea that, you know, not saying... saying you don't want to be political about something is a right-wing thing. Because Emeru just said, if you're coming to a streamer for a political opinion, you probably need to go touch grass, right? And that got interpreted as, oh, she must be right-wing, etc., etc., etc. But, you know, no one ever thinks to look at the political affiliations of the people who keep saying that about her, you know?
Worrying you? No, you guys didn't worry me. I mean, I guess some of you did worry me. Some of you really did worry me. Some of you did, there were some things that I've been seeing that worried me a little bit. Especially some things that you did. And although I appreciate it, I felt bad in turn because technically I was the one who worried you in the first place, who made you worry about me, so... Yeah, whatever, dude. There's a lot of stuff. So just behave yourself and be nice. Be normal. Okay? Or you'll worry me. Sorry, Jelly, it's okay. I was never worried. You were never worried? But I was worried. Where's the mutual worry? Where's the mutual worry? I was worried. You were worried.
Sub-Zero, not the same. Emeru was forced into it. See, that's the thing, right? What do you define? What's the difference between someone being forced into it and someone not being forced into it, right? Like, what's the okay, hold on. What's the difference between someone showing up in my stream and in my chat saying, what do you think about X political topic, versus a company paying to have a political ad put all the way across my hometown? Like, does the second one count as me being forced into it or not?
Don't be worried anymore. Stop worrying. I'm okay. Don't worry. Okay, you worried a healthy amount. Okay, that's good then. I also worried a healthy amount. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm gonna cry now that you guys are saying you're worried. Oh my god. I've been trying not to cry the whole time. Thank you, David, for your 20 super. Oh, don't be worried. Thank you,
Shelter? See, I can see that, right? But again, like I said before, this is talent solipsism on display. The idea that the fans weren't worried because of her, but because of what the statement implied about her, that's not something that I don't think that it's reasonable to expect Jelly to understand the difference between that. Not because I think she's stupid or anything, but because of the fact that when you are a talent, you think about things differently, right? You think about things from a, you know, center going out first. You don't think of yourself as the center of the world in a sort of egotistical, narcissistic sense, but you do think of yourself as the center of the world in the sense that I need to process how everything is in relation to me. And what Jelly is doing here is she is taking, you know, the possibility that her audience is worried and basically putting herself at the center of that, assuming that she's at the center of that worry, right? That's, again, that is streamer brain. That's, you know, it's not a... Well, I mean, you could maybe make the argument that it's a disability, but it's not an indictment as to her level of intelligence or her ability to process things. It's just what happens when you are a content creator. Gotta head out, share. Corporal Elamina, thank you for the 20. Gotta head out, but I want to say I've listened to 90% of your VODs while going on long work drives. It's a great way to keep the mind thinking, especially in an industry that I really care about. That's nice to hear. Thank you. I'm flattered to hear that, and I hope that I hope that whatever drive you end up putting this on, it goes smoothly and goes well. drive safely.
Everything is so much. You didn't sleep? Yeah, I didn't sleep either. Was very worried but super happy to spend time with you. Yeah, I'm not somebody who's very comfortable with being under such a big spotlight, so I don't know. I've always just wanted you guys to like live stress-free and easily. So like
Pyro, thank you for the 5. I was curious because I thought it goes back with the stream topic, how FaZe was seen back then, and how the audience might have changed, and possibly why. Ah, okay, I see. If you're asking me if I think that the demographic shift in Pippa's audience could have resulted in Kirsha, in more of her audience disliking Kirsha, I mean, I wouldn't be able to comment on that because I'm not Pippa, nor am I Kirsha, right? So essentially the thing is, right, what you're asking about is a sort of demographic shift in terms of, do more members of, do I think, I'm just struggling to think what you're asking me here. Like, are you asking me if, you don't have to super chat, by the way, you could just type this in chat and I'll end up reading it. But are you asking me if I think that Kirsha is being realistic in terms of thinking that Pippa's audience demographic has shifted so that most of Pippa's audience hates her now? Because if that's the case, then, I mean, I don't get that impression. But then again, I don't know what metrics Kirsha is using to try and determine that. And if you're asking about like a demographic shift in Pippa's audience, I wouldn't really know. Because all I see of Pippa's audience is whatever's in chat, right? I don't really see anything else besides that. So, just your opinion. I typed it earlier. Fair enough. Does that answer your question? I think that if, I'll be honest, if they want to collab with one another, I don't see why. I don't see why the sort of, like, let's be honest. Pippa is big enough to the point where if she chooses to collab with someone because she wants to, and a portion of her audience doesn't like it, they could fuck off from the stream and nothing would happen. Realistically, like, there's no long-term impact. There's like nothing like that. So. And the same thing goes for Kirsha. Like, I'm pretty sure that, I mean, I do think that a collab between Pippa and Kirsha would be Kino, but at the same time, like, it's not. I'm not entirely. I don't think that most of Pippa's audience hates Kirsha. I don't find that to be easy to believe. Because I think it's just a vocal minority. Like, I am aware that there are some that don't like Kirsha, but I don't think it's most of them.
like I felt kind of bad because whatever happened wasn't exactly stress-free. So I was just worried about that. I wasn't worried about myself. I didn't really care about that. I was just worried about
FaZe's audience as a whole. That is not really something that I've been paying attention to be honest, right? FaZe's, I haven't really been keeping track of if/how much FaZe's audience demographic has sort of shifted over the years that it's been active, since I became part of the fan base. Because for the most part, I just tend to stick with I just tend to stick with a few. So I don't really know. Though that is, now that you pointed it out, it might be something that I end up looking out for a bit more. Michael Owen, thank you for the 5. Only chairman's sugar daddies donate to him as communication method. I appreciate the sugar.
what you guys are seeing. You didn't have to worry about me. I was always gonna be fine, Like, I don't know, man. I was good the whole time. So thank you. Yeah, I feel so great today. I'm gonna go jorb my jorb later. So yeah, I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud to be in FaZe Connect, and I'm proud of the jammers, the FaZe Jam community, FaZe Jammers, whatever. And I'm also proud of obviously, the people that create for such a niche community. I'm proud of everybody. I know it doesn't mean much.
God, I hope the Bishoujo fanbase stays well away from FaZe. We never got a closure. See, that's the thing, right? Again, the reason why I'm of two minds about it is because I understand why people want closure. Like, on a conceptual level, I understand why people want closure. But, how do I say this? I don't see FaZe going out of its way to take an extra risk just for the sake of providing people that aren't, you know, part of the company closure, if that makes sense.
I'm tweaking again. Okay, I know it doesn't mean much, but I really am proud of everybody. And I think you guys do very respectable things that I guess I look up to a lot. I think being passionate is one of the things that is very important to a human being. Yeah. Desu! You know, guys, I can't freaking wait to get back to work. I can't freaking wait to end the stream happy. And I can't wait to end the stream looking at all your nice marshmallows that you will actually send to me. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm tweaking! Why does it have to make me tweak? It's such an important thing that I have to say! Yeah, and I'm excited to take my afternoon nap. After looking at the marshmallows and reading everything nice you have to say, looking at all the nice Twitter comments that you have to give me, do you want me to send a mean one? I think it's gonna get filtered. I've only been receiving nice ones, which I'm actually pretty surprised by. I mean, not excited to end the stream, and I'm excited to end the stream to get back to work. After I work, I'm gonna go eat.
See, Genius Chiruna, that's what I'm asking, right? That's what I'm asking. This is why I said, right? The people who were trying to characterize Jelly as some sort of racist or whatever on Twitter simply because they couldn't get out of, they had no awareness of their own limited perspective as, like, you know, being an American cultural imperialist, right? The people who are doing that, they are miserable people who I do not believe should ever be given any sort of quarter or concession.
Eat something nice, and I'm gonna go lie in bed and bed rot happily, you know. Also, after Valentine's Day, I'm gonna have to go back to my mud hut, so I'm gonna have to not stream again. Gonna have to go on a family trip back to the mud huts for approximately 3 to 4 days. Sorry, guys, it's the mud hut time again. Mud hut time of the year. Barely disguised honeymoon with her boyfriend. I wish! A new marshmallow has flown in. Somebody threw a marshmallow at Jelly Hoshiyumi. Roses are red. My mattress is lumpy. Jelly has the fattest dumpy. Somebody kill this guy. Find out who this guy is. Is this your friend? Kill that guy. You know what? You should post that on Twitter so I can find out who you are so I can hit block. I'm tweaking. I'm tweaking again. David's favorite horror.
I'm curious, do you guys think it would be good or bad optically if Sakuna were to do another, like, you are a monkey in a mud hut tweet at Jelly at some point when she's in the middle of that trip? I actually think that if he does do something like that and Jelly responds publicly, you know, positively to that, I could see that sort of letting out a little bit of tension. It's not going to be a satisfying conclusion for everybody, but it is going to be... It is no way good and bad. He would die bad. Bad timing. Bad. Both. No, those jokes died the moment they make the statement. See, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. At this point, no. Bad. Yeah. Okay, okay. Iron still warm. That stupid statement ruined all the fun. Yeah, I agree. It did drain quite a lot of the possible humor out of FaZe. Actually, I do think that maybe people being a little less inclined to pass everything management does or says through the lens of humor is probably a good thing in the long run. But I can't say I don't think it's a loss, because it was fun, right? It was fun. It's not going. I don't. It's a shame that it had to go this way.
Forest for the glad everything worked out the way you wanted with Mr. Love. Thank you so much. I mean, it could have been better, obviously. I could have just not started this whole thing in the first place. But thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I don't know. I'm just really grateful to be where I am. And it's okay. I don't know. Yeah. Just, yeah, well, invisible. No one hears a word. Thank you, Shadow, for the 5 tip. Thank you. I don't know. I've returned. I'm back, and everything is normal, and everything is okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. Thank you, and I will see you guys tomorrow. How about that? And I will not talk about this ever again.
Genius. I will always fear over corporatization. See, the thing is, as companies grow bigger and bigger, you're gonna get less of the kind of thing that made FaZe quirky and funny, right? For sure. One of the things that I suspect is gonna happen, although again we need to wait and see in order to confirm, is I don't think the whole culture around going, "Lol, isn't FaZe management so funny and quirky for doing X thing?" I don't think that's going to return to the way that it was before. Because fundamentally, we don't know who made the statement. We don't know if any sort of, reprimand has been issued or whatever. All we know is that FaZe's management made the statement, which is, it's not great. It's not great. So, I can see that tanking the optics of management, of FaZe trying to make content out of management from here, at least for a while from this point.
Yeah, whatever. Tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Bye, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And yeah, you guys make me very happy. And be nice to people around you. Be nice to your friends. Be kind and understanding and everything. Life is too short to get upset. Okay? Just
I will add the addendum that, I mean, how do I say this? If they do try to make that kind of content, personally, I'm not going to be very receptive to that. But I'm not going to come out and say that purely because I wouldn't be receptive to it. That doesn't mean other people wouldn't be. So it is completely possible that they end up bringing that back in the near future or whatever. But I'm just having a hard time picturing myself settling back into the kind of isn't that so funny and quirky what management is doing mindset that I was capable of being in before February. Again, a lot of how much people are going to be willing to move past this is going to depend on how happy Jelly is over the next few weeks or so. She seems to be in pretty high spirits, right? So as a result of that, I think that for the most part, people are going to be fairly willing to just move past this. Star Knights especially, they've been put through a bunch over the past few days. But I think with Jelly back and with her seeming to be fine, happy even, I think that's gonna be all right. And so all that's left is that little awkward hole where FaZe management being this, good humored jokes it was before. It's the disillusionment that sucks. Yeah, I agree.
Play for the vibes. Bye, guys. Play life for the vibes. Play the game of life for the vibes. Bye, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Bye, bye. See you tomorrow. Bye, bye. See you at the same time. Bye, bye. Bye, bye. Thank you for stopping by today. Bye, bye.
Okay. One of the things that I was going to say is I have seen some people go, "Oh, but actually, you know what? We'll end up touching on this later on." So this was, second direct statement, I suppose, that one of the talents ended up issuing publicly in response to some of the fan backlash against the company for the way that they handled things. But of the two, this is sort of like the test of people's listening comprehension and attention spans. If you didn't, well, there were a bunch of people clipping the portion where she said Sakuna apologized to her in private, right? So it's probably going to end up spreading through the public that way. But I see a lot of people basically going, how do we know if the talents are actually happy? Or some variation of, how do we know if the talents are happy? Their entire MO is to be happy just so they can entertain us, etc, etc, etc. I just want to say to all of you guys in chat, if you try to sort of, figure that shit out, you are going to drive yourself insane. Fact of the matter is, we have literally no way of trying to confirm how happy a talent is aside from how they act on stream and what they choose to share with us. So if you're trying to sort of second guess what talent is doing or psychoanalyze them through the screen, like, are they really happy when they tell me when they tell me that they're happy? That's I promise you that is not a mind game that is worth playing. So if, best to go, remember that these are all adult women, by the way. Like, they're cute for sure, but they are still adults. They can make their own decisions when it comes to what they want to share and what they don't want to share. If they choose to tell you that they're happy, then I don't see any utility in trying to, I suppose, fake out whether that's true or not. I think just taking them at their word when it comes to them describing their emotional state, if it is supported by how they're behaving as well, if you're a regular watcher, you know what I mean. If it's supported by their usual behavior as well, then, again, no point stressing about that. Especially because, remember, at the end of the day, you are a viewer. They are a talent. They are a great entertainer, perhaps. But there's nothing you can do in order to, there's nothing you can do to alter their life circumstances as an individual. So best not to become hung up on trying to, worry about them as an individual. But they're women. See, that's the thing, right? I allow myself to believe that a woman is always truthful when she talks about herself. Because that way, if she chooses to lie to me, that's her problem, not mine. I guess Wemmy is technically... Okay, make an exception. Well, make an exception for Wemmy. But that's the only one. That's the only one. But yeah, in any case. So the reason why I had this section at all is because yesterday, Jelly wasn't the only one to actually try and say something publicly about the way that people were reacting to the situation. So, around the same time that Jelly was doing her stream, FaZe Connect's official account would end up posting the following announcement regarding their Phases of the Heart Valentine's event, which happened earlier today. Phase of the Heart, all alone on a Friday, we can fix that. Join Dizzy Dokuro for a Date or Die, a blind dating show where our host will help you find a special someone this weekend or else. You can be the baby. Hopefully not, hopefully not. So, in response to this, Illumi would end up replying saying, "Chat, look, it's you." And then later on down there, I assume, I don't know, maybe she was looking at people chimping out in Jelly's chat when she said, I wrote this apology or whatever. But then Lumi would end up going on by saying, "I'm gonna say it for the record because it's genuinely stupid at this point. Nobody was forced or even asked at all to do anything. Stop spreading your hatred to..." Oh, no, I know what she's referring to, never mind. "Stop spreading your hatred to other talents who had no part in this, especially when you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Thank you." So, well, actually, I don't know anymore. This could probably be referring to one of two things: either Jelly choosing to do an apology on her stream, or Dizzy being part of this Valentine's themed event. It could refer to either or, to be honest. But again, this is the kind of tweet where, like, yeah, I don't think it's a great idea to tweet this, mostly because of the fact that, how do I say this? When she tweets it under the replies to the FaZe Connect post, it looks like it's a response to what people are tweeting in response to the FaZe Connect post, right? It looks like she's replying to people ranting or saying shit underneath the FaZe Connect official post. And I don't think that it's reasonable to characterize that as hatred against the talents. Because I assume that FaZe Connect officials' Twitter replies are going to be a little boggy for the next few days at least. And I don't think that's aimed at any particular talent. I certainly don't think it's going to be aimed at Dizzy or anything. So, for that reason, I don't really see why she would put it in the replies to this post. I understand the sentiment. And I think that, I think that it's a good sentiment to have. I just don't understand why she put it in the replies to this. Stop spreading your hatred to other talents who have no part in this, especially when you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Thank you. I'm kind of, now that I'm reading this again, I'm kind of going, okay, who is this for, right? Like, are the Spurgs who are going to shit up the talents chats going to listen to her? I don't think so, right? And again, this is sort of like the kind of tweet where you do it for catharsis, I suppose. But yeah, it seems a little, it seems a little strange. Now this one, this one I did find funny. No company has gone on to flourish after doing what FaZe did. No one hates the talents, but thanks to your management, the schizos now have a valid point. And then Lumi says, it's so crazy that you don't have a single post about FaZe before last week. You must really care about the talents that work here a lot. Now, I'm all for getting tourists to, get the fuck out, right? Which is, it is what she's doing, which I appreciate. Tourist is still a tourist, regardless of, what's going on besides. But it's one of the things that I can't avoid thinking about is, I mean, she is right. Like, if this guy has no posts about FaZe until like a week prior, then yeah, it's pretty obvious that this is a tourist, right? But at the same time, the problem with responding in this manner to people like this is that it raises the question of where was this energy when there were tourists coming in that were trying to make Jelly out as being a racist, And it's like, yeah, I get it. Maybe it's because everyone's had to sort of pent everything up on the inside for like 7 days or whatever. But it's, I don't like when talents end up responding in this way publicly, because what ends up happening is if something ends up going wrong in the future and people feel the need to go back and go, oh, look, they said this and it didn't turn out to be true, I would much prefer that people end up citing things that management has said than people end up citing things that talents have said. And for that reason, even though I understand what Lumi is doing, and I understand, yeah, okay, if someone's just posting about this, if someone only started posting about FaZe about a week ago, yeah, get them the fuck out. But realistically speaking, I think it would have been better to not tweet this than to tweet this. And I feel like it's a little strange that management didn't intervene and go, yeah, maybe don't do this. Because this is the kind of thing that it's not something that I would usually associate with Lumi, to be honest. At least not on Twitter. Because I know she's capable of getting quite angry when people make shit up about, just when people just make shit up and spread, like, mischaracterizations of things. But I wouldn't assume that she would start going at people on Twitter. Because I would assume that that's usually just, you let management know. Or actually, not specifically on Twitter. I could see her doing that to filter people. But specifically in the replies to a FaZe Connect official post. Because you know that those are going to be... those are going to stink to high heaven for like the next few days. At the very least. So, that's why I find this to be a little odd. A little odd. And then, the person says, you can doubt my fan status, but this is about optics.
I feel like if you're a genuine fan, you don't roll over that easily, right? Especially not if you're speaking to Lumi. Surely not. Surely you'd have a bit more pushback if you were a genuine fan. But yeah. Even for you specifically, now they have an official statement from Face to point to and ask why she's not suspended or terminated. People have been trying to cancel the FaZe girls over, even you specifically. Now they have an official statement from FaZe to point at and ask why is she not suspended or terminated. Yeah, I do think that the guy has a point about, you know, FaZe giving the antis more ammo with the statement that they posted, but I think that at this point that's become obvious to everyone on the inside, management included. Like, there's no possible way that they don't know that at this point. I think at this point the messaging from the girls is pretty clear that management knows they fucked up royally. We can hope that, you know, from here going on forwards, they actually have protocols and stuff like that, so they don't make the same mistake again. But the only way to really see is to wait. And just, well, if it never happens again, then success. If the same sort of thing starts to happen again, and then they respond better next time, then that's also a win. So, at the end of the day, I do think that this is a sign that FaZe's management has not completely gotten on top of things. If, you know, Lumi's kind of going at randoms in the replies to the FaZe Connect official posts. But, like I said before, white pill from all of this, at least in my eyes, is that I find it not too difficult to believe that this was really just FaZe's management being really, really stupid and running out of luck. Because up until now, they've been able to rely on the good humor of the fan base to laugh off any mistakes or yabs or whatever they might end up making. But now, that humor is gone. Which, on one hand, is a bit of a shame, but on the other hand, it's more incentive in order to actually become competent as well. The end of the day, one of the things to take away from this, I suppose, something that I would aim, a message that I would aim at, you know, other fans, is what this has proven beyond the shadow of a doubt is that FaZe, while it is a special company, it's not infallible, and it's not exempt from the same rules that other companies are beholden to. FaZe is still a company that exists primarily to make profit. FaZe can still make decisions that are, you know, born out of incompetence or whatever. FaZe is not run by geniuses. They are run by, to put it bluntly, the least stupid people on this side of the industry. Which means that they are still very capable of doing very stupid things. But at the same time, I don't think I have seen any reason to believe that there is malice. And that is the important thing for me, at least. Because incompetence can be learned from. Incompetence can be recovered from. Malice, not so much. And FaZe Connect's management does still seem to be... Well, I mean... It's too early yet to see what might end up changing internally from this entire fiasco. But I think that it is possible to hold out hope that their incompetence, now that it is unavoidable or cannot be ignored, is now something that they are both pressured and, you know, need to fix. One thing, though, little bit of a less serious thing. I think the era for FaZe Pon is over. Now, the talents are going to be fine. Calling the talents Pon is still going to stick. But I think the era of allowing FaZe to just be referred to as Pon is done, right? However, that's not to say that we need to leave that behind entirely. Yeah? It's not to say that we can't have substitutes, right? FaZe before, when we would call them, you know, when we refer to them as Pon, it was us acknowledging that maybe, you know, maybe they're a little all over the place. Maybe some things don't work out as well. Maybe there are a few gaps in terms of how they do things. But for the most part, when we would use the term Pon to refer to FaZe or FaZe's management,
It would be, you know, a term that's cute, affectionate, benign. Obviously, after this, there is no going back to that, right? Like, well, at least not in the near future, not for a while, I don't think. I don't think people are going to be willing to extend the benefit of the doubt to management anymore to the point where we can simply laugh off something that seems like a yab or seems like a mistake. We can't simply laugh things off as being, oh, look, management at FaZe is so funny and quirky or whatever. So I think the era of pun for FaZe, or at least FaZe's management getting a pass from the fan base because of being seen as pun, I don't think that's going to stick around. However, like I said, we do have an alternative. See, pon being short for, I believe, is it what? Oponkatsu or something? Basically, it's Japanese, right? And as a result of being Japanese, it's very cutesy, right? It sounds very benign, very soft word. However, I have an alternative. See, when it comes to being clumsy, in Mandarin, we also have a word for that. Or at least a phrase. Ponkotsu. Okay, thank you. Ponkotsu. Cute way of saying dumb if it doesn't harm anyone, yeah. In Mandarin, we have an alternative. A phrase that refers to being clumsy or sloppy. And that phrase is a little bit of a cultural enrichment for you guys. Diao er lang dang. And when we use it, it is it is, you know, a little harsh, a little disapproving, a little derogatory. But fundamentally, when you say that of someone, when you say that someone is diao er lang dang, it's a term that you would usually use in a harsh way, but also because you want them to get their shit together, right? What I'm saying is FaZe is going to enter a very Chinese part of its life, where the era of pon as it applies to management may be left behind, and what we may be about to see is the era where people are now going to be more willing to point out where, yeah, maybe something's not so right. Doesn't roll off the tongue. Very few things in Mandarin do. So, yeah, FaZe is less of a leash to sort of pull on when it comes to management making mistakes from here on going out. I'm almost certain of that. But that being said, like I mentioned before, I don't think this is the time to doom pill. I don't think this is the time to say that FaZe is dead or it's all over or the magic is gone or whatever. We are going to be losing a little bit of the magic that previously came along with the naivete that management couldn't do anything wrong ever. But that was always going to end at some point, right? I think this is a lot healthier and a lot more sustainable in the sense that we are aware that management is fallible, but they are aware that they are too. So they have all of the incentive to improve, and the talents trust them still. Like Lumi said, we don't know what's going on the inside. So if the talents say that they trust them, realistically speaking, unless something goes wrong a second time, I don't see any inherent reason to doubt that. Hopium. Still cope, but also hope. So at the end of the day, I hope that... I hope that if you are a fan who's, you know, unsettled, disgruntled, disturbed, whatever, you watch this stream, I hope that I've at the very least managed to explain to you guys why I don't think that why I don't think that this statement was done out of malice. I hope I've managed to explain to you guys why I think that this is, you know, the most realistic explanation, probably most correct one in my opinion, is just that they were really, really stupid. And that they didn't actually have a plan. Because up until now, they didn't need one. Up until now, they weren't, you know, they weren't the biggest company on the EN Corpo space. But now they are. Now they know what the stress tests of being that are. Hopefully, if the next one... Well, I mean, there will probably be a next one. Hopefully, when the next one comes, they end up doing better than they did this time. But I'm willing to give them that chance. And if after watching all of this, if after watching all of this you can do the same, I think that, well, might sound like cope, but I think it's worth. Oh, Soulspud, welcome to the stream. If I may be honest, are you Chinese? What gave it away? Was it the accent? Was it the accent or the cynicism? I need to know. Yeah, never attribute never attribute to malice what can be attributed to in stupidity, right? I think that I think part of the reason why this recent thing seemed so bad for so many of us was because a lot of us overly romanticized how competent FaZe's management was before this point. Like, there were certainly signs that maybe management was not all there, right? Or at least not on top of everything. But yeah, I think this is the clearest indication that we've gotten that maybe the things we've been laughing off as jokes are not just jokes. That's why it was the Wii, I see. Yo, what are you, stupid? I do wish sometimes that I could get my Mandarin accent back to the point where it is precise. Right now I sound too much. When I speak Mandarin, I speak with too much of a Western intonation. So it's very, very obvious that I speak more English than I do Mandarin. I don't get to practice nearly as much, unfortunately. Maybe I should get a mail order bride from China or something just so I have someone to practice Mandarin with. I was joking about the 9-hour stream, but I actually got it right. Yeah, I didn't think we would reach 9 hours either. Reminds me of that one guy on YouTube Shorts who says, sure. Don't have it at the moment. Well, yeah, because I'm speaking in English. Your Mandarin is very... I get that a lot. I get that a lot. Oh, I used to get that a lot. Next stream. I don't know if most of you would be able to understand what I'm saying. Not in the sense that you don't understand Mandarin, but in the sense that the way that I speak it would probably sound like some sort of, you know, kindergartner with Down syndrome or something. No, not mail. Mail is in the thing you send, Billy. Can you do Kung Fu? That's not a genetic trait. Oh, shit. What was it? I asked you guys to remind me to talk about something after the main portion of the stream was over. Do any of you guys remember what that was? I love how whether it's watching Kyla or Jelly or now you, I cannot escape a Chinese VTuber. What can I say? Chinese people and VTubing just go together too well. We can't stay away from it, to be completely honest. Why do you think Hololive got so big in China? Whatever the poll was about? Ah, fuck. Okay, I forgot. In any case, hold on. Let me go through the super chats that I missed while I was yapping. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Your Honor, my client would like to plead woman moment. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I can't be too harsh on that. Insane Linguist, thank you for the super. Hopefully they realize that no matter what they do, the antis won't stop until they achieve life ruination of talents, and especially Pippa. Yeah. I hope they understand that, because next time, if someone does come after their talents, I do hope management takes a bit of a stronger stance against it. At the very least, I hope that they are acute enough to pick up on whether someone is trying to misrepresent their talent, and to interrupt that framing before it takes hold, or at least break out of it. It sounds, when I say it like that, it sounds like something, you know, it sounds like a strange kind of magic, but it really isn't. It's just as simple as looking at what people are trying to, when people try to relay the words of your talents, like, are they being accurate to what she said, or are they are they hallucinating completely different talking points and attributing to them as some sort of straw man? Being able to tell the difference between those two things is exhausting, but I promise you that the reward is worth it. Also surprised no. That's a kind of separate thing, though. Like, I will say that the way the timing that they posted the Clara graduation notice was absolutely awful. But I don't think there's really anything that I can say about it besides that. Like, that's what there's no commentary I could give about that, because it's just, yeah, I assume that's, I assume they did that because they had no other choice, but boy was it an awful time to pick. Let me see. Ivan, thank you for the 5. That's like me getting stabbed and the person leaves the knife in and says, "You good, bruh." Unfortunately, I don't think we are going to get a state where the person, the person who stabbed you with the knife, so to speak, gets stabbed back. And even then, it's more about keeping you on life support, right? Which sometimes means letting them get away and just making sure that you hold the knife inside of you until you get medical attention, to play off of the analogy that you gave. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 2. Noticed she didn't apologize for what she said? Yep. Not everyone noticed, but some of us did. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. The person who's best at PR... Oh, wait, actually, I read that already. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Assuming that some outside entity pressured FaZe to make the statement after they did, my hypothesis is they'll make their retraction after FaZeCon. Yeah, I don't really buy that theory, to be honest. Again, because it requires me to believe in the existence of a third party that I cannot prove and I cannot see. So there is no logical explanation that would guide me to that, I suppose. Like, it's too unstable and unfounded of a premise for me to believe in, I suppose. But let's think of the 5. Real communism talent as a PR has never been tried. Next time it will work for sure. See, that's the thing, right? Okay, I want to make this clear. It's not that talents as PR doesn't work in the sense that it won't mollify the audience. It's just that there is always going to be a recoil to that makes it not worth it in the first place. So when I say that talent PR never works, what I mean is talent PR can be tempting in the short term, and it can certainly look like it has benefits in the short term, but in the long term it doesn't work. And in the long term, more likely than not, you will end up regretting trying to do that as a company. Because when your audience is pissed at management, at least that's a party that they can hypothetically, that's a party that can be dealt with outside of their view. If the audience starts to get pissed at talents, that's when things are a little bit beyond saving. Zengaman, thank you for the 5. Fun fact, Jelly got her signature Awawawa from Dizzy's PL. I did not know that, actually. Maybe I'm too much of a tourist. I didn't know that lore. Mildly OCD, thank you for the 5. Really disappointing seeing Lewitt lack a spine as a fellow... He's a Texan? Goodness. Zagman, thank you for the 5. With regard to Western VTuber agencies, can't anybody here play this game? Diddly Doodler, thank you for the 5. I'll have to catch the rest tomorrow. It's 2 a.m. here. I'll see if I can make it in the upcoming segment tomorrow. Appreciate the super chat. Final thank you for the 2. FaZe Connect girls have... What is that again? Oh, COC? Fuck. I keep thinking of CQC instead. Clash of Clans. Mildly OCD 5. So basically, even management and the CEO is retarded. What is what, I guess. See, the thing is, like I said, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Management and Sakuna are certainly doing something right. Like, you don't get to this stage of growth. Like I said, there's a difference between relative prominence and objective achievement. You don't achieve this much while being run by complete retards. But that doesn't, again, like I said, it doesn't mean that FaZe is infallible. That's the most important thing to take away from all of this, is that FaZe is still a company, right? And as a result, when you look at the things that FaZe does, you can't fall into the trap of going, oh, the company is doing things because it has principles and morality, or management is a bunch of geniuses who could never fuck anything up. Like, no, that's not how it works. FaZe is special, don't get me wrong, but it's not infallible. Evo, thank you for the 2. I cannot read that. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me switch back and resume the reading. As a text, as a text, I'm tired of these people. I guarantee. Californian. I hear that that's been a bit of an issue lately with the demographic shift in Texas being Californians moving up to you guys. Knock me moves. Thank you for the Funless. Thank you for the 5. Speed on. Welcome to the Death Club with me. Eventually, only super chats go through. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why sometimes your messages don't show. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 5. Americans trying to globalize their politics to other countries must be tiring. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Especially when, again, when you grew up as someone who was raised in both Western culture and another culture besides, the way that American culture, and especially American cultural imperialists, basically try to make everything about assume, not even try to, just assume that everything revolves around the way that Americans do things. I find that to be irritating. I find that to be... It just seems very presumptuous, I suppose, which I don't like. It's not all Americans. It's not all Americans. Funnily enough, it's not even the nationalistic ones most of the time. Most of the ones who are nationalistic, most of the nationalistic Americans actually that I've interacted with, they're pretty chill about, you know, I stay in my lane, you stay in yours, I'm not the center of the world, you aren't either, that kind of thing. I often find that it's the ones who are staunchly against nationalism that are also the ones that are the most imperialists when it comes to thinking of all other cultures as being equivalent to what they have going on over in America. Which I've actually, now that I've said that out loud, that's quite funny. Michael, I think with the 5, in regards to asking to stop bringing politics up, I don't see politics as an experience, but as a social practice. Huh. Hold on, let me see. Ali OCD thing for the 5. US history in the US is intentionally dumbed down and stripped of context, often outright lies or omitted details. People are a result of that. Yeah, I could believe that. I could believe that. A curious thing for the 2. More confabulation than hallucination. Funless thing for the 2. Hindsight is 2020. Oh wait, I read that already. Michael, I think for the 5, I saw the poll in my head, the word water came up, and then immediately took it back as I remember the international waters is a thing. Oh, I was thinking for the 2, bridges where PewDiePie had an oopsie. Man, good times, good times. Oh, they used to think with the 5, so basically management. Oh wait, no, I read that already. Okay, hold on, let me scroll up a little bit more. Molly UC. Oh wait, actually read that out. Miracle Enjoyer. Ivan Ironfist, thank you for the 5. FaZe Connect Discord is packed with people who can barely tell people apart from the Neanners. It's not foreseeable for them to have a warped perception. I don't interact with FaZe Discord, so I have no idea what that's like on the inside. I haven't heard great things about it, but then again, I have never experienced it for myself either, so... Smug Lolly, thank you. Smug Lolly. Thank you for the 5. Her emotional reaction enabled Auntie to exploit her weakness. If she had played the DLC on stream and made fun of it, it probably would have gone differently. Yeah, I think so. I think, in general, it's more so just that kind of thing. You leave less room for Aunties to go at you if you just do things on stream instead of on Twitter. Because, you know, going onto your stream requires actually tuning into your stream, and most Aunties are too lazy to do even that. Mildly OCD, think of the 5. Most Minecraft could teach is coding, architecture, and engineering, not a game for social studies because it would function as a play with block people. Yeah, basically. Akira's thinking for the 5, aiming at an audience that can't vote. Oh wait, actually I read that already. Not thinking for the 2, they even unfurl the villager arms. Look, Fatherless, what do you expect them to do, right? Like, they have a budget, right? They have a budget. They can't... It's too much work to make all of the civil rights villagers unfold their arms. Hold on, I read that out already. I read that out as well. Hoshi Ryo, thank you for being a Footstool for 2 months. The statement is, I'm against cyberbullying. Master Red, thank you for the 5. A lot of people who basically want FaZe to give a similar statement to what Hololive did. Do you think they should? Nah, there's no point. Unless Sakuna really wants to give up half of his salary for whatever reason, in which case, I mean, sure, but I don't think it's going to be the same. I don't think it's going to be the same. Far better to just, you know, just do whatever they need to do behind the scenes. I don't need to know. No one needs to know besides them. And if the same thing happens again, just don't do the same thing they did this time. Reverend Knows, thank you for the sec. Do we actually have an indication that FaZe learned the right lesson? Oh wait, no, I already read that out. Oh, Yuki 3D, thank you for the super. As someone who worked for HoloLens official subtitles during that time, almost every month leading up, they would do some fuck up that the subs unpaid had to wipe, despite them knowing what not to do. Huh, I didn't know that. Thanks for that little bit of insight. Cold Shelving, thank you for the 5. Regarding a question from the beginning of the stream. Oh, wait, actually, I read that out already. Just doing weep things, half a year of chair, not a minute I regret. I think I read that out already, but thank you again if I haven't. McLaurin is China. Oh wait, no, I read that already. China was lost to N. Mistress through. Oh yeah, I read that out. Low who got banned? Henry. Oh well, thank you for the 5 and the. I didn't know the stickers worked. It's pretty cool. I think. Oh. Oh, actually, I read that out already as well. Okay, now I can look at the more recent supers. Insane Linguist, thank you for the super. Clip of Pippa BTFOing Dev live on stream will live rent-free in many people's heads. That was pretty cool. Oh, Michael Laura, thank you for the 2. Hope it makes sense. Okay, let me read the earlier super chat first. Speedon, thank you for being a Footstool for 13 months. It was my birthday on Thursday. Good stream chair. I hope you had a nice birthday. Do you want a birthday song or nah? Actually, hold on. Let me read Michael Laura's super first. Explanation: I want to experience gossip in the healthiest social media, but people keep trying to make the gossip into political statements. Games aren't an experience, don't turn them into a civil rights classroom. No, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Everyone wants escapism, right? No one wants to have to no one wants to be preached at, you know, regarding some sort of political statement or whatever 24/7, right? You just wanted someone to chill. No, I'm good. Keep going with supers. No, I'm caught up on the supers now. So we're good. Every channel is different. Starting to be playing with Sprouts. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I want to. Did you see the news about Bint? Oh, I did. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving fellow, in my opinion. It is quite fun. I saw that meme floating around, the Bint edit of school bully not so tough since being molested. That shit's fucking hilarious. Like, the guy really is literally every stereotype of a V-tweeter. It's just, you know, failed VTuber, resents people that are more successful than him, doesn't actually have any semblance of a proper value system or, you know, any sort of bite to the opinions. Brony, named himself after a horse's arsehole. Like, come on, man. Wrote Sonic fan fiction? What is there that hasn't been ticked off of the stereotype checklist? Zoofield, thank you for being a Footstool for a whole year. We're nearing 2.0 sauna index, chairman. Oh shit, we are. Okay, I should probably end stream soon. Babelo, progressives loves to be preached at with their own source. They want everything in life to be political. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's that's often been my experience as well. It's often been my experience as well. Ponut. I had no idea what a ponut was before the whole bid thing. And now the guy is Australian apparently. Like, how does that happen? How do you become that much of a degenerate when you live over here? Like, half the wildlife would kill you instantly if you even thought about... How do you develop that kind of... Well, actually, no, never mind. I don't want to ask that question. I thought about it, and then I realized I don't really want to put that into the world, so... Magdalene Rex, thank you for the 2. Do you see Reddit's reactions to the apology? I saw... Well, I mean, I pulled up a screenshot of one of theirs. The one where the guy kept talking about, oh, yeah, of course Jelly would say this. That's exactly what a Malaysian would do. I find it very funny that some of the people who claim to be, you know, the most socially progressive are also the most racist. It's really, really fucking funny. Oh, you don't want to know, Bodmin. You don't want to know. You do not want to know. 95% chance he's from Melbourne. Well, that or he's from Tasmania. Because Tasmania is where all the people who like to fuck weird shit come from. Melbourne is just the people who are into, like, weird sex shit without it being really weird sex shit. Do you remember the Aussie character in Far Cry 3? I don't remember which one it was, no. Trigger sincerely even apologized to the Zebras. I'm not gonna lie, Bit does type like an angry Filipino. Like... I can't wrap my mind around the fact that he's white and Australian. Like, how? How do you get to that point? If you are white and Australian. Like, you're Australian. You have so much going for you. How does that happen? I think Perth is mostly fine. The worst thing about Perth is the environment. The people are usually okay. Australia's so odd. You either have... Go the exact opposite. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say so. There's a Redditor that was claiming the self-help book was talking about the funny mustache man. Does anyone here really actually think that my struggle is a self-help book? Like, surely, right? Surely no one's stupid enough to go like, oh yeah, my struggle, the self-help book. That's not that's not what it is, guys. Relax. Describing him as a flip is an insult to Filipinos. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Hold on. Let me switch over to the head hold screen while I find somebody to raid. I need to wrap up relatively soon. Fuck, I've been streaming for a long time. That book was boring. Which one? I have it, not a self-help book, just... I see. I knew he was a fellow mud hutter, but he's white. I thought he was a fellow mud hutter, but he's white. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, he types like he's brown, right? Like, there's no avoiding that. He types like either a Chinese schizo or the angriest Filipino, you know? Fun fact. No, Xanthopy, don't. No. Don't. No. Don't tell me. No, no. Please tell me that at the very least you don't have one of your usernames being some sort of anal portion of a horse. I need you to tell me no. Like I'm not joking. I need you to deny that is a thing.
Don't disappear now, Xanthopy. Come on. Come on, lad. Get back in here. Is he actually gone? No way. No, he just drops that and then leaves. Come on, man. Another one for the mines. Do any of you guys know anyone who's live right now? That's a way to end. I'm not that shameless, but you can take a closer look at my... Huh. I always thought... Actually, when I looked at your PFP from a distance, I always thought it was sort of... I always thought it was an internet historian thing. I thought it looked like internet historian, but sort of warped a little bit. Hold on, let me take a look. Let me take a look. If I end up regretting this, I will do things to you. Where is your channel? Where is your channel? Is there a way for me to go to your channel actually while I'm still live? Hold on. Oh, I can. Alright, I found you. Yeah, I don't know what your profile picture is actually of, my guy. I can't... I have no idea what that is. Pull it up on stream. Maybe another time. Makiris, thank you for the 2. LTR Notes is streaming? Okay. I've never encountered LTR Notes before. LTR Notes. Valentine's special. I see you, Mercurius. I see you. Clear. Okay, I'm not gonna raid into a Phase Connect talent after just doing this stream for obvious reasons. I trust you guys to be well behaved, but I just think that that's distasteful. So, I'm not raiding a Hololive. I am not raiding a Hololive. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys over to LTR Notes because I think Mercurius has... I think he's in the mood for a little bit of Valentine's. So, in any case, thank you all for tuning in. And I hope that if you were doom-pilling before, you're doom-pilling a little less now. I don't want you guys to freak out about FaZe. I'm not really freaking out about FaZe. I'm more of the... I'm willing to, you know, wait and see how things go from here. But, yeah, no, thanks for tuning into this. I want you guys to behave in Althea and in Miss Notes chat. Remember, I want you to blend in seamlessly. Give good conduct of yourselves. And, yeah, I'll be seeing you guys next week, where we'll be finally doing part 2 that I pushed back of the Mythos stream. So, yeah. Also, new topic poll will be coming up hopefully sometime next week. But, aside from that, I don't think there's anything else I need to sort of shill. Oh, yeah. I want to, again, take a moment to... Actually... I don't know if you guys saw, but on Morlington's most recent stream where he was hosting the Clipper tournament, the Clipper Oshi Push tournament, the match between Necro and Pebble, Morlington revealed that set 3 of Oshi Push is going to be Alias. So we're finally going to get Gen 2 of FaZe into Oshi Push. You're going to be able to play like Rie, Remy, Irie, Sheena, Panko, Erina. You know, we are... It's happening. Like, it's actually happening. I'm so fucking hyped for set 3. And set 2 isn't even fully out yet, so... Yeah, if you guys are... If any of you guys Oshi someone from Gen 2, then... And you want to... You know, looking for a reason to pick up Oshi Push, or even if you already play Oshi Push. Yeah, you got that to look forward to, so... I'll probably end up saying something else on stream once it gets like formally, once we get more indication of how that's going to go. But yeah, Pon Wolf deck, yeah, Pon Wolf deck, Carney deck. But yeah, all right.
Thanks again for tuning in, and I'll see you guys next time. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.